Chapter 29 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 29 Flighty and Unsatisfactory. Now the melancholy god protect thee, and the tailor make thy doublet of changeable taffeta, for thy mind is a very opal. 12th Night. Well, what did you come home for? Was Barby's salutation. Here's company been waiting for you till they're tired, and I'm sure I be. Company? said Fleda. Yes, and it's ungrateful in you to say so, said Barby, for she's been in a wonderful hurry to see you, or to get something to eat, I don't know which. A little of both, I hope, in charity. Why didn't you give her something to eat? Who is it? I don't know who it is. It's one of your high flyers, that's all I can make out. She ain't a hat a bit better than a man's beaver. One 'ud think she'd stole her little brothers for a spree, if the rest of her was like common folk. But she's got a tail to her dress as long as from here to Queechy Run, and she's been tiddling in and out here with it puckered up under her arm 60 times. I guess she belongs to some company of female militie, for the body of it is all thick with braid and buttons. I believe she ha'n't sot still 5 minutes since she came into the house, till I don't know whether I am on my head or my heels. But why didn't you give her something to eat? said Fleda, who was hastily throwing off her gloves and smoothing her disordered hair with her hands into something of composure. Did, said Barby. I give her some of them cold biscuit and butter and cheese, and a pitcher of milk. Sot a good enough meal for anybody. But she didn't take but a crumb, and she turned up her nose at that. Come, go, you've slicked up enough. You're handsome enough to show yourself to her any time of day for all her jigamabobs. Where is Aunt Lucy? She's upstairs. There's been nobody to see her but me. She's had the whole lower part of the house to herself, kitchen and all, and she's done nothing but go out of one room into another ever since she come. She'll be in here again directly if you ain't spry. Fleda went in, round to the west room, and there found herself in the arms of the second Miss Evelyn, who jumped to meet her, and half stifled her with caresses. You wicked little creature, what have you been doing? Here I have been growing melancholy over the tokens of your absence, and watching the decline of the sun with distracted feelings these 6 hours. 6 hours? said Fleda, smiling. My dear Fleda, it's so delicious to see you again, said Miss Evelyn, with another prolonged hug and kiss. My dear Constance, I am very glad, but where are the rest? It's unkind of you to ask after anybody but me, when I came here this morning on purpose to talk the whole day to you. Now, dear little Fleda, said Miss Constance, executing an impatient little persuasive caper round her, won't you go out and order dinner? For I'm raging. Your woman did give me something, but I found the want of you had taken away all my appetite, and now the delight of seeing you has exhausted me, and I feel that nature is sinking. The stimulus of gratified affection is too much for me. You absurd child, said Fleda, you haven't mended a bit. But I told Barby to put on the tea kettle, and I will administer a composing draught as soon as it can be got ready. We don't indulge in dinners here in the wilderness. Meanwhile, suppose that exhausted nature try the support of this easy chair. She put her visitor gently into it, and seating herself upon the arm, held her hand and looked at her with a smiling face, and yet with eyes that were almost too gentle in their welcoming. My dear Fleda, you're as lovely as you can be. Are you glad to see me? Very. Why don't you ask after somebody else? I was afraid of overtasking your exhausted energies. Come and sit down here upon my lap. You shall, or I won't say another word to you. Fleda, you've grown thin. What have you been doing to yourself? Nothing with that particular purpose. I don't care. You've done something. You have been insanely imagining that it is necessary for you to be in 3 or 4 places at the same time. And in the distracted effort after ubiquity you are in imminent danger of being nowhere. There's nothing left of you. I don't wonder you were overcome at the sight of me, said Fleda. But you are looking charmingly for all that, Constance went on, so charmingly that I feel a morbid sensation creeping all over me while I sit regarding you. Really, when you come to us next winter, if you persist in being, by way of showing your superiority to ordinary human nature, a rose without a thorn, the rest of the flowers may all shut up at once, and the rose reddens in my very face to spite me. Is ordinary human nature typified by a thorn? You give it rather a poor character." "I never heard of a thorn that didn't bear an excellent character," said Constance gravely. "Hush," said Fleda laughing. "I don't want to hear about Mr. Thorn. Tell me of somebody else." "I haven't said a word about Mr. Thorn," said Constance ecstatically, "but since you ask about him I will tell you. He has not acted like himself since you disappeared from our horizon. That is, he has ceased to be at all pointed in his attentions to me. His conversation has lost all the acuteness for which I remember you admired it. He has walked Broadway in a moody state of mind all winter, and grown as dull as is consistent with the essential sharpness of his nature. I ought to expect our last interview, though, for his entreaties to mamma that she would bring you home with her were piercing." Fleda was unable in spite of herself to keep from laughing, but entreated that Constance would tell her of somebody else. "My respected parents are at Montepoole with all their offspring, that is, Florence and Edith. I am at present anxiously inquired after, being nobody knows where, and to be fetched by mamma this evening. Wasn't I good, little Fleda, to run away from Mr. Carleton to come and spend a whole day in social converse with you?" "Carleton?" said Fleda. "Yes. Oh, you don't know who he is. He's a new attraction. There's been nothing like him this great while, and all New York is topsy-turvy about him. The mothers are dying with anxiety and the daughters with admiration, and it's too delightful to see the cool superiority with which he takes it all, like a new star that all the people are pointing their telescopes at, as Thorn said spitefully the other day. Oh, he has turned my head. I have looked till I cannot look at anything else. I can just manage to see a rose, but my dazzled powers of vision are equal to nothing more." "My dear Constance!" "It's perfectly true. Why, as soon as we knew he was coming to Montepoole I wouldn't let mamma rest till we all made a rush after him. And when we got here first, and I was afraid he wasn't coming, nothing can express the state of my feelings. But he appeared the next morning, and then I was quite happy," said Constance, rising and falling in her chair on what must have been ecstatic springs, for wire ones it had none. "Constance," said Fleda, with a miserable attempt at rebuke, "how can you talk so?" "And so we were all riding round here this morning, and I had the self-denial to stop to see you and leave Florence and the Marlboroughs to monopolize him all the way home. You ought to love me forever for it." "My dear Fleda," said Constance, clasping her hands and elevating her eyes in mock ecstasy, "if you had ever seen Mr. Carleton I dare say I have seen somebody as good," said Fleda quietly. "My dear Fleda," said Constance, a little scornfully this time, "you haven't the least idea what you are talking about. I tell you he is an Englishman. He is of one of the best families in England, not such as you ever see here but once in an age. He's rich enough to count Mr. Thorn over I don't know how many times." "I don't like anybody the better for being an Englishman," said Fleda, "and it must be a small man whose purse will hold his measure." Constance made an impatient gesture. "But I tell you it isn't. We knew him when we were abroad, and we know what he is, and we knew his mother very well. When we were in England we were a week with them down at their beautiful place in Blankshire. The loveliest time! You see, she was over here with Mr. Carleton once before, a good while ago, and mamma and papa were polite to them, and so they showed us a great deal of attention when we were in England. We had the loveliest time down there you can possibly conceive. And my dear Fleda, he wears such a fur cloak, lined with the most exquisite black fox." "But Constance," said Fleda, a little vexed, though laughing, "any man may wear a fur cloak. The thing is, what is inside of it?" "It is perfectly indifferent to me what is inside of it," said Constance ecstatically. "I can see nothing but the edges of the black fox, especially when it is worn so very gracefully." "But in some cases there might be a white fox within." "There is nothing of the fox about Mr. Carleton," said Constance impatiently. "If it had been anybody else I should have said he was a bear 2 or 3 times. But he wears everything as he does his cloak, and makes you take what he pleases from him, what I wouldn't take from anybody else, I know." "With a fox lining?" said Fleda laughing. "Then foxes haven't got their true character, that's all. Now I'll just tell you an instance. It was at a party somewhere. It was at that tiresome Mrs. Swinburne's, where the evenings are always so stupid, and there was nothing worth going or staying for but the supper, except Mr. Carleton, and he never stays 5 minutes, except at 2 or 3 places, and it drives me crazy, because they are places I don't go to very often. Suppose you keep your wits and tell me your story? Well, don't interrupt me. He was there, and he had taken me into the supper room, when mamma came along and took it into her head to tell me not to take something, I forget what, punch I believe, because I had not been well in the morning. Now you know, it was absurd. I was perfectly well then, and I told her I shouldn't mind her. But do you believe Mr. Carleton wouldn't give it to me? Absolutely told me he wouldn't, and told me why, as coolly as possible, and gave me a glass of water and made me drink it. And if it had been anybody else, I do assure you, I would have flung it in his face, and never spoken to him again, and I have been in love with him ever since. Now, is that tea going to be ready?" "Presently. How long have you been here?" "Oh, a day or two, and it has poured with rain every single day since we came, till this one. And just think," said Constance, with a ludicrously scared face, "I must make haste and be back again. You see, I came away on principle, that I may strike with the effect of novelty when I appear again. But if I stay too long, you know, there is a point—" "On the principle of the ice boats," said Fleda, "that back a little to give a better blow to the ice, where they find it tough?" "Tough!" said Constance. "Does Florence like this paragon of yours as well as you do?" "I don't know. She don't talk so much about him, but that proves nothing. She's too happy to talk to him. I expect our family concord will be shattered by and by," said Constance, shaking her head. "You seem to take the prospect philosophically," said Fleda, looking amused. "How long are you going to stay at the Pool?" Constance gave an expressive shrug, intimating that the deciding of that question did not rest with her. "That is to say, you are here to watch the transit of this star over the meridian of Queechy?" "Of Queechy? Of Montepoole." "Very well, of Montepoole. I don't wonder that nature is exhausted. I will go and see after this refection." The prettiest little meal in the world was presently set forth for the two. Fleda knew her aunt would not come down, and Hugh was yet at the mill, so she led her visitor into the breakfast room alone. Constance, by the way, again fondly embracing her and repeating, "My dear little Fleda, how glad I am to see you!" The lady was apparently hungry, for there was a minute of silence while the refection began, and then Constance exclaimed, perhaps with a sudden appreciation of the delicious bread and butter and cream and strawberries, "What a lovely old room this is! And what lovely times you have here, don't you, Fleda?" "Yes, sometimes," Fleda said with a sigh. "But I shall tell mamma you are growing thin, and the first minute we get home I shall send for you to come to us. Mrs. Thorn will be amazingly glad to see you." "Has she got back from Europe?" said Fleda. "Ages, and she's been entertaining the world as hard as she could ever since. I have no doubt Louis has confided to the maternal bosom all his distresses, and there never was anything like the rush that I expect will be made to our greenhouse next winter. Oh, Fleda, you should see Mr. Carleton's greenhouses." "Should I?" said Fleda. "Dear me, I hope mamma will come," said Constance, with a comical fidgety shake of herself. "When I think of those greenhouses I lose my self command. And the park, Fleda, it's the loveliest thing you ever saw in your life, and it's all that delightful man's doing. Only he won't have a geometric flower garden, as I did everything I could think of to persuade him. I pity the woman that will be his wife. She won't have her own way in a single thing. But then he will fascinate her into thinking that his way is the best, so it will do just as well, I suppose. Do you know, I can't conceive what he has come over here for. He has been here before, you know, and he don't seem to me to know exactly what he means to do. At least I can't find out, and I have tried." "How long has he been here?" "Oh, a month or two, since the beginning of April, I believe. He came over with some friends of his, a Sir George Egerton and his family. He is going to Canada to be established in some post there, I forget what, and they are spending part of the summer here before they fix themselves at the north. It is easy to see what they are here for. They are strangers and amusing themselves. But Mr. Carleton is at home and not amusing himself, at least he don't seem to be. He goes about with the Egertons, but that is just for his friendship for them, and he puzzles me. He don't know whether he is going to Niagara, he has been once already, and perhaps he may go to Canada, and possibly he will make a journey to the West, and I can't find out that he wants anything in particular." "Perhaps he don't mean that you shall," said Fleda. "Perhaps he don't, but you see that aggravates my state of mind to a distressing degree, and then I'm afraid he will go somewhere where I can't keep watch of him." Fleda could not help laughing. "Perhaps he was tired of home and came for mere weariness." "Weariness! It's my opinion he has no idea there is such a word in the language. I am certain if he heard it he would call for a dictionary the next minute. Why, at Carleton it seems to me he was half the time on horseback, flying about from one end of the country to the other, and when he is in the house he is always at work at something. It's a piece of condescension to get him to attend to you at all. Only when he does, my dear Fleda, he is so enchanting that you live in a state of delight till next time. And yet I never could get him to pay me a compliment to this minute. I tried 2 or 3 times, and he rewarded me with some very rude speeches." "Rude?" said Fleda. "Yes, that is, they were the most graceful and fascinating things possible, but they would have been rudeness in anybody else. Where is mamma?" said Constance, with another comic counterfeit of distress. "My dear Fleda, it's the most captivating thing to breakfast at Carleton." "I have no idea the butter and bread is sweeter there than in some other parts of the world," said Fleda. "I don't know about the bread and butter," said Constance, "but those exquisite little sugar dishes, my dear Fleda, every one has his own sugar dish, and cream ewer, the loveliest little things." "I have heard of such things before," said Fleda. "I don't care about the bread and butter," said Constance. "Eating is immaterial with those perfect little things right opposite to me. They weren't like any you ever saw, Fleda. The sugar bowl was just a little plain oval box, with the lid on a hinge, and not a bit of chasing, only the arms on the cover, like nothing I ever saw but an old-fashioned silver tea caddy, and the cream jug, a little straight up and down thing to match. Mamma said they were clumsy, but they bewitched me." "I think everything bewitched you," said Fleda smiling. "Can't your head stand a sugar dish and milk cup?" "My dear Fleda, I never had your superiority to the ordinary weaknesses of human nature. I can stand one sugar bowl, but I confess myself overcome by a dozen. How we have all wanted to see you, Fleda, and papa, you have captivated papa, and he says—" "Never mind, don't tell me what he says," said Fleda. "There, that's your modesty that everybody raves about. I wish I could catch it. Fleda, where did you get that little Bible? While I was waiting for you I tried to soothe my restless anticipations with examining all the things in all the rooms. Where did you get it?" "It was given me a long while ago," said Fleda. "But it is real gold on the outside, the clasps and all. Do you know it? It is not washed." "I know it," said Fleda smiling, "and it is better than gold inside." "Wasn't that mamma's favourite Mr. Olmney that parted from you at the gate?" said Constance, after a minute's silence. "Yes." "Is he a favourite of yours too?" "You must define what you mean by favourite," said Fleda gravely. "Well, how do you like him?" "I believe everybody likes him," said Fleda, colouring and vexed at herself that she could not help it. The bright eyes opposite her took note of the fact with a sufficiently wide awake glance. "He's very good," said Constance, hugging herself and taking a fresh supply of butter. "But don't let him know I have been to see you, or he'll tell you all sorts of evil things about me, for fear you should innocently be contaminated. Don't you like to be taken care of?" "Very much," said Fleda smiling, "by people that know how." "I can't bear it," said Constance, apparently with great sincerity. "I think it is the most impertinent thing in the world people can do. I can't endure it, except from oh my dear Fleda, it is perfect luxury to have him put a shawl round your shoulders." "Fleda," said Earl Douglass, putting his head in from the kitchen, and before he said any more, bobbing it frankly at Miss Evelyn, half in acknowledgment of her presence, and half as it seemed in apology for his own, "Fleda, will you let Barby pack up something 'nother for the men's lunch? My wife would ha' done it, as she had ought to, if she wa'n't down with the teeth-ache, and Catherine's away on a jig to Kenton, and the men won't do so much work on nothing, and I can't say nothing to 'em if they don't, and I'd like to get that 'ere clover field down afore night. It's going to be a fine spell o' weather. I was going to try to get along without it, but I believe we can't." "Very well," said Fleda. "But Mr. Douglass, you'll try the experiment of curing it in crocks?" "Well, I don't know," said Earl, in a tone of very discontented acquiescence. "I don't see how anything would be as sweet as the sun for drying hay. I know folks says it is, and I've heerd 'em say it is, and they'll stand to it, and you can't beat 'em off the notion it is; but somehow or another I can't seem to come into it. I know the sun makes sweet hay, and I think the sun was meant to make hay, and I don't want to see no sweeter hay than the sun makes. It's as good hay as you need to have." "But you wouldn't mind trying it for once, Mr. Douglass, just for me?" "I'll do jest what you please," said he, with a little exculpatory shake of his head. "'Tain't my concern, it's no concern of mine. The gain or the loss'll be yourn, and it's fair you should have the gain or the loss, whichever on 'em you choose to have. I'll put 'em in cocks. How much heft should be in 'em?" "About 100 pounds, and you don't want to cut any more than you can put up to night, Mr. Douglass. We'll try it." "Very good, and you'll send along something for the men, Barby knows," said Earl, bobbing his head again intelligently at Fleda. "There's 4 on 'em, and it takes something to feed 'em. Working men'll put away a good deal o' meat." He withdrew his head and closed the door, happily for Constance, who went off into a succession of ecstatic convulsions. "What time of day do your eccentric haymakers prefer for the rest of their meals, if they lunch at 3 o'clock? I never heard anything so original in my life." "This is lunch number 2," said Fleda smiling. "Lunch number 1 is about 10 in the morning, and dinner at 12." "And do they gladden their families with their presence at the other ordinary convivial occasions?" "Certainly." "And what do they have for lunch?" "Varieties. Bread and cheese and pies and quirl cakes. At every other meal they have meat." "Horrid creatures!" "It is only during haying and harvesting." "And you have to see to all this. Poor little Fleda! I declare if I was you I'd do something." "No," said Fleda quietly. "Mrs. Douglass and Barby manage the lunch between them. I am not at all desperate. But to have to talk to these people!" "Earl Douglass is not a very polished specimen," said Fleda smiling, "but I assure you in some of these people there is an amount of goodness and wit and shrewd practical sense and judgment that would utterly distance many of those that would call them bears." Constance looked a good deal more than she said. "My dear little Fleda, you're too sensible for anything; but as I don't like sense from anybody but Mr. Carleton, I would rather look at you in the capacity of a rose, smiling a gentle rebuke upon me while I talk nonsense." And she did talk, and Fleda did smile and laugh in spite of herself, till Mrs. Evelyn and her other daughters made their appearance. Then Barby said she thought they'd have talked the house down, and she expected there'd be nothing left of Fleda after all the kissing she got. But it was not too much for Fleda's pleasure. Mrs. Evelyn was so tenderly kind, and Miss Evelyn as caressing as her sister had been, and Edith, who was but a child, so joyously delighted, that Fleda's eyes were swimming in happiness as she looked from one to the other, and she could hardly answer kisses and questions fast enough. "Them is good looking enough girls," said Barby, as Fleda came back to the house after seeing them to their carriage. "If they knowed how to dress themselves. I never see this fly away one afore. I knowed the old one as soon as I clapped my eyes on her. Be they stopping at the Pool again?" "Yes." "Well, when are you going up there to see 'em?" "I don't know," said Fleda quietly; and then sighing as the thought of her aunt came into her head, she went off to find her and bring her down. Fleda's brow was sobered, and her spirits were in a flutter that was not all of happiness, and that threatened not to settle down quietly. But as she went slowly up the stairs, Faith's hand was laid, even as her own grasped the balusters, on the promise, "All the paths of the Lord are mercy and truth unto such as keep his covenant and his testimonies." She set Faith's foot down on those sure stepping stones, and she opened her aunt's door and looked in, with a face that was neither troubled nor afraid. Chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 30 Disclosures by Mr. Skillcorn. Aunt. He misses much. Seb. No, he doth but mistake the truth totally. Tempest. It was the very next morning that several ladies and gentlemen were gathered on the piazza of the hotel at Montepoole, to brace minds or appetites with the sweet mountain air while waiting for breakfast. As they stood there a young countryman came by, bearing on his hip a large basket of fruits and vegetables. "Oh, look at those lovely strawberries!" exclaimed Constance Evelyn, running down the steps. "Stop, if you please, where are you going with these?" "Marm," responded the somewhat startled carrier, "what are you going to do with them?" "I ain't going to do nothin' with 'em." "Whose are they? Are they for sale?" "Well, 'twon't do no harm, as I know," said the young man, making a virtue of necessity, for the fingers of Constance were already hovering over the dainty little leaf strewn baskets, and her eyes complacently searching for the most promising. "I ha'n't got nothin' to do with 'em." "Constance," said Mrs. Evelyn from the piazza, "don't take that. I dare say they are for Mr. Sweet." "Well, mamma," said Constance with great equanimity, "Mr. Sweet gets them for me, and I only save him the trouble of spoiling them. My taste leads me to prefer the simplicity of primitive arrangements this morning." "Young man," called out the landlady's reproving voice, "won't you never recollect to bring that basket round the back way?" "'Tain't no handier than this way," said Philetus, with so much belligerent demonstration that the landlady thought best in presence of her guests to give over the question. "Where do you get them?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "How?" said Philetus. "Where do they come from? Are they fresh picked?" "Just afore I started." "Started from where?" said a gentleman standing by Mrs. Evelyn. "From Mr. Rossiter's down to Queechy." "Mr. Rossiter's!" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Does he send them here?" "He doos not," said Philetus. "He doosn't keep to hum for a long spell." "Who does send them?" said Constance. "Who doos? It's Miss Fleda Ringan." "Mamma!" exclaimed Constance, looking up. "What does she have to do with it?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "There don't nobody else have nothin' to do with it. I guess she's pretty much the hull," said her coadjutor. "Her and me was a pickin' 'em afore sunrise." "All that basketful!" "'Tain't all strawberries. There's garden sass up to the top." "And does she send that too?" "She sends that too," said Philetus succinctly. "But hasn't she any help in taking care of the garden?" said Constance. "Yes, marm, I calculate to keep considerable in the back garden. She won't let no one into the front where she grows her posies." "But where's Mr. Hugh?" "He's to hum." "But he has nothing to do with all this? Does he leave it all to his cousin?" "He's to the mill." "And Miss Ringan manages the farm and garden and all?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "She doos," said Philetus. And receiving a gratuity which he accepted without demonstration of any kind whatever, the basket bearer, at length released, moved off. "Poor Fleda!" said Miss Evelyn as he disappeared with his load. "She's a very clever girl," said Mrs. Evelyn, dismissing the subject. "She's too lovely for anything," said Constance. "Mr. Carleton, if you will just imagine we are in China, and introduct a pair of familiar chopsticks into this basket, I shall be repaid for the loss of a strawberry by the expression of ecstasy which will immediately spread itself over your features. I intend to patronize the natural mode of eating in the future. I find the ends of my fingers decidedly odoriferous." He smiled a little as he complied with the young lady's invitation, but the expression of ecstasy did not come. "Are Mr. Rossiter's circumstances so much reduced?" he said, drawing nearer to Mrs. Evelyn. "Do you know them?" exclaimed both daughters at once. "I knew Mrs. Rossiter very well some years ago, when she was in Paris." "They are all broken to pieces," said Mrs. Evelyn, as Mr. Carleton's eye went back to her for his answer. "Mr. Rossiter failed and lost everything bankrupt a year or two after they came home." "And what has he been doing since?" "I don't know trying to farm it here, but I am afraid he has not succeeded well. I'm afraid not. They don't look like it. Mrs. Rossiter will not see anybody, and I don't believe they have done any more than struggle for a living since they came here." "Where is Mr. Rossiter now?" "He's at the West somewhere. Fleda tells me he is engaged in some agencies there. But I doubt," said Mrs. Evelyn, shaking her head compassionately. "There is more in the name of it than anything else. He has gone down hill sadly since his misfortunes. I am very sorry for them." "And his niece takes care of his farm in the mean time?" "Do you know her?" asked both the Miss Evelyns again. "I can hardly say that," he replied. "I had such a pleasure formerly. Do I understand that she is the person to fill Mr. Rossiter's place when he is away?" "So she says." "And so she acts," said Constance. "I wish you had heard her yesterday. It was beyond everything. We were conversing very amicably, regarding each other through a friendly vista formed by the sugar bowl and teapot, when a horrid man, that looked as if he had slept all his life in a haycock and only walked up to turn it over, stuck his head in and immediately introduced a clover field, and Fleda and he went to tumbling about the cocks till I do assure you I was deluded into a momentary belief that haymaking was the principal end of human nature, and looked upon myself as a burden to society. And after I had recovered my locality and ventured upon a sentence of gentle commiseration for her sufferings, Fleda went off into a eulogium upon the intelligence of haymakers in general and the strength of mind barbarians are universally known to possess." The manner still more than the matter of this speech was beyond the withstanding of any good natured muscles, though the gentleman's smile was a grave one and quickly lost in gravity. Mrs. Evelyn laughed and reproved in a breath, but the laugh was admiring and the reproof was stimulative. The bright eye of Constance danced in return with the mischievous delight of a horse that has slipped its bridle and knows you can't catch him. "And this has been her life ever since Mr. Rossiter lost his property?" "Entirely sacrificed," said Mrs. Evelyn with a compassionately resigned air. "Education, advantages, and everything given up, and set down here where she has seen nobody from year's end to year's end but the country people about. Very good people, but not the kind of people she ought to have been brought up among." "Oh mamma," said the eldest Miss Evelyn in a deprecatory tone, "you shouldn't talk so. It isn't right. I am sure she is very nice, nicer now than anybody else I know, and clever too." "Nice!" said Edith. "I wish I had such a sister." "She is a good girl, a very good girl," said Mrs. Evelyn in a tone which would have deterred any one from wishing to make her acquaintance. "And happy, mamma. Fleda don't look miserable. She seems perfectly happy and contented." "Yes," said Mrs. Evelyn, "she has got accustomed to this state of things. It's her life. She makes delicious bread and puddings for her aunt, and raises vegetables for market, and oversees her uncle's farmers, and it isn't a hardship to her. She finds her happiness in it. She is a very good girl, but she might have been made something much better than a farmer's wife." "You may set your mind at rest on that subject, mamma," said Constance, still using her chopsticks with great complacency. "It's my opinion that the farmer is not in existence who is blessed with such a conjugal futurity. I think Fleda's strong pastoral tastes are likely to develop themselves in a new direction." Mrs. Evelyn looked with a partial smile at the pretty features which the business of eating the strawberries displayed in sundry novel and picturesque points of view, and asked what she meant. "I don't know," said Constance, intent upon her basket. "I feel a friend's distress for Mr. Thorn. It's all your doing, mamma. You won't be able to look him in the face when we have Fleda next fall. I am sure I shall not want to look at his. He'll be too savage for anything." "Mr. Thorn!" said Mr. Carleton. "Yes," said Mrs. Evelyn in an indulgent tone, "he was very attentive to her last winter when she was with us, but she went away before anything was decided. I don't think he has forgotten her." "I shouldn't think anybody could forget her," said Edith. "I am confident he would be here at this moment," said Constance, "if he wasn't in London." "But what is all mamma's doing, Constance?" inquired her sister. "The destruction of the peace of the whole family of Thorns. Shouldn't sleep sound in my bed, if I were she with such a reflection. I look forward to heart rending scenes, with a very disturbed state of mind." "But what have I done, my child?" said Mrs. Evelyn. Didn't you introduce your favourite Mr. Olmney to Miss Ringan last summer?" "I don't know. Her native delicacy shrunk from making any disclosures, and of course the tongue of friendship is silent. But they were out ages yesterday while I was waiting for her, and their parting at the gate was— I feel myself unequal to the task of describing it," said Constance ecstatically, "and she was in the most elevated tone of mind during our whole interview afterwards, and took all my brilliant remarks with as much coolness as if they had been drops of rain. More, I presume, considering that it was hay time." "Did you see him?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Only at that impracticable distance, mamma; but I introduced his name afterwards in my usual happy manner, and I found that Miss Ringan's cheeks were by no means indifferent to it. I didn't dare go any further." "I am very glad of it. I hope it is so," said Mrs. Evelyn energetically. "It would be the most excellent match. He is a charming young man, and would make her very happy." "You are exciting gloomy feelings in Mr. Carleton's mind, mamma, by your felicitous suggestions. Mr. Carleton, did your ears receive a faint announcement of ham and eggs which went quite through and through mine just now?" He bowed and handed the young lady in, but Constance declared that though he sat beside her and took care of her at breakfast, he had on one of his intangible fits which drove her to the last extreme of impatience and captivation. The sun was not much more than 2 hours high the next morning, when a rider was slowly approaching Mr. Rossiter's house from the bridge, walking his horse like a man who wished to look well at all he was passing. He paused behind a clump of locusts and rose acacias in the corner of the courtyard as a figure bonneted and gloved came out of the house and began to be busy among the rose bushes. Another figure presently appeared at the hall door and called out, "Fleda!" "Well, Barby?" The second voice was hardly raised, but it came from so much nearer that the words could be distinctly heard. "Mr. Skillcorn wants to know if you're going to fix the flowers for him to carry. They're not ready, and it won't do for him to wait. Mr. Sweet must send for them if he wants them. Philetus must make haste back, for you know Mr. Douglass wants him to help in the barn meadow. Lucas won't be here, and now the weather is so fine I want to make haste with the hay." "Well, will you have the samp for breakfast?" "No, we'll keep that for dinner. I'll come in and poach some eggs, Barby, if you'll make some thin pieces of toast, and call me when it's time. Thin, Barby." The gentleman turned his horse and galloped back to Montepoole. Some disappointment was created among a portion of Mr. Sweet's guests that afternoon by the intelligence that Mr. Carleton proposed setting off next morning to join his English friends at Saratoga on their way to the Falls and Canada, which purpose was duly carried into effect. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 31. Mr. Olmney's cause argued. With your leave, sir, and there was no more men living upon the face of the earth, I should not fancy him, by St. George. Every man out of his humour. October had come, and a fair season and a fine harvest had enabled Fleda to ease her mind by sending a good remittance to Dr. Gregory. The family were still living upon her and Hugh's energies. Mr. Rossiter talked of coming home, that was all. It sometimes happened that a pause in the urgency of business permitted Hugh to take a day's holiday. One of these falling soon after the frosts had opened the burrs of the chestnut trees and the shells of the hickories, Fleda seized upon it for a nutting frolic. They took Philetus and went up to the fine group of trees on the mountain, the most difficult to reach and the best worth reaching of all their nut wood. The sport was very fine, and after spoiling the trees, Philetus was left to shuck and bring home a load of the fruit, while Fleda and Hugh took their way slowly down the mountain. She stopped him, as usual, on the old lookout place. The leaves were just then in their richest colouring, and the October sky in its strong vitality seemed to fill all inanimate nature with the breath of Lyle. If ever, then on that day, to the fancy, the little hills rejoiced on every side. The woods stood thick with honours, and earth lay smiling under the tokens of the summer's harvest and the promise of the coming year, and the wind came in gusts over the lower country and up the hillside with a hearty good will that blew away all vapours, physical and mental, from its path, bidding everything follow its example and be up and doing. Fleda drew a long breath or two that seemed to recognize its freshening power. "How long it seems," she said, "how very long, since I was here with Mr. Carleton. Just 9 years ago. How changed everything is. I was a little child then. It seems such an age ago." "It is very odd he didn't come to see us," said Hugh. "He did, don't you know, the very next day after we heard he was here, when, most unluckily, I was up at aunt Miriam's. I should think he might have come again, considering what friends you used to be. I dare say he would if he had not left Montepoole so soon. But dear Hugh, I was a mere child. How could he remember me much?" "You remember him," said Hugh. "Ah, but I have good reason. Besides, I never forget anything. I would have given a great deal to see him, if I had it." "I wish the Evelyns had stayed longer," said Hugh. "I think you have wanted something to brighten you up. They did you a great deal of good last year. I am afraid all this taking care of Philetus and Earl Douglass is too much for you." Fleda gave him a very bright smile, half affection, half fun. "Don't you admire my management?" said she. "Because I do. Philetus is firmly persuaded that he is an invaluable assistant to me in the mystery of gardening, and the origin of Earl Douglass's new ideas is so enveloped in mist that he does not himself know where they come from. It was rich to hear him the other day descanting to Lucas upon the evil effects of earthing up corn and the advantages of curing hay and cocks, as to both which matters Lucas is a thorough unbeliever, and Earl was a year ago. But that doesn't hinder your looking pale and thin, and a great deal soberer than I like to see you," said Hugh. "You want a change, I know. I don't know how you are to get it. I wish they would send for you to New York again." "I don't know that I should want to go if they did," said Fleda. "They don't raise my spirits, Hugh. I am amused sometimes, I can't help that, but such excess gaiety rather makes me shrink within myself. I am too out of tone with it. I never feel more absolutely quiet than sometimes when I am laughing at Constance Evelyn's mad sallies, and sometimes I cannot laugh at them. I do not know what they must think of me. It is what they can have no means of understanding." "I wish you didn't understand it either, Fleda." "But you shouldn't say that. I am happier than they are now, Hugh, now that you are better, with all their means of happiness. They know nothing of our quiet enjoyments. They must live in a whirl, or they would think they are not living at all, and I do not believe that all New York can give them the real pleasure that I have in such a day as this. They would see almost nothing in all this beauty that my eyes drink in, as Cooper says, and they would be certain to quarrel with the wind, that to me is like the shake of an old friend's hand." "Delicious!" said Fleda, as the wind rewarded this eulogium with a very hearty shake indeed. "I believe you would make friends with everything, Fleda," said Hugh laughing. "The wind is always that to me," said Fleda. "Not always in such a cheerful mood as to day, though. It talks to me often of 1,000 old things and sighs over them with me. A most sympathizing friend. But to day he invites me to a waltz. Come!" And pulling Hugh after her, away she went down the rocky path, with a step too light to care for the stones, the little feet capering down the mountain with a disdain of the ground that made Hugh smile to see her, and eyes dancing for company, till they reached the lower woodland. "A most spirited waltz," said Hugh. "And a most slack partner. Why didn't you keep me company?" "I never was made for waltzing," said Hugh, shaking his head. "Not the tune of the north wind? That has done me good, Hugh." "So I should judge by your cheeks." "Poverty need not always make people poor," said Fleda, taking breath and his arm together. "You and I are rich, Hugh." "And our riches cannot take to themselves wings and fly away," said Hugh. "No, but besides those riches, there are the pleasures of the eye and the mind that one may enjoy everywhere in the country at least, unless poverty bear one down very hard, and they are some of the purest and most satisfying of any. Oh the blessing of a good education! How it makes one independent of circumstances!" "And circumstances are education too," said Hugh smiling. "I dare say we should not appreciate our mountains and woods so well if we had had our old plenty of everything else." "I always loved them," said Fleda, "but what good company they have been to us for years past, Hugh! To me especially. I have more reason to love them." They walked on quietly and soberly to the brow of the table land, where they parted, Hugh being obliged to go home, and Fleda wishing to pay a visit to her aunt Miriam. She turned off alone to take the way to the high road and went softly on, no longer certainly in the momentary spirits with which she had shaken hands with the wind and skipped down the mountain, but feeling, and thankful that she felt, a cheerful patience to tread the dusty highway of life. The old lady had been rather ailing, and from one or two expressions she had let fall, Fleda could not help thinking that she looked upon her ailments with a much more serious eye than anybody else thought was called for. It did not, however, appear to day. She was not worse, and Fleda's slight anxious feeling could find nothing to justify it. If it were not the very calm and quietly happy face and manner of the old lady, and that if it had something to alarm, did much more to soothe. Fleda had sat with her a long time, patience and cheerfulness all the while unconsciously growing in her company, when, catching up her bonnet with a sudden haste very unlike her usual collectedness of manner, Fleda kissed her aunt and was rushing away. "But stop, where are you going, Fleda?" "Home, aunt Miriam, I must. Don't keep me." "But what are you going that way for? You can't go home that way." "Yes, I can." "How?" "I can cross the blackberry hill behind the barn, and then over the east hill, and then there's nothing but the watercress meadow." "I shan't let you go that way alone. Sit down and tell me what you mean. What is this desperate hurry?" But with equal precipitation Fleda had cast her bonnet out of sight behind the table, and the next moment turned with the utmost possible quietness to shake hands with Mr. Olmney. Aunt Miriam had presence of mind enough to make no remark, and received the young gentleman with her usual dignity and kindness. He stayed some time, but Fleda's hurry seemed to have forsaken her. She had seized upon an interminable long grey stocking her aunt was knitting, and sat in the corner working at it most diligently, without raising her eyes unless spoken to. "Do you give yourself no rest at home or abroad, Miss Fleda?" said the gentleman. "Put that stocking down, Fleda," said her aunt. "It is in no hurry." "I like to do it, aunt Miriam." But she felt with warming cheeks that she did not like to do it with two people sitting still and looking at her. The gentleman presently rose. "Don't go till we have had tea, Mr. Olmney," said Mrs. Plumfield. "Thank you, ma'am, I cannot stay, I believe, unless Miss Fleda will let me take care of her down the hill by and by." "Thank you, Mr. Olmney," said Fleda, "but I am not going home before night, unless they send for me." "I am afraid," he said looking at her, "that the agricultural turn has proved an overmatch for your energies." "The farm don't complain of me, does it?" said Fleda, looking up at him with a comic grave expression of countenance. "No," said he laughing, "certainly not. But if you will forgive me for saying so, I think you complain of it, tacitly, and that will raise a good many complaints in other quarters, if you do not take care of yourself." He shook hands and left them, and Mrs. Plumfield sat silently looking at Fleda, who on her part looked at nothing but the grey stocking. "What is all this, Fleda?" "What is what, aunt Miriam?" said Fleda, picking up a stitch with desperate diligence. "Why did you want to run away from Mr. Olmney?" "I didn't wish to be delayed. I wanted to get home." "Then why wouldn't you let him go home with you?" "I liked better to go alone, aunt Miriam." "Don't you like him, Fleda?" "Certainly, aunt Miriam, very much." "I think he likes you, Fleda," said her aunt smiling. "I am very sorry for it," said Fleda with great gravity. Mrs. Plumfield looked at her for a few minutes in silence, and then said, "Fleda, love, come over here and sit by me and tell me what you mean. Why are you sorry? It has given me a great deal of pleasure to think of it." But Fleda did not budge from her seat or her stocking, and seemed tongue tied. Mrs. Plumfield pressed for an answer. "Because, aunt Miriam," said Fleda with the prettiest red cheeks in the world, but speaking very clearly and steadily, "my liking only goes to a point which I am afraid will not satisfy either him or you." "But why?" It will go further." "No, ma'am." "Why not? Why do you say so?" "Because I must, if you ask me." "But what can be more excellent and estimable, Fleda? Who could be more worth liking? I should have thought he would just please you. He is one of the most lovely young men I have ever seen." "Dear aunt Miriam," said Fleda, looking up beseechingly, "why should we talk about it?" "Because I want to understand you, Fleda, and to be sure that you understand yourself." "I do," said Fleda, quietly and with a quivering lip. "What is there that you dislike about Mr. Olmney?" "Nothing in the world, aunt Miriam." "Then what is the reason you cannot like him enough?" "Because, aunt Miriam," said Fleda, speaking in desperation, "there isn't enough of him. He is very good and excellent in every way. Nobody feels that more than I do. I don't want to say a word against him, but I do not think he has a very strong mind, and he isn't cultivated enough." "But you cannot have everything, Fleda." "No, ma'am, I don't expect it." "I am afraid you have set up too high a standard for yourself," said Mrs. Plumfield, looking rather troubled. "I don't think that is possible, aunt Miriam." "But I am afraid it will prevent your ever liking anybody." "It will not prevent my liking the friends I have already. It may prevent my leaving them for somebody else," said Fleda, with a gravity that was touching in its expression. "But Mr. Olmney is sensible and well educated." "Yes, but his tastes are not. He could not at all enter into a great many things that give me the most pleasure. I do not think he quite understands above half of what I say to him." "Are you sure? I know he admires you, Fleda." "Ah, but that is only half, you see, aunt Miriam, unless I could admire him too." Mrs. Plumfield looked at her in some difficulty. Mr. Olmney was not the only one, clearly, whose powers of comprehension were not equal to the subject. "Fleda," said her aunt inquiringly, "is there anybody else that has put Mr. Olmney out of your head?" "Nobody in the world!" exclaimed Fleda, with a frank look and tone of astonishment at the question, and cheeks colouring as promptly. "How could you ask? But he never was in my head, aunt Miriam." "Mr. Thorn?" said Mrs. Plumfield. "Mr. Thorn!" said Fleda indignantly. "Don't you know me better than that, aunt Miriam? But you do not know him." "I believe I know you, dear Fleda, but I heard he paid you a great deal of attention last year, and you would not have been the first unsuspecting nature that has been mistaken." Fleda was silent, flushed and disturbed, and Mrs. Plumfield was silent and meditating, when Hugh came in. He came to fetch Fleda home. Dr. Gregory had arrived. In haste again Fleda sought her bonnet, and exchanging a more than usually wistful and affectionate kiss and embrace with her aunt, set off with Hugh down the hill. Hugh had a great deal to say to her all the way home, of which Fleda's ears alone took the benefit, for her understanding received none of it; and when she at last came into the breakfast room where the doctor was sitting, the fact of his being there was the only one which had entered her mind. "Here she is, I declare," said the doctor, holding her back to look at her after the first greetings had passed. "I'll be hanged if you ain't handsome. Now what's the use of pinking your cheeks any more at that? As if you didn't know it before, eh?" "I will always do my best to deserve your good opinion, sir," said Fleda laughing. "Well, sit down now," said he, shaking his head, "and pour me out a cup of tea. Your mother can't make it right." And sipping his tea, for some time the old doctor sat listening to Mrs. Rossiter and eating bread and butter, saying little, but casting a very frequent glance at the figure opposite him behind the tea board. "I am afraid," said he after a while, "that your care for my good opinion won't outlast an occasion. Is that the way you look for every day?" The colour came with the smile, but the old doctor looked at her in a way that made the tears come too. He turned his eyes to Mrs. Rossiter for an explanation. "She is well," said Mrs. Rossiter fondly. "She has been very well, except for her old headaches now and then. I think she has grown rather thin lately." "Thin!" said the old doctor, "etherealized to a mere abstract of herself; only that is a very bad figure, for an abstract should have all the bone and muscle of the subject, and I should say you had little left but pure spirit. You are the best proof I ever saw of the principle of the homeopaths. I see now that though a little corn may fatten a man, a great deal may be the death of him." "But I have tried it both ways, uncle Orrin," said Fleda laughing. "I ought to be a happy medium between plethora and starvation. I am pretty substantial, what there is of me." "Substantial!" said the doctor. "You look as substantial a personage as your old friend the fair Una, just about. Well, prepare yourself, gentle Saxon, to ride home with me the day after to morrow. I'll try a little humanizing regime with you." "I don't think that is possible, uncle Orrin," said Fleda gently. "We'll talk about the possibility afterwards. At present all you have to do is to get ready. If you raise difficulties you will find me a very Hercules to clear them away. I'm substantial enough, I can tell you, so it's just as well to spare yourself and me the trouble." "There are no difficulties," Mrs. Rossiter and Hugh said both at once. "I knew there weren't. Put a pair or two of clean stockings in your trunk, that's all you want. Mrs. Pritchard and I will find the rest. There's the people in 14th Street wants you the 1st of November, and I want you all the time till then, and longer too. Stop, I've got a missive of some sort here for you." He foisted out of his breast pocket a little package of notes, one from Mrs. Evelyn and one from Florence, begging Fleda to come to them at the time the doctor had named. The third from Constance. "My darling little Fleda, I'm dying to see you, so pack up and come down with Dr. Gregory, if the last spark of regard for me is slumbering in your breast. Mamma and Florence are writing to beg you, but though an insignificant member of the family, considering that instead of being next to head, only little Edith prevents my being at the least dignified end of this branch of social system, I could not prevail upon myself to let the representations of my respected elders go unsupported by mine, especially as I felt persuaded of the superior efficacy of the motives I had it in my power to present to your truly philanthropical mind. I am in a state of mind that baffles description. Mr. Carleton is going home. I have not worn earrings in my ears for a fortnight. My personal appearance is become a matter of indifference to me. Any description of mental exertion is excruciating. I sit constantly listening for the ringing of the door bell, and when it sounds I rush frantically to the head of the staircase and look over to see who it is. The mere sight of pen and ink excites delirious ideas. Judge what I suffer in writing to you. To make the matter worse, if it could be, I have been informed privately that he is going home to crown at the altar of Hymen an old attachment to one of the loveliest of all England's daughters. Conceive the complication of my feelings. Nothing is left me but the resources of friendship. So come, darling Fleda, before a barrier of ice interposes itself between my chilled heart and your sympathy. Mr. Thorn's state would move my pity if I were capable of being moved by anything. By this you will comprehend he is returned. He has been informed by somebody that there is a wolf in sheep's clothing prowling about Queechy, and his head is filled with the idea that you have fallen a victim, of which in my calmer moments I have in vain endeavoured to dispossess him. Every morning we are wakened up at an unreasonable hour by a furious ringing at the door bell. Joe Manton pulls off his nightcap, and slowly descending the stairs opens the door and finds Mr. Thorn, who inquires distractedly whether Miss Ringan has arrived, and being answered in the negative, gloomily walks off towards the East River. The state of anxiety in which his mother is thereby kept is rapidly depriving her of all her flesh. But we have directed Joe lately to reply, "No, sir, but she is expected," upon which Mr. Thorn regularly smiles faintly and rewards the fowling piece with $25. So make haste, dear Fleda, or I shall feel that we are acting the part of innocent swindlers. C.E. There was but one voice at home, on the point whether Fleda should go. So she went. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 32. Sometimes inconvenient from the loophole of retreat to peep at such a world. Host. Now, my young guest, methinks you're alicoli. I pray you, why is it? Jewel. Merry, mine host, because I cannot be merry. Two Gentlemen of Verona. Some nights after their arrival the doctor and Fleda were seated at tea in the little snug old-fashioned back parlour where the doctor's nicest of housekeepers, Mrs. Pritchard, had made it ready for them. In general Mrs. Pritchard herself poured it out for the doctor, but she descended most cheerfully from her post of elevation whenever Fleda was there to fill it. The doctor and Fleda sat cosily looking at each other across the toast and chipped beef, their glances grazing the tea urn which was just on one side of their range of vision. A comfortable Liverpool coal fire in a state of repletion burned away indolently and gave everything else in the room somewhat of its own look of sousy independence, except perhaps the delicate creature at whom the doctor between sips of his tea took rather wistful observations. "When are you going to Mrs. Evelyn?" he said, breaking the silence. "They say next week, sir." "I shall be glad of it," said the doctor. "Glad of it?" said Fleda smiling. "Do you want to get rid of me, uncle Orrin?" "Yes," said he. "This isn't the right place for you. You are too much alone." "No indeed, sir, I have been reading voraciously and enjoying myself as much as possible. I would quite as lieve be here as there, putting you out of the question." "I wouldn't as lieve have you," said he, shaking his head. "What were you musing about before tea? Your face gave me the heartache." "My face?" said Fleda smiling, while an instant flush of the eyes answered him. "What was the matter with my face?" "That is the very thing I want to know." "Before tea I was only thinking," said Fleda, her look going back to the fire from association, "thinking of different things, not disagreeably, taking a kind of bird's eye view of things, as one does sometimes." "I don't believe you ever take other than a bird's eye view of anything," said her uncle. "But what were you viewing just then, my little Saxon?" "I was thinking of them at home," said Fleda, smiling thoughtfully, "and I somehow had perched myself on a point of observation and was taking one of those wider views which are always rather sobering." "Views of what?" "Of life, sir." "As how?" said the doctor. "How near the end is to the beginning, and how short the space between, and how little the ups and downs of it will matter if we take the right road and get home." "Pshaw!" said the doctor, but Fleda knew him too well to take his interjection otherwise than most kindly. And indeed, though he whirled round and ate his toast at the fire discontentedly, his look came back to her after a little with even more than its usual gentle appreciation. "What do you suppose you have come to New York for?" said he. "To see you, sir, in the first place, and the Evelyns in the second." "And who in the third?" "I am afraid the third place is vacant," said Fleda smiling. "You are, Well, I don't know. But I know that I have been inquired of by two several and distinct people as to your coming. You needn't open your bright eyes at me, because I shall not tell you. Only let me ask, you have no notion of fencing off my Queechy rose with a hedge of blackthorn, or anything of that kind, have you?" "I have no notion of any fences at all, except invisible ones, sir," said Fleda laughing and colouring very prettily. "Well, those are not American fences," said the doctor, "so I suppose I am safe enough. Whom did I see you riding out with yesterday?" "I was with Mrs. Evelyn," said Fleda. "I didn't want to go, but I couldn't very well help myself." "Mrs. Evelyn! Mrs. Evelyn wasn't driving, was she?" "No, sir, Mr. Thorn was driving." "I thought so. Have you seen your old friend Mr. Carleton yet?" "Do you know him, uncle Orrin?" "Why shouldn't I? What's the difficulty of knowing people? Have you seen him?" "But how did you know that he was an old friend of mine?" "Question?" said the doctor. Well, I won't tell you, so there's the answer. Now will you answer me?" "I have not seen him, sir." "Haven't met him in all the times you have been to Mrs. Evelyn's?" "No, sir. I have been there but once in the evening, uncle Orrin. He is just about sailing for England." "Well, you're going there to night, aren't you? Run and bundle yourself up, and I'll take you there before I begin my work." There was a small party that evening at Mrs. Evelyn's. Fleda was very early. She ran up to the first floor, rooms lighted and open, but nobody was there. "Fleda Ringan!" called out the voice of Constance from over the stairs, "is that you?" "Yes," said Fleda. "Well, just wait till I come down to you, my darling little Fleda. It's delicious of you to come so early. Now just tell me, am I captivating?" "Well, I retain self possession," said Fleda. I cannot tell about the strength of the head of other people. You wretched little creature! Fleda, don't you admire my hair? It's new style, my dear, just come out. The Delanceys brought it out with them. Eloise Delancey taught it us. Isn't it graceful? Nobody in New York has it yet, except the Delanceys and we." "How do you know but they have taught somebody else?" said Fleda. "I won't talk to you. Don't you like it?" "I am not sure that I do not like you in your ordinary way better." Constance made a grimace of impatience, then pulled Fleda after her into the drawing rooms. "Come in here. I won't waste the elegancies of my toilette upon your dull perceptions. Come here and let me shew you some flowers. Aren't those lovely? This bunch came to day, for Miss Evelyn, so Florence will have it. It is hers, and it's very mean of her, for I am perfectly certain it is mine. It's from somebody who wasn't enlightened on the subject of my family circle, and has innocently imagined that 2 Miss Evelyns could not belong to the same one. I know the floral representatives of all Florence's dear friends and admirers, and this isn't from any of them. I have been distractedly endeavouring all day to find out who it came from, for if I don't I can't take the least comfort in it." "But you might enjoy the flowers for their own sake, I should think," said Fleda, breathing the sweetness of myrtle and heliotrope. "No, I can't, for I have all the time the association of some horrid creature they might have come from, you know. But it will do just as well to humbug people. I shall make Cornelia Schneck believe that this came from my dear Mr. Carleton." "No, you won't, Constance," said Fleda gently. "My dear little Fleda, I shock you, don't I? But I shan't tell any lies. I shall merely expressively indicate a particular specimen, and say, 'My dear Cornelia, do you perceive that this is an English rose?' And then it's none of my business, you know, what she believes, and she will be dying with curiosity and despair all the rest of the evening." "I shouldn't think there would be much pleasure in that, I confess," said Fleda gravely. "How very ungracefully and stiffly those are made up!" "My dear little Queechy rose," said Constance impatiently, "you are, pardon me, as fresh as possible. They can't cut the flowers with long stems, you know, the gardeners would be ruined. That is perfectly elegant. It must have cost at least $10. My dear little Fleda," said Constance, capering off before the long pier glass, "I am afraid I am not captivating. Do you think it would be an improvement if I put drops in my ears? Or one curl behind them? I don't know which Mr. Carleton likes best." And with her head first on one side and then on the other, she stood before the looking glass looking at herself and Fleda by turns, with such a comic expression of mock doubt and anxiety that no gravity but her own could stand it. "She is a silly girl, Fleda, isn't she?" said Mrs. Evelyn, coming up behind them. "Mamma, am I captivating?" cried Constance, wheeling round. The mother's smile said, "Very." "Fleda is wishing she were out of the sphere of my influence, mamma. Wasn't Mr. Olmney afraid of my corrupting you?" she said with a sudden pull up in front of Fleda. "My blessed stars, there's somebody's voice I know. Well, I believe it is true that a rose without thorns is a desideratum. Mamma, is Mrs. Thorn's turban to be an invariable pendant to your coiffure all the while Miss Ringan is here?" "Hush!" With the entrance of company came Constance's return from extravaganzas to a sufficiently graceful everyday manner, though only enough touched up with high spirits and lawlessness to free it from the charge of commonplace. But the contrast of these high spirits with her own rather made Fleda's mood more quiet, and it needed no quieting. Of the sundry people that she knew among those presently assembled, there were none that she wanted to talk to. The rooms were hot, and she felt nervous and fluttered, partly from encounters already sustained, and partly from a little anxious expecting of Mr. Carleton's appearance. The Evelyns had not said he was to be there, but she had rather gathered it, and the remembrance of old times was strong enough to make her very earnestly wish to see him, and dread to be disappointed. She swung clear of Mr. Thorn, with some difficulty, and ensconced herself under the shadow of a large cabinet, between that and a young lady who was very good society, for she wanted no help in carrying on the business of it. All Fleda had to do was to sit still and listen, or not listen, which she generally preferred. Miss Tomlinson discoursed upon varieties, with great sociableness and satisfaction. while poor Fleda's mind, letting all her sense and nonsense go, was again taking a somewhat bird's eye view of things, and from the little centre of her post in Mrs. Evelyn's drawing room, casting curious glances over the panorama of her life. England, France, New York, and Queechy, half coming to the conclusion that her place henceforth was only at the last, and that the world and she had nothing to do with each other. The tide of life and gaiety seemed to have thrown her on one side, as something that could not swim with it, and to be rushing past too strongly and swiftly for her slight bark ever to launch upon it again. Perhaps the shore might be the safest and happiest place, but it was sober in the comparison, and as a stranded bark might look upon the white sails flying by, Fleda saw the gay faces and heard the light tones with which her own could so little keep company. But as little they with her. Their enjoyment was not more foreign to her than the causes which moved it were strange. Merry? She might like to be merry, but she could sooner laugh with the north wind than with one of those vapid faces, or with any face that she could not trust. Conversation might be pleasant, but it must be something different from the noisy cross-fire of nonsense that was going on in one quarter, or the profitless barter of nothings that was kept up on the other side of her. Rather Queechy and silence by far than New York and this. And through it all Miss Tomlinson talked on and was happy. "My dear Fleda, what are you back here for?" said Florence, coming up to her. "I was glad to be at a safe distance from the fire." "Take a screen. Here, Miss Tomlinson, your conversation is too exciting for Miss Ringan. Look at her cheeks. I must carry you off. I want to show you a delightful contrivance for transparencies that I learned the other day." The seat beside her was vacated, and not casting so much as a look towards any quarter whence a possible successor to Miss Tomlinson might be arriving, Fleda sprang up and took a place in the far corner of the room by Mrs. Thorn, happily not another vacant chair in the neighbourhood. Mrs. Thorn had shown a very great fancy for her, and was almost as good company as Miss Tomlinson. Not quite, for it was necessary sometimes to answer and therefore necessary always to hear. But Fleda liked her. She was thoroughly amiable, sensible, and good-hearted; and Mrs. Thorn, very much gratified at Fleda's choice of a seat, talked to her with a benignity which Fleda could not help answering with grateful pleasure. "Little Queechy, what has driven you into the corner?" said Constance, pausing a moment before her. "It must have been a retiring spirit," said Fleda. "Mrs. Thorn, isn't she lovely?" Mrs. Thorn's smile at Fleda might almost have been called that, it was so full of benevolent pleasure; but she spoiled it by her answer. "I don't believe I am the first one to find it out." "But what are you looking so sober for?" Constance went on, taking Fleda's screen from her hand and fanning her diligently with it. "You don't talk. The gravity of Miss Ringan's face casts a gloom over the brightness of the evening. I couldn't conceive what made me feel chilly in the other room, till I looked about and found that the shade came from this corner, and Mr. Thorn's teeth, I saw, were chattering." "Constance!" said Fleda, laughing and vexed, and making the reproof more strongly with her eyes, "how can you talk so?" "Mrs. Thorn, isn't it true?" Mrs. Thorn's look at Fleda was the essence of good humour. "Will you let Lewis come and take you on a good long ride to morrow?" "No, Mrs. Thorn, I believe not. I intend to stay perseveringly at home to morrow, and see if it is possible to be quiet a day in New York." "But you will go with me to the concert to morrow night, both of you, and hear Truffy? Come to my house and take tea, and go from there. Will you, Constance?" "My dear Mrs. Thorn," said Constance, "I shall be in ecstasies, and Miss Ringan was privately imploring me last night to find some way of getting her to it. We regard such material pleasures as tea and muffins with great indifference, but when you look up after swallowing your last cup you will see Miss Ringan and Miss Evelyn, cloaked and hooded, anxiously awaiting your next movement. My dear Fleda, there is a ring!" And giving her the benefit of a most comic and expressive arching of her eyebrows, Constance flung back the screen into Fleda's lap and skimmed away. Fleda was too vexed for a few minutes to understand more of Mrs. Thorn's talk, than that she was first enlarging upon the concert, and afterwards detailing to her a long shopping expedition in search of something which had been a morning's annoyance. She almost thought Constance was unkind, because she wanted to go to the concert herself, to lug her in so unceremoniously, and wished herself back in her uncle's snug little quiet parlour, unless Mr. Carleton would come. "And there he is," said a quick beat of her heart, as his entrance explained Constance's ring. Such a rush of associations came over Fleda that she was in imminent danger of losing Mrs. Thorn altogether. She managed, however, by some sort of instinct to disprove the assertion that the mind cannot attend to two things at once, and carried on a double conversation with herself and with Mrs. Thorn, for some time very vigorously. "Just the same, he has not altered a jot," she said to herself as he came forward to Mrs. Evelyn. "It is himself, his very self. He doesn't look a day older. I'm very glad. Yes, ma'am, it's extremely tiresome. How exactly as when he left me in Paris, and how much pleasanter than anybody else. More pleasant than ever, it seems to me, but that is because I have not seen him in so long. He only wanted one thing, that same grave eye. But quieter, isn't it, than it used to be? I think so. It's the best store in town, I think, Mrs. Thorn, by far. Yes, ma'am. Those eyes are certainly the finest I ever saw. How I have seen him stand and look just so when he was talking to his workmen, without that air of consciousness that all these people have, comparatively. What a difference! I know very little about it, ma'am. I am not learned in laces. I never bought any. I wish he would look this way. I wonder if Mrs. Evelyn does not mean to bring him to see me. She must remember. Now there is that curious old smile and looking down. How much better I know what it means than Mrs. Evelyn does. Yes, ma'am, I understand. I mean, it is very convenient. I never go anywhere else to get anything. At least I should not if I lived here. She does not know whom she is talking to. She is going to walk him off into the other room. How very much more gracefully he does everything than anybody else. It comes from that entire high mindedness and frankness, I think. Not altogether. A fine person must aid the effect. And that complete independence of other people. I wonder if Mrs. Evelyn has forgotten my existence. He has not, I am sure. I think she is a little odd. Yes, ma'am, my face is flushed. The room is very warm. But the fire is gone down. It will be cooler now, said Mrs. Thorn, which were the first words that fairly entered Fleda's understanding. She was glad to use the screen to hide her face now, not the fire. Apparently the gentleman and lady found nothing to detain them in the other room, for after sauntering off to it they sauntered back again and placed themselves to talk just opposite her. Fleda had an additional screen now in the person of Miss Tomlinson, who had sought her corner and was earnestly talking across her to Mrs. Thorn, so that she was sure even if Mr. Carleton's eyes should chance to wander that way, they would see nothing but the unremarkable skirt of her green silk dress, most unlikely to detain them. The trade in nothings going on over the said green silk was very brisk indeed, but disregarding the buzz of tongues near at hand, Fleda's quick ears were able to free the barrier and catch every one of the quiet tones beyond. "And you leave us the day after to morrow," said Mrs. Evelyn. "No, Mrs. Evelyn, I shall wait another steamer." The lady's brow instantly revealed to Fleda a trap setting beneath to catch his reason. "I am very glad!" exclaimed little Edith, who in defiance of conventionalities and proprieties made good her claim to be in the drawing room on all occasions. "Then you will take me for another ride, won't you, Mr. Carleton?" "You do not flatter us with a very long stay," pursued Mrs. Evelyn. "Quite as long as I expected, longer than I meant to be," he answered rather thoughtfully. "Mr. Carleton," said Constance, sidling up in front of him, "I have been in distress to ask you a question, and I am afraid—" "Of what are you afraid, Miss Constance?" "That you would reward me with one of your severe looks, which would petrify me, and then I am afraid I should feel uncomfortable." "I hope he will," said Mrs. Evelyn, settling herself back in the corner of the sofa, and with a look at her daughter which was complacency itself. "I hope Mr. Carleton will, if you are guilty of any impertinence." What is the question, Miss Constance?" "I want to know what brought you out here." "Fie, Constance!" said her mother, "I am ashamed of you. Do not answer her, Mr. Carleton." "Mr. Carleton will answer me, mamma. He looks benevolently upon my faults, which are entirely those of education. What was it, Mr. Carleton?" "I suppose," he said smiling, "it might be traced more or less remotely to the restlessness incident to human nature." "But you are not restless, Mr. Carleton," said Florence, with a glance which might be taken as complimentary. "And knowing that I am," said Constance in comic impatience, "you are maliciously prolonging my agonies. It is not what I expected of you, Mr. Carleton." "My dear," said her father, "Mr. Carleton, I am sure, will fulfil all reasonable expectations. What is the matter?" "I asked him where a certain tribe of Indians was to be found, papa, and he told me they were supposed originally to have come across Behring's Straits one cold winter." Mr. Evelyn looked a little doubtfully, and Constance with so unhesitating gravity that the gravity of nobody else was worth talking about. "But it is so uncommon," said Mrs. Evelyn when they had done laughing, "to see an Englishman of your class here at all, that when he comes a second time we may be forgiven for wondering what has procured such an honour." "Women may always be forgiven for wondering, my dear," said Mr. Evelyn, "or the rest of mankind must live at odds with them." "Your principal object was to visit our western prairies, wasn't it, Mr. Carleton?" said Florence. "No," he replied quietly, "I cannot say that. I should choose to give a less romantic explanation of my movements. From some knowledge growing out of my former visit to the country I thought there were certain negotiations I might enter into here with advantage, and it was for the purpose of attending to these, Miss Constance, that I came." "And have you succeeded?" said Mrs. Evelyn with an expression of benevolent interest. "No ma'am, my information had not been sufficient." "Very likely," said Mr. Evelyn. "There isn't one man in 100 whose representations on such a matter are to be trusted at a distance." "On such a matter!" repeated his wife funnily. "You don't know what the matter was, Mr. Evelyn. You don't know what you are talking about." "Business, my dear, business. I take only what Mr. Carleton said. It doesn't signify a straw what business. A man must always see with his own eyes." Whether Mr. Carleton had seen or not seen, or whether even he had his faculty of hearing in present exercise, a glance at his face was incompetent to discover. "I never should have imagined," said Constance, eyeing him keenly, "that Mr. Carleton's errand to this country was one of business and not of romance. I believe it is a humbug." For an instant this was answered by one of those looks of absolute composure in every muscle and feature which put an effectual bar to all further attempts from without or revelations from within; a look Fleda remembered well, and felt even in her corner. But it presently relaxed, and he said with his usual manner, "You cannot understand then, Miss Constance, that there should be any romance about business?" "I cannot understand," said Mrs. Evelyn, "why romance should not come after business. Mr. Carleton, sir, you have seen American scenery this summer. Isn't American beauty worth staying a little while longer for?" "My dear," said Mr. Evelyn, "Mr. Carleton is too much of a philosopher to care about beauty. Every man of sense is." "I am sure he is not," said Mrs. Evelyn smoothly. "Mr. Carleton, you are an admirer of beauty, are you not, sir?" "I hope so, Mrs. Evelyn," he said smiling; "but perhaps I shall shock you by adding, not of beauties." "That sounds very odd," said Florence. "But let us understand," said Mrs. Evelyn with the air of a person solving a problem. "I suppose we are to infer that your taste in beauty is of a peculiar kind?" "That may be a fair inference," he said. "What is it then?" said Constance eagerly. "Yes, what is it you look for in a face?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Let us hear whether America has any chance," said Mr. Thorn, who had joined the group and placed himself precisely so as to hinder Fleda's view. "My fancy has no stamp of nationality, in this at least," he said pleasantly. Now for instance, the Miss Delanceys, don't you call them handsome, Mr. Carleton?" said Florence. "Yes," he said half smiling. "But not beautiful? Now what is it they want?" "I do not wish, if I could, to make the want visible to other eyes than my own." "Well, Cornelia Schenck, how do you like her face?" "It is very pretty featured." "Pretty featured! Why she is called beautiful. She has a beautiful smile, Mr. Carleton." "She has only one." "Only one! And how many smiles ought the same person to have?" cried Florence impatiently. But that which instantly answered her said forcibly that a plurality of them was possible. "I have seen one face," he said gravely, and his eye seeking the floor, "that had, I think, 1,000." "Different smiles?" said Mrs. Evelyn in a constrained voice. "If they were not all absolutely that, they had so much of freshness and variety that they all seemed new." "Was the mouth so beautiful?" said Florence. "Perhaps it would not have been remarked for beauty when it was perfectly at rest, but it could not move with the least play of feeling, grave or gay, that did not become so in a very high degree. I think there was no touch or shade of sentiment in the mind that the lips did not give with singular nicety, and the mind was one of the most finely wrought I have ever known." "And what other features went with this mouth?" said Florence. "The usual complement, I suppose," said Thorn. "Item, 2 lips indifferent red. Item, 2 grey eyes with lids to them. Item, 1 neck, 1 chin, and so forth." "Mr. Carleton, sir," said Mrs. Evelyn blandly, "as Mr. Evelyn says women may be forgiven for wondering, won't you answer Florence's question?" "Mr. Thorn has done it, Mrs. Evelyn, for me." "But I have great doubts of the correctness of Mr. Thorn's description, sir. Won't you indulge us with yours?" "Word painting is a difficult matter, Mrs. Evelyn, in some instances. If I must do it I will borrow my colours. In general, that which made her fairness much the fairer was that it was but an ambassador of a most fair mind." "A most exquisite picture," said Thorn, "and the original don't stand so thick that one is in any danger of mistaking them. Is the painter Shakespeare? I don't recollect." "I think Sidney, sir, I am not sure." "But still, Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "this is only in general. I very much want to know the particulars. What style of features belong to this face?" "The fairest I think I have ever known," said Mr. Carleton. "You asked me, Miss Evelyn, what was my notion of beauty. This face was a good illustration of it. Not perfection of outline, though it had that too in a very uncommon degree, but the loveliness of mind and character to which these features were only an index. The thoughts were invariably telegraphed through eye and mouth more faithfully than words could give them." "What kind of eyes?" said Florence. His own grew dark as he answered, "Clear and pure as one might imagine an angel's, through which I am sure my good angel many a time looked at me." Good angels were at a premium among the eyes that were exchanging glances just then. "And Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "is it fair to ask, this paragon, is she living still?" "I hope so," he answered with his old light smile, dismissing the subject. "You spoke so much in the past tense," said Mrs. Evelyn apologetically. "Yes, I have not seen it since it was a child's." "A child's face! Oh," said Florence, "I think you see a great many children's faces with that kind of look." "I never saw but the one," said Mr. Carleton dryly. So far Fleda listened with cheeks that would certainly have excited Mrs. Thorn's alarm if she had not been happily engrossed with Miss Tomlinson's affairs, though up to the last 2 minutes the idea of herself had not entered Fleda's head in connection with the subject of conversation. But then feeling it impossible to make her appearance in public that evening, she quietly slipped out of the open window close by, which led into a little greenhouse on the piazza, and by another door gained the hall and the dressing room. When Dr. Gregory came to Mrs. Evelyn's an hour or two after, a figure all cloaked and hooded ran down the stairs and met him in the hall. "Ready!" said the doctor in surprise. "I have been ready some time, sir," said Fleda. "Well," said he, "then we'll go straight home, for I've not done my work yet." "Dear uncle Orrin," said Fleda, "if I had known you had work to do I wouldn't have come." "Yes you would," he said decidedly. She clasped her uncle's arm and walked with him briskly home through the frosty air, looking at the silent lights and shadows on the walls of the street, and feeling a great desire to cry. "Did you have a pleasant evening?" said the doctor when they were about half way. "Not particularly, sir," said Fleda hesitating. He said not another word till they got home, and Fleda went to her room. But the habit of patience overcame the wish to cry, and though the outside of her little gold clasped Bible awoke it again, a few words of the inside were enough to lay it quietly to sleep. "Well," said the doctor as they sat at breakfast the next morning, "where are you going next?" "To the concert I must, to night," said Fleda. "I couldn't help myself." "Why should you want to help yourself?" said the doctor. "And to Mrs. Thorn's to morrow night?" "No sir, I believe not." "I believe you will," said he looking at her. "I am sure I should enjoy myself more at home, uncle Orrin. There is little rational pleasure to be had in these assemblages." "Rational pleasure!" said he. "Didn't you have any rational pleasure last night?" "I didn't hear a single word spoken, sir, that was worth listening to; at least that was spoken to me; and the hollow kind of rattle that one hears from every tongue makes me more tired than anything else, I believe. I am out of tune with it, somehow." "Out of tune!" said the old doctor, giving her a look made up of humorous vexation and real sadness. "I wish I knew the right tuning key to take hold of you." "I become harmonious rapidly, uncle Orrin, when I am in this pleasant little room alone with you." "That won't do," said he, shaking his head at the smile with which this was said. "There is too much tension upon the strings. So that was the reason you were already waiting for me last night. Well, you must tune up, my little piece of discordance, and go with me to Mrs. Thorn's to morrow night. I won't let you off." "With you, sir?" said Fleda. "Yes," he said, "I'll go along and take care of you, lest you get drawn into something else you don't like." "But dear uncle Orrin, there is another difficulty. It is to be a large party, and I have not a dress exactly fit." "What have you got?" said he with a comic kind of fierceness. "I have silks, but they are none of them proper for this occasion. They are ever so little old fashioned." "What do you want?" "Nothing, sir," said Fleda, "for I don't want to go." "You mend a pair of stockings to put on," said he nodding at her, "and I'll see to the rest." "Apparently you place great importance in stockings," said Fleda laughing, "for you always mention them first. But please don't get anything for me, uncle Orrin, please don't. I have plenty for common occasions, and I don't care to go to Mrs. Thorn's." "I don't care either," said the doctor, working himself into his great coat. "By the by, do you want to invoke the aid of St. Crispin?" He went off, and Fleda did not know whether to cry or to laugh at the vigorous way in which he trod through the hall and slammed the front door after him. Her spirits just kept the medium and did neither. But they were in the same doubtful mood still an hour after, when he came back with a paper parcel he had brought home under his arm, and unrolled a fine embroidered muslin. Her eyes were very unsteady in carrying their brief messages of thankfulness, as if they feared saying too much. The doctor, however, was in the mood for doing, not talking, by looks or otherwise. Mrs. Pritchard was called into consultation, and with great pride and delight engaged to have the dress and all things else in due order by the following night, her eyes saying all manner of congratulatory things as they went from the muslin to Fleda, and from Fleda to Dr. Gregory. The rest of the day was not books, but needlefuls of thread, and from the confusion of laces and draperies Fleda was almost glad to escape and go to the concert, but for one item that spoiled it. They were in their seats early. Fleda managed successfully to place the two Evelyns between her and Mr. Thorn, and then prepared herself to wear out the evening with patience. "My dear Fleda," whispered Constance after some time spent in restless reconnoitring of everybody and everything, "I don't see my English rose anywhere." "Hush," said Fleda, smiling. "That happened not to be an English rose, Constance." "What was it?" "American, unfortunately. It was a noisette, the variety I think that they call conque de Venus." "My dear little Fleda, you are too wise for anything," said Constance with a rather significant arching of her eyebrows. "You mustn't expect other people to be as rural in their acquirements as yourself. I don't pretend to know any rose by sight but the Queechy," she said with a change of expression meant to cover the former one. Fleda's face however did not call for any apology. It was perfectly quiet. "But what has become of him?" said Constance with her comic impatience. "My dear Fleda, if my eyes cannot rest upon that development of elegance, the parterre is become a wilderness to me." "Hush, Constance," Fleda whispered earnestly, "you are not safe he may be near you." "Safe!" ejaculated Constance, but a half backward hasty glance of her eye brought home so strong an impression that the person in question was seated a little behind her that she dared not venture another look, and became straightway extremely well behaved. He was there, and being presently convinced that he was in the neighbourhood of his little friend of former days, he resolved with his own excellent eyes to test the truth of the opinion he had formed as to the natural and inevitable effect of circumstances upon her character, whether it could by possibility have retained its great delicacy and refinement under the rough handling and unkindly bearing of things seemingly foreign to both. He had thought not. Truffy did not sing, and the entertainment was of a very secondary quality. This seemed to give no uneasiness to the Miss Evelyns, for if they pouted they laughed and talked in the same breath, and that incessantly. It was nothing to Mr. Carleton, for his mind was bent on something else, and with a little surprise he saw that it was nothing to the subject of his thoughts, either because her own were elsewhere too, or because they were in league with a nice taste that permitted them to take no interest in what was going on. Even her eyes, trained as they had been to recluse habits, were far less busy than those of her companions. Indeed they were not busy at all, for the greater part of the time one hand was upon the brow shielding them from the glare of the gas lights. Ostensibly, but the very quiet air of the face led him to guess that the mind was glad of a shield too. It relaxed sometimes. Constance and Florence and Mr. Thorn and Mr. Thorn's mother were every now and then making demands upon her, and they were met always with an intelligent well bred eye, and often with a smile of equal gentleness and character; but her observer noticed that though the smile came readily, it went as readily, and the lines of her face quickly settled again into what seemed to be an habitual composure. There were the same outlines, the same characters he remembered very well, yet there was a difference. Not grief had changed them, but life had. The brow had all its fine chiselling and high purity of expression, but now there sat a hopelessness, or rather a want of hopefulness, that a child's face never knows. The mouth was sweet and pliable as ever, but now often patience and endurance did not quit their seat upon the lip even when it smiled. The eye with all its old clearness and truthfulness had a shade upon it that 9 years ago only fell at the bidding of sorrow, and in every line of the face there was a quiet gravity that went to the heart of the person who was studying it. Whatever causes had been at work he was very sure had done no harm to the character. Its old simplicity had suffered no change, as every look and movement proved. The very unstudied careless position of the fingers over the eyes showed that the thoughts had nothing to do there. On one half of his doubt Mr. Carleton's mind was entirely made up. But education, the training and storing of the mind, how had that fared? He would know. Perhaps he would have made some attempt that very evening towards satisfying himself. But noticing that, in coming out, Thorn permitted the Evelyns to pass him, and attached himself determinately to Fleda, he drew back and resolved to make his observations indirectly, and on more than one point, before he should seem to make them at all. Chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Queechy, by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 33. Fleda's White Muslin. Hark! I hear the sound of coaches. The hour of attack approaches. Gay. Mrs. Pritchard had arrayed Fleda in the white muslin with an amount of satisfaction and admiration that all the lines of her face were insufficient to express. "Now," she said, "you must run down and let the doctor see you, afore you take the shine off, or he won't be able to look at anything else when you get to the place." "That would be unfortunate," said Fleda, and she ran down laughing into the room where the doctor was waiting for her. But her astonished eyes encountering the figure of Dr. Quackenboss, she stopped short, with an air that no woman of the world could have bettered. The physician of Queechy, on his part, was at least equally taken aback. "Dr. Quackenboss," said Fleda. I was going to say, Miss Ringan," said the doctor with a most unaffected obeisance, "but I'm afraid, sir, it is a deceptive influence." "I hope not," said Dr. Gregory smiling, one corner of his mouth for his guest and the other for his niece. "Real enough to do real execution, or I am mistaken, sir." "Upon my word, sir," said Dr. Quackenboss, bowing again, "I hope Miss Ringan will remember the acts of her executive power at home, and return in time to prevent an unfortunate termination." Dr. Gregory laughed heartily now, while Fleda's cheeks relieved her dress to admiration. "Who will complain of her if she don't?" said the doctor. "Who will complain of her if she don't?" But Fleda put in her question. "How are you all at home, Dr. Quackenboss?" "All Queechy, sir," answered the doctor politely, on the principle of first come first served, "and individuals I shouldn't like to specify." "How are you all in Queechy, Dr. Quackenboss?" said Fleda. "I have the pleasure to say we are coming along as usual," replied the doctor, who seemed to have lost his power of standing up straight. "My sister Flora enjoys but poor health lately. They are all holding their heads up at our house. Mr. Rossiter has come home." "Uncle Rolf! Has he?" exclaimed Fleda, the colour of joy quite supplanting the other. "Oh, I'm very glad." "Yes," said the doctor, "he's been home now, I guess going on 4 days." "I am very glad," repeated Fleda. "But won't you come and see me another time, Dr. Quackenboss? I am obliged to go out." The doctor professed his great willingness, adding that he had only come down to the city to do 2 or 3 chores, and thought she might perhaps like to take the opportunity, which would afford him such very great gratification. "No indeed, fair Una," said Dr. Gregory, when they were on their way to Mrs. Thorn's. "They've got your uncle at home now, and we've got you, and I mean to keep you till I'm satisfied. So you may bring home that eye that has been squinting at Queechy ever since you have been here, and make up your mind to enjoy yourself. I shan't let you go till you do." "I ought to enjoy myself, Uncle Orrin," said Fleda, squeezing his arm gratefully. "See you do," said he. The pleasant news from home had given Fleda's spirits the needed spur which the quick walk to Mrs. Thorn's did not take off. "Did you ever see Fleda look so well, mamma?" said Florence, as the former entered the drawing room. "That is the loveliest and best face in the room," said Mrs. Evelyn, "and she looks like herself to night." "There is a matchless simplicity about her," said a gentleman standing by. "Her dress is becoming," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Why, where did you ever see her, Mr. Stackpole, except at our house?" said Constance. "At Mrs. Decatur's I have had that pleasure, and one at your uncle's." "I didn't know you ever noticed ladies' faces, Mr. Stackpole," said Florence. "How Mrs. Thorn does look at her!" said Constance under her breath. "It is too much." It was almost too much for Fleda's equanimity, for the colour began to come. "And there goes Mr. Carleton," said Constance. "I expect momentarily to hear the company strike up 'Sparkling and Bright.'" "They should have done that some time ago, Miss Constance," said the gentleman, which compliment, however, Constance received with hardly disguised scorn, and turned her attention again to Mr. Carleton. "I trust I do not need presentation," said his voice and his smile at once, as he presented himself to Fleda. How little he needed it, the flash of feeling which met his eyes said sufficiently well. but apparently the feeling was a little too deep, for the colour mounted and the eyes fell, and the smile suddenly died on the lips. Mr. Thorn came up to them, and releasing her hand, Mr. Carleton stepped back and permitted him to lead her way. "What do you think of that face?" said Constance, finding herself a few minutes after at his side. "That must define itself," said he, "or I can hardly give a safe answer." "What face? Why, I mean of course the one Mr. Thorn carried off just now." "You are her friend, Miss Constance," he said coolly. "May I ask for your judgment upon it before I give mine?" "Mine? Why, I expected every minute that Mr. Thorn would make the musicians play sparkling and bright, and tell Miss Ringan that to save trouble he had directed them to express what he was sure were the sentiments of the whole company in one burst." He smiled a little, but in a way that Constance could not understand and did not like. "Those are common epithets," he said. "Must I use uncommon?" said Constance significantly. "No, but these may say one thing or another." "I have said one thing," said Constance. "Now you may say the other." "Pardon me, you have said nothing. These epithets are deserved by a great many faces, but on very different grounds, and the praise is a different thing accordingly." "Well, what is the difference?" said Constance. "On what do you think this lady's title to it rests?" "On what? Why, on that bewitching little air of the eyes and mouth, I suppose." "Bewitching is a very vague term," said he, smiling again more quietly. "But you have had an opportunity of knowing it much better of late than I. To which class of bright faces would you refer this one? Where does the light come from?" "I never studied faces in a class," said Constance a little scornfully. "Come from? A region of mist and clouds I should say, for it is sometimes pretty well covered up. There are some eyes whose sparkling is nothing more than the play of light upon a bright bead of glass." "It is not that," said Constance, answering in spite of herself after delaying as long as she dared. "There is the brightness that is only the reflection of outward circumstances, and passes away with them." "It isn't that in Fleda Ringan," said Constance, "for her outward circumstances have no brightness, I should think, that reflection would not utterly absorb." She would fain have turned the conversation, but the questions were put so lightly and quietly that it could not be gracefully done. She longed to cut it short, but her hand was upon Mr. Carleton's arm, and they were slowly sauntering down the rooms, too pleasant a state of things to be relinquished for a trifle. "There is the broad daylight of mere animal spirits," he went on, seeming rather to be suggesting these things for her consideration than eager to set forth any opinions of his own. "There is the sparkling of mischief and the fire of hidden passions. There is the passing of brilliance of wit, as satisfactory and resting as these gas lights. And there is now and then the light of refined affections out of a heart unspotted from the world, as pure and abiding as the stars, and like them throwing its soft ray especially upon the shadows of life." "I have always understood," said Constance, "that cats' eyes are brightest in the dark." "They do not love the light, I believe," said Mr. Carleton calmly. "Well," said Constance, not relishing the expression of her companion's eye, which from glowing had suddenly become cool and bright, "where would you put me, Mr. Carleton, among all these illuminators of the social system?" "You may put yourself where you please, Miss Constance," he said, again turning upon her an eye so deep and full in its meaning that her own and her humour fell before it. For a moment she looked most unlike the gay scene around her. "Is not that the best brightness," he said speaking low, "that will last forever? And is not that lightness of heart best worth having which does not depend on circumstances, and will find its perfection just when all other kinds of happiness fail utterly?" "I can't conceive," said Constance presently, rallying or trying to rally herself, "what you and I have to do in a place where people are enjoying themselves at this moment, Mr. Carleton." He smiled at that, and led her out of it into the conservatory, close to which they found themselves. It was a large and fine one, terminating the suite of rooms in this direction. Few people were there, but at the far end stood a group among whom Fleda and Mr. Thorn were conspicuous. He was busying himself in putting together a quantity of flowers for her, and Mrs. Evelyn and old Mr. Thorn stood looking on, with Mr. Stackpole. Mr. Stackpole was an Englishman, of certainly not very prepossessing exterior, but somewhat noted as an author, and a good deal sought after in consequence. At present he was engaged by Mrs. Evelyn. Mr. Carleton and Constance sauntered up towards them and paused at a little distance to look at some curious plants. "Don't try for that, Mr. Thorn," said Fleda, as the gentleman was making rather ticklish efforts to reach a superb fuchsia that hung high. "You are endangering sundry things besides yourself." "I have learned, Miss Fleda," said Thorn, as with much ado he grasped the beautiful cluster, "that what we take the most pains for is apt to be reckoned the best prize. A truth I should never think of putting into a lady's head, if I believed it possible that a single one of them was ignorant of its practical value." "I have this same rose in my garden at home," said Fleda. "You are a great gardener, Miss Fleda, I hear," said the old gentleman. "My son says you are an adept in it." "I am very fond of it, sir," said Fleda, answering him with an entirely different face. "I thought the delicacy of American ladies was beyond such a masculine employment as gardening," said Mr. Stackpole, edging away from Mrs. Evelyn. "I guess this young lady is an exception to the rule," said old Mr. Thorn. "I guess she is an exception to most rules that you have got in your notebook, Mr. Stackpole," said the younger man. "But there is no guessing about the garden, for I have with my own eyes seen these gentle hands at one end of a spade and her foot at the other, a sight that, I declare, I don't know whether I was most filled with astonishment or admiration." "Yes," said Fleda, half laughing and colouring, and he ingeniously confessed in his surprise that he didn't know whether politeness ought to oblige him to stop and shake hands, or to pass by without seeing me, evidently shewing that he thought I was about something equivocal. The laugh was now turned against Mr. Thorn, but he went on cutting his geraniums with a grave face. "Well," said he at length, "I think it is something of very equivocal utility. Why should such gentle hands and feet spend their strength in clod breaking when rough ones are at command?" There was nothing equivocal about Fleda's merriment this time. "I have learned, Mr. Thorn, by sad experience, that the rough hands break more than the clods. One day I set Philetus to work among my flowers, and the first thing I knew he had pulled up a fine passion flower, which didn't make much show above ground, and was displaying it to me with the grave commentary, 'Well, that root did grow to a great height.'" "Some mental clod breaking to be done up there, isn't there?" said Thorn, in a kind of aside. "I cannot express my admiration at the idea of your dealing with those boors, as it has been described to me." "They do not deserve the name, Mr. Thorn," said Fleda. "They are many of them most sensible and excellent people, and friends that I value very highly." "Ay, your goodness would make friends of everything." "Not of boors, I hope," said Fleda coolly. "Besides, what do you mean by the name?" "Anybody incapable of appreciating that of which you alone should be unconscious," he said softly. Fleda stood impatiently tapping her flowers against her left hand. "I doubt their power of appreciation reaches a point that would surprise you, sir." "It does indeed, if I am mistaken in my supposition," he said with a glance which Fleda refused to acknowledge. "What proportion do you suppose," she went on, "of all these roomfuls of people behind us, without saying anything uncharitable, what proportion of them, if compelled to amuse themselves for 2 hours at a bookcase, would pitch upon Macaulay's Essays, or anything like them, to spend the time?" Really, Miss Fleda," said Thorn, "I should want to brush up my algebra considerably before I could hope to find X, Y, and Z in such a confusion of the alphabet." "Or extract the small sensible root of such a quantity of light matter," said Mr. Stackpole. "Will you bear with my vindication of my country friends? Hugh and I sent for a carpenter to make some new arrangement of shelves in a cupboard where we kept our books. He was one of these boors, Mr. Thorn, in no respect above the rest. The right stuff for his work was wanting, and while it was sent for he took up one of the volumes that were lying about and read perseveringly until the messenger returned. It was a volume of Macaulay's Miscellanies, and afterwards he borrowed the book of me." "And you lent it to him?" said Constance. "Most assuredly, and with a great deal of pleasure." "And is this no more than a common instance, Miss Ringan?" said Mr. Carleton. "No, I think not," said Fleda, the quick blood in her cheeks again answering the familiar voice and old associations. "I know several of the farmers' daughters around us that have studied Latin and Greek, and philosophy is a common thing, and I am sure there is more sense." She suddenly checked herself, and her eye, which had been sparkling, grew quiet. "It is very absurd," said Mr. Stackpole. "Why, sir?" "Oh, these people have nothing to do with such things do them nothing but harm." "May I ask again what harm?" said Fleda gently. "Unfit them for the duties of their station, and make them discontented with it." "By making it pleasanter?" No, not by making it pleasanter." "By what then, Mr. Stackpole?" said Thorn. To draw him on and to draw her out, Fleda was sure. "By lifting them out of it." "And what objection to lifting them out of it?" said Thorn. "You can't lift everybody out of it," said the gentleman with a little irritation in his manner. "That station must be filled. There must always be poor people." "And what degree of poverty ought to debar a man from the pleasures of education and a cultivated taste, such as he can attain?" No, not that," said Mr. Stackpole, "but it all goes to fill them with absurd notions about their place in society, inconsistent with proper subordination." Fleda looked at him but shook her head slightly and was silent. "Things are in very different order on our side the water," said Mr. Stackpole, hugging himself. "Are they?" said Fleda. "Yes, we understand how to keep things in their places a little better." "I did not know," said Fleda quietly, "that it was by design of the rulers of England that so many of her lower class are in the intellectual condition of our slaves." "Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn laughing, "what do you say to that, sir?" Fleda's face turned suddenly to him with a quick look of apology, which she immediately knew was not needed. "But this kind of thing don't make the people any happier," pursued Mr. Stackpole, "only serves to give them uppish and dissatisfied longings that cannot be gratified." "Somebody says," observed Thorn, "that under a despotism all are contented because none can get on, and in a republic none are contented because all can get on." "Precisely," said Mr. Stackpole. "That might do very well if the world were in a state of perfection," said Fleda. "As it is, commend me to discontent and getting on. And the uppishness I am afraid is a national fault, sir. You know our state motto is Excelsior." "We are at liberty to suppose," said Thorn, "that Miss Ringan has followed the example of her friends the farmers' daughters, or led them in it?" "It is dangerous to make surmises," said Fleda colouring. "It is a pleasant way of running into danger," said Mr. Thorn, who was leisurely pruning the prickles from the stem of a rose. "I was talking to a gentleman once," said Fleda, "about the birds and flowers we find in our wilds, and he told me afterwards gravely that he was afraid I was studying too many things at once, when I was innocent of all ornithology but what my eyes and ears had picked up in the woods, except some childish reminiscence of Audubon." "That is just the right sort of learning for a lady," said Mr. Stackpole, smiling at her. "However, women have nothing to do with books." "What do you say to that, Miss Fleda?" said Thorn. "Nothing, sir. It is one of those positions that are unanswerable." "But Mr. Stackpole," said Mrs. Evelyn, "I don't like that doctrine, sir. I do not believe in it at all." "That is unfortunate for my doctrine," said the gentleman. "But I do not believe it is yours. Why must women have nothing to do with books? What harm do they do, Mr. Stackpole?" "Not needed, ma'am. A woman, as somebody says, knows intuitively all that is really worth knowing." "Of what use is a mind that is never worked?" said Mr. Carleton. "It is worked," said Mr. Stackpole. "Domestic life is the true training for the female mind. One woman will learn more wisdom from the child on her breast than another will learn from 10,000 volumes." "It is very doubtful how much wisdom the child will ever learn from her," said Mr. Carleton smiling. "A woman who never saw a book," pursued Mr. Stackpole, unconsciously quoting his author, may be infinitely superior, even in all those matters of which books treat, to the woman who has read, and read intelligently, a whole library." "Unquestionably. And it is likewise beyond question that a silver sixpence may be worth more than a washed guinea." "But a true woman's sphere is in her family, in her home duties, which furnish the best and most appropriate training for her faculties, pointed out by nature itself." "Yes," said Mr. Carleton, "and for those duties, some of the very highest and noblest that are entrusted to human agency, the fine machinery that is to perform them should be wrought to its last point of perfectness. The wealth of a woman's mind, instead of lying in the rough, should be richly brought out and fashioned for its various ends, while yet those ends are in the future, or it will never meet the demand; and for her own happiness, all the more because her sphere is at home, her home stores should be exhaustless, the stores she cannot go abroad to seek. I would add to strength beauty, and to beauty grace, in the intellectual proportions, so far as possible. It were ungenerous in a man to condemn the best half of human intellect to insignificance merely because it is not his own." Mrs. Evelyn wore a smile of admiration that nobody saw, but Fleda's face was a study while Mr. Carleton was saying this. Her look was fixed upon him with such intent satisfaction and eagerness that it was not till he had finished that she became aware that those dark eyes were going very deep into hers, and suddenly put a stop to the inquisition. "Very pleasant doctrine to the ears that have an interest in it," said Mr. Stackpole rather discontentedly. "The man knows little of his own interest," said Mr. Carleton, "who would leave that ground waste, or would cultivate it only in the narrow spirit of utilitarian. He needs an influence in his family not more refreshing than rectifying, and no man will seek that in one greatly his inferior. He is to be pitied who cannot fall back upon his home with the assurance that he has there something better than himself." "Why, Mr. Carleton, sir," said Mrs. Evelyn, with every line of her mouth saying funny things, "I am afraid you have sadly neglected your own interest. Have you anything at Carleton better than yourself?" Suddenly cool again, he laughed and said, "You were there, Mrs. Evelyn." "But Mr. Carleton," pursued the lady with a mixture of insinuation and fun, "why were you never married?" "Circumstances have always forbade it," he answered, with a smile which Constance declared was the most fascinating thing she ever saw in her life. Fleda was arranging her flowers, with the help of some very unnecessary suggestions from the donor. "Mr. Lewis," said Constance with a kind of insinuation very different from her mother's, made up of fun and daring, "Mr. Carleton has been giving me a long lecture on botany, while my attention was distracted by listening to your spiritual conversation." "Well, Miss Constance?" "And I am morally certain I shan't recollect a word of it if I don't carry away some specimens to refresh my memory, and in that case he would never give me another." It was impossible to help laughing at the distressful position of the young lady's eyebrows, and with at least some measure of outward grace Mr. Thorn set about complying with her request. Fleda again stood tapping her left hand with her flowers, wondering a little that somebody else did not come and speak to her, but he was talking to Mrs. Evelyn and Mr. Stackpole. Fleda did not wish to join them, and nothing better occurred to her than to arrange her flowers over again. So throwing them all down before her on a marble slab, she began to pick them up one by one, and put them together, with, it must be confessed, a very indistinct realization of the difference between myrtle and lemon blossoms, and as she seemed to be laying acacia to rose, and disposing some sprigs of beautiful heath beneath them, in reality she was laying kindness alongside of kindness, and looking at the years beyond years where their place had been. It was with a little start that she suddenly found the person of her thoughts standing at her elbow and talking to her in bodily presence. But while he spoke with all the ease and simplicity of old times, almost making Fleda think it was but last week they had been strolling through the Place de la Concorde together, there was a constraint upon her that she could not get rid of, and that bound eye and tongue. It might have worn off, but his attention was presently claimed again by Mrs. Evelyn, and Fleda thought best, while yet Constance's bouquet was unfinished, to join another party and make her escape into the drawing rooms. Chapter 33.
Chapter 34 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 34. How the Fairy engaged the two Englishmen. Have you observed a sitting hare, listening and fearful of the storm? Of horns and hounds, clap back her ear, afraid to keep or leave her form? Prior. By the Evelyns' own desire, Fleda's going to them was delayed for a week, because, they said, a furnace was to be brought into the house, and they would be all topsy-turvy till that fuss was over. Fleda kept herself very quiet in the meantime, seeing almost nobody but the person whom it was her especial object to shun. Do her best, she could not quite escape him, and was even drawn into 2 or 3 walks and rides, in spite of denying herself utterly to gentlemen at home, and losing in consequence a visit from her old friend. She was glad at last to go to the Evelyns and see company again, hoping that Mr. Thorn would be merged in a crowd. But she could not merge him, and sometimes was almost inclined to suspect that his constant prominence in the picture must be owing to some mysterious and wilful conjuration going on in the background. She was at a loss to conceive how else it happened that despite her utmost endeavours to the contrary, she was so often thrown upon his care, and obliged to take up with his company. It was very disagreeable. Mr. Carleton she saw almost as constantly, but though frequently near, she had never much to do with him. There seemed to be a dividing atmosphere always in the way, and whenever he did speak to her she felt miserably constrained, and unable to appear like herself. Why was it? She asked herself, in a very vexed state of mind. No doubt partly from the remembrance of that overheard conversation, which she could not help applying, but much more from an indefinable sense that at these times there were always eyes upon her. She tried to charge the feeling upon her consciousness of their having heard that same talk, but it would not the more go off. And it had no chance to wear off, for somehow the occasions never lasted long. Something was sure to break them up, while an unfortunate combination of circumstances, or of connivers, seemed to give Mr. Thorn unlimited facilities in the same kind. Fleda was quick-witted and skilful enough to work herself out of them once in a while. More often the combination was too much for her simplicity and straightforwardness. She was a little disappointed, and a little surprised at Mr. Carleton's coolness. He was quite equal to withstand or outgeneral the schemes of any set of manoeuvres. Therefore it was plain he did not care for the society of his little friend and companion of old time. Fleda felt it, especially as she now and then heard him in delightful talk with somebody else, making himself so interesting that when Fleda could get a chance to listen, she was quite ready to forgive his not talking to her for the pleasure of hearing him talk at all. But at other times she said sorrowfully to herself, "He will be going home presently, and I shall not have seen him." One day she had successfully defended herself against taking a drive which Mr. Thorn came to propose, though the proposition had been laughingly backed by Mrs. Evelyn. Raillery was much harder to withstand than persuasion, but Fleda's quiet resolution had proved a match for both. The better to cover her ground, she declined to go out at all, and remained at home, the only one of the family that fine day. In the afternoon Mr. Carleton was there. Fleda sat a little apart from the rest, industriously bending over a complicated piece of embroidery belonging to Constance, and in which that young lady had made a great blunder which she declared her patience unequal to the task of rectifying. The conversation went gaily forward among the others, Fleda taking no part in it beyond an involuntary one. Mr. Carleton's part was rather reserved and grave, according to his manner in ordinary society. "What do you keep bothering yourself with that for?" said Edith, coming to Fleda's side. "One must be doing something, you know," said Fleda lightly. "No, you mustn't, not when you're tired, and I know you are. I'd let Constance pick out her own work." "I promised her I would do it," said Fleda. "Well, you didn't promise her when. Come, everybody's been out but you, and you have sat over here this whole day. Why don't you come over there and talk with the rest? I know you want to, for I've watched your mouth going." "Going! How?" "Going off at the corners. I've seen it. Come." But Fleda said she could listen and work at once, and would not budge. Edith stood looking at her a little while in a kind of admiring sympathy, and then went back to the group. "Mr. Carleton," said the young lady, who was treading with laudable success in the steps of her sister Constance, "what has become of that ride you promised to give me?" "I do not know, Miss Edith," said Mr. Carleton smiling, "for my conscience never had the keeping of it." "Hush, Edith," said her mother. "Do you think Mr. Carleton has nothing to do but take you riding?" "I don't believe he has much to do," said Edith securely. "But Mr. Carleton, you did promise, for I asked you and you said nothing, and I have always been told that silence gives consent. So what is to become of it?" "Will you go now, Miss Edith?" "Now? Oh yes! And will you go out to Manhattanville, Mr. Carleton, along by the river?" "If you like. But Miss Edith, the carriage will hold another. Cannot you persuade one of these ladies to go with us?" "Fleda!" said Edith, springing off to her with extravagant capers of joy, "Fleda, you shall go. You haven't been out to day." "And I cannot go out to day," said Fleda gently. "The air is very fine," said Mr. Carleton, approaching her table with no want of alacrity in step or tone, her ears knew, "and this weather makes everything beautiful. Has that piece of canvas any claims upon you that cannot be put aside for a little while?" "No, sir," said Fleda, "but I am sorry I have a stronger reason that must keep me at home." "She knows how the weather looks," said Edith. "Mr. Thorn takes her out every other day. It's no use to talk to her, Mr. Carleton. When she says she won't, she won't." "Every other day!" said Fleda. "No, no," said Mrs. Evelyn, coming up, and with that smile which Fleda had never liked so little as at that minute, "not every other day, Edith. What are you talking of? Go, and don't keep Mr. Carleton waiting." Fleda worked on, feeling a little aggrieved. Mr. Carleton stood still by her table, watching her, while his companions were getting themselves ready, but he said no more, and Fleda did not raise her head till the party were off. Florence had taken her resigned place. "I dare say the weather will be quite as fine to morrow, dear Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn softly. "I hope it will," said Fleda in a tone of resolute simplicity. "I only hope it will not bring too great a throng of carriages to the door," Mrs. Evelyn went on in a tone of great amusement. "I never used to mind it, but I have lately a nervous fear of collisions." "To morrow is not your reception day," said Fleda. "No, not mine," said Mrs. Evelyn softly, "but that doesn't signify. It may be one of my neighbours." Fleda pulled away at her threads of worsted and wouldn't know anything else. "I have read of the servants of Lot and the servants of Abraham quarrelling," Mrs. Evelyn went on in the same undertone of delight, "because the land was too strait for them. I should be very sorry to have anything of the sort happen again, for I cannot imagine where Lot would go to find a plain that would suit him." "Lot and Abraham, mamma!" said Constance from the sofa. "What on earth are you talking about?" "None of your business," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I was talking of some country friends of mine that you don't know." Constance knew her mother's laugh very well, but Mrs. Evelyn was impenetrable. The next day Fleda ran away and spent a good part of the morning with her uncle in the library, looking over new books, among which she found herself quite a stranger, so many had made their appearance since the time when she had much to do with libraries or bookstores. Living friends, male and female, were happily forgotten in the delighted acquaintance making with those quiet companions which, whatever their deficiencies in other respects, are at least never importunate nor unfaithful. Fleda had come home rather late, and was dressing for dinner with Constance's company and help when Mrs. Evelyn came into her room. "My dear Fleda," said the lady, her face and voice as full as possible of fun, "Mr. Carleton wants to know if you will ride with him this afternoon. I told him I believed you were in general shy of gentlemen that drove their own horses, that I thought I had noticed you were, but I would come up and see." "Mrs. Evelyn, you did not tell him that." "He said he was sorry to see you look pale yesterday when he was asking you, and he was afraid that embroidery is not good for you. He thinks you are a very charming girl." And Mrs. Evelyn went off into little fits of laughter which unstrung all Fleda's nerves. She stood absolutely trembling. "Mamma, don't plague her," said Constance. "He didn't say so." "He did, upon my word," said Mrs. Evelyn, speaking with great difficulty. "He said she was very charming, and it might be dangerous to see too much of her." "You made him say that, Mrs. Evelyn," said Fleda reproachfully. "Well, I did ask him if you were not very charming. He answered without hesitation," said the lady. "I am only so afraid that Lot will make his appearance." Fleda turned round to the glass and went on arranging her hair with a quivering lip. "Lot, mamma!" said Constance somewhat indignantly. "Yes," said Mrs. Evelyn in ecstasies, "because the land will not bear both of them. But Mr. Carleton is very much in earnest for his answer, Fleda my dear. What shall I tell him? You need be under no apprehensions about going. He will perhaps tell you that you are charming, but I don't think he will say anything more. You know he is a kind of patriarch; and when I asked him if he didn't think it might be dangerous to see too much of you, he said he thought it might to some people. So you see you are safe." "Mrs. Evelyn, how could you use my name so?" said Fleda with a voice that carried a good deal of reproach. "My dear Fleda, shall I tell him you will go? You need not be afraid to go riding, only you must not let yourself be seen walking with him." "I shall not go, ma'am," said Fleda quietly. "I wanted to send Edith with you, thinking it would be pleasanter, but I knew Mr. Carleton's carriage would hold but two to day. So what shall I tell him?" "I am not going, ma'am," repeated Fleda. "But what shall I tell him? I must give him some reason. Shall I say that you think a sea breeze is blowing and you don't like it? Or shall I say that prospects are a matter of indifference to you?" Fleda was quite silent, and went on dressing herself with trembling fingers. "My dear Fleda," said the lady, bringing her face a little into order, "won't you go? I am very sorry." "So am I sorry," said Fleda. "I can't go, Mrs. Evelyn." "I will tell Mr. Carleton you are very sorry," said Mrs. Evelyn, every line of her face drawing again. "That will console him and let him hope that you will not mind sea breezes by and by, after you have been a little longer in the neighbourhood of them. I will tell him you are a good Republican, and have an objection at present to an English equipage, but I have no doubt that it is a prejudice which will wear off." She stopped to laugh, while Fleda had the greatest difficulty not to cry. The lady did not seem to see her disturbed brow, but recovering herself after a little, though not readily, she bent forward and touched her lips to it in kind fashion. Fleda did not look up, and saying again, "I will tell him, dear Fleda," Mrs. Evelyn left the room. Constance, after a little laughing and condoling, neither of which Fleda attempted to answer, ran off too, to dress herself. And Fleda, after finishing her own toilette, locked her door, sat down, and cried heartily. She thought Mrs. Evelyn had been, perhaps unconsciously, very unkind; and to say that unkindness has not been meant is but to shift the charge from one to another vital point in the character of a friend, and one perhaps sometimes not less grave. A moment's passionate wrong may consist with the endurance of a friendship worth having, better than the thoughtlessness of obtuse wits that can never know how to be kind. Fleda's whole frame was still in a tremor from disagreeable excitement, and she had serious causes of sorrow to cry for. She was sorry she had lost what would have been a great pleasure in the ride, and her great pleasures were not often. But nothing would have been more impossible than for her to go after what Mrs. Evelyn had said. She was sorry Mr. Carleton should have asked her twice in vain. What must he think? She was exceeding sorry that a thought should have been put into her head that never before had visited the most distant dreams of her imagination, so needlessly, so gratuitously. She was very sorry, for she could not be free of it again, and she felt it would make her miserably hampered and constrained in mind and matter both, in any future intercourse with the person in question. And then again, what would he think of that? Poor Fleda came to the conclusion that her best place was at home, and made up her mind to take the first good opportunity of getting there. She went down to dinner with no traces of either tears or unkindness on her sweet face, but her nerves were quivering all afternoon. She could not tell whether Mrs. Evelyn and her daughters found it out, and it was impossible for her to get back even her old degree of freedom of manner before either Mr. Carleton or Mr. Thorn. All the more because Mrs. Evelyn was every now and then bringing out some sly allusion which afforded herself intense delight, and wrought Fleda to the last degree of quietness. Unkind! Fleda thought now it was but half from ignorance of the mischief she was doing, and the other half from the mere desire of selfish gratification. The times and ways in which Lot and Abraham were walked into the conversation were incalculable, and unintelligible except to the person who understood it only too well. On one occasion Mrs. Evelyn went on with a long rigmarole to Mr. Thorn about sea breezes, with a face of most exquisite delight at his mystification and her own hidden fun, till Fleda was absolutely trembling. Fleda shunned both the gentlemen at length with a kind of nervous horror. One steamer had left New York, and another, and still Mr. Carleton did not leave it. Why he stayed, Constance was as much in a puzzle as ever, for no mortal could guess. Clearly, she said, he did not delight in New York society, for he honoured it as slightly and partially as might be, and it was equally clear, if he had a particular reason for staying, he didn't mean anybody should know it. "If he don't mean it, you won't find out, Constance," said Fleda. "But it is that very consideration, you see, which inflames my impatience to a most dreadful degree. I think our house is distinguished with his regards, though I am sure I can't imagine why, for he never condescends to anything beyond general benevolence when he is here, and not always to that. He has no taste for embroidery, or Miss Ringan's crewels would receive more of his notice. He listens to my spirited conversation with a self-possession which invariably deprives me of mine, and his ear is evidently dull to musical sensibilities, or Florence's harp would have greater charms. I hope there is a web weaving somewhere that will catch him. At present he stands in an attitude of provoking independence of all the rest of the world." "It is curious," said Constance with an indescribable face. "I feel that the independence of another is rapidly making a slave of me." "What do you mean, Constance?" said Edith indignantly, but the others could do nothing but laugh. Fleda did not wonder that Mr. Carleton made no more efforts to get her to ride, for the very next day after his last failure he had met her driving with Mr. Thorn. Fleda had been asked by Mr. Thorn's mother in such a way as made it impossible to get off, but it caused her to set a fresh seal of unkindness to Mrs. Evelyn's behaviour. One evening, when there was no other company at Mrs. Evelyn's, Mr. Stackpole was entertaining himself with a long dissertation upon the affairs of America, past, present, and future. It was a favourite subject. Mr. Stackpole always seemed to have more complacent enjoyment of his easy chair when he could succeed in making every American in the room sit uncomfortably. And this time, without any one to thwart him, he went on to his heart's content, disposing of the subject as one would strip a rose of its petals, with as much seeming nonchalance and ease, and with precisely the same design, to make a rose no rose. Leaf after leaf fell under Mr. Stackpole's touch, as if it had been a black frost. The American government was a rickety experiment, go to pieces presently. American institutions, an alternative between fallacy and absurdity, the fruit of raw minds and precocious theories. American liberty, a contradiction. American character, a compound of quackery and pretension. American society, except at Mrs. Evelyn's, an anomaly. American destiny the same with that of a cactus or a volcano, a period of rest followed by a period of excitement, not however like the former making successive shoots towards perfection, but like the latter grounding every new face of things upon the demolition of that which went before. Smoothly and pleasantly Mr. Stackpole went on compounding this cup of entertainment for himself and his hearers, smacking his lips over it, and all the more, Fleda thought, when they made wry faces, throwing in a little truth, a good deal of fallacy, and a great deal of perversion and misinterpretation, while Mrs. Evelyn listened and smiled, and half parried and half assented to his positions, and Fleda sat impatiently drumming upon her elbow with the fingers of her other hand, in the sheer necessity of giving some expression to her feelings. Mr. Stackpole at last got his finger upon the sore spot of American slavery, and pressed hard. "This is the land of the stars and the stripes," said the gentleman in a little fit of virtuous indignation. "This is the land where all are brothers, where all men are born free and equal." "Mr. Stackpole," said Fleda in a tone that called his attention, "are you well acquainted with the popular proverbs of your country?" "Not particularly," he said. He had never made it a branch of study. "I am a great admirer of them." He bowed, and begged to be excused for remarking that he didn't see the point yet. "Do you remember this one, sir?" said Fleda, colouring a little. "'Those that live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones.'" "I have heard it, but pardon me, though your remark seems to imply the contrary, I am in the dark yet. What unfortunate points of vitrification have I laid open to your fire?" "I thought they were probably forgotten by you, sir." "I shall be exceedingly obliged to you if you will put me in condition to defend myself." "I think nothing could do that, Mr. Stackpole. Under whose auspices and fostering care was this curse of slavery laid upon America?" "Why, of course, but you will observe, Miss Ringan, that at that day the world was unenlightened on a great many points. Since then we have cast off the wrong which we then shared with the rest of mankind." "Ay, sir, but not until we had first repudiated it, and Englishmen had desired to force it back upon us at the point of the sword 4 times." "But my dear Fleda," interrupted Mrs. Evelyn, "the English nation have no slaves nor slave trade. They have put an end to slavery entirely everywhere under their flag." "They were very slow about it," said Fleda. 4 times the government of Massachusetts abolished the slave trade under their control, and 4 times the English government thrust it back upon them. Do you remember what Burke says about that, in his speech on conciliation with America?" "It don't signify what Burke says about it," said Mr. Stackpole, rubbing his chin. "Burke is not the first authority, but Miss Ringan, it is undeniable that slavery, and the slave trade too, does at this moment exist in the interior of your own country." "I will never excuse what is wrong, sir, but I think it becomes an Englishman to be very moderate in putting forth that charge." "Why," he said hastily, "we have done away with it entirely in our own dominions, wiped that stain clean off. Not a slave can touch British ground but he breathes free air from that minute." "Yes, sir, but candour will allow that we are not in a condition in this country to decide the question by a tour de force." "What is to decide it then?" he said, a little arrogantly. "The progress of truth in public opinion." "And why not the government, as well as our government?" "It has not the power, you know, sir." "Not the power! Well, that speaks for itself." "Nothing against us on a fair construction," said Fleda patiently. "It is well known to those who understand the subject." "Where did you learn so much about it, Fleda?" said Mrs. Evelyn humorously. "As the birds pick up their supplies, ma'am, here and there. It is well known, Mr. Stackpole, that our Constitution could never have been agreed upon if that question of slavery had not been by common consent left where it was, with the separate state governments." "The separate state governments! Well, why do not they put an end to it? The disgrace is only shifted." "Of course they must first have the consent of the public mind of those states." "Ah, their consent! And why is their consent wanting?" "We cannot defend ourselves there," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I wish we could." "The disgrace at least is shifted from the whole to a part. But will you permit me," said Fleda, "to give another quotation from my despised authority, and remind you of an Englishman's testimony that beyond a doubt that point of emancipation would never have been carried in Parliament had the interests of even a part of the electors been concerned in it." "It was done, however, and done with the expense of 20 millions of money." "And I'm sure that was very noble," said Florence. "It was what no nation but the English would ever have done," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I do not wish to dispute it," said Fleda, "but still it was doing what did not touch the sensitive point of their own well being." "We think there is a little national honour concerned in it," said Mr. Stackpole dryly, stroking his chin again. "So does every right minded person," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I am sure I do." "And so do I," said Fleda. "But I think the honour of a piece of generosity is considerably lessened by the fact that it is done at the expense of another." "Generosity!" said Mr. Stackpole. "It was not generosity, it was justice. There was no generosity about it." "Then it deserves no honour at all," said Fleda. "If it was merely that, the tardy execution of justice is but the removal of a reproach." "We Englishmen are of opinion, however," said Mr. Stackpole contentedly, "that the removers of a reproach are entitled to some honour, which those who persist in retaining it cannot claim." "Yes," said Fleda, drawing rather a long breath, "I acknowledge that; but I think that while some of these same Englishmen have shewn themselves so unwilling to have the condition of their own factory slaves ameliorated, they should be very gentle in speaking of wrongs which we have far less ability to rectify." "Ah, I like consistency," said Mr. Stackpole. "America shouldn't dress up poles with liberty caps till all who walk under are free to wear them. She cannot boast that the breath of her air and the breath of freedom are one." "Can England?" said Fleda gently, "when her own citizens are not free from the horrors of impressment?" "Pshaw!" said Mr. Stackpole, half in a pet and half laughing. "Why, where did you get such a fury against England? You are the first fair antagonist I have met on this side of the water." "I wish I was a better one, sir," said Fleda laughing. "Miss Ringan has been prejudiced by an acquaintance with one or two unfortunate specimens," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Ay," said Mr. Stackpole a little bitterly, "America is the natural birthplace of prejudice, always was." "Displayed first in maintaining the rights against the swords of the Englishmen. Latterly how, Mr. Stackpole?" "It isn't necessary to enlighten you on any part of the subject," said he a little pointedly. "Fleda, my dear, you are answered," said Mrs. Evelyn, apparently with great internal amusement. "Yet you will indulge me so far as to indicate what part of the subject you are upon?" said Fleda quietly. "You must grant so much as that to so gentle a requisition, Mr. Stackpole," said the older lady. "I venture to assume that you do not say that on your own account, Mrs. Evelyn?" "Not at all. I agree with you that Americans are prejudiced, but I think it will pass off, Mr. Stackpole, as they learn to know themselves and other countries better." "But how do they deserve such a charge and such a defence? Or how have they deserved it?" said Fleda. "Tell her, Mr. Stackpole," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Why," said Mr. Stackpole, "in their absurd opposition to all the old and tried forms of things, and rancorous dislike of those who uphold them, and in their pertinacity on every point where they might be set right, and impatience of hearing the truth." "Are they singular in that last item?" said Fleda. "Now," said Mr. Stackpole, not heeding her, "there's your treatment of the aborigines of this country. What do you call that for a free people?" "A powder magazine communicating with a great one of your own somewhere else. So if you are a good subject, sir, you will not carry a lighted candle into it." "One of our own! Where?" said he. "In India," said Fleda with a glance, "and there are I don't know how many trains leading to it. So better hands off, sir." "Where did you pick up such a spite against us?" said Mr. Stackpole, drawing a little back and eyeing her as one would a belligerent mouse or cricket. "Will you tell me now that Americans are not prejudiced?" "Why do you call it prejudice?" said Fleda smiling. "O there is a great deal of it, no doubt, here, Mr. Stackpole," said Mrs. Evelyn blandly, "but we shall grow out of it in time. It is only the premature wisdom of a young people." "And young people never like to hear their wisdom rebuked," said Mr. Stackpole, bowing. "Fleda, my dear, what for is that little significant shake of your head?" said Mrs. Evelyn in her amused voice. "A trifle, ma'am." "Covers a hidden rebuke, Mrs. Evelyn, I have no doubt of it, for both our last remarks. What is it, Miss Fleda? I dare say we can bear it." "I was thinking, sir, that none would trouble themselves much about our foolscap if we had not once made them wear it." "Mr. Stackpole, you are worsted. I only wish Mr. Carleton had been here," said Mrs. Evelyn, with a face of excessive delight. "I wish he had," said Fleda, "for then I need not have spoken a word." "Why?" said Mr. Stackpole a little irritated, "you suppose he would have fought for you against me?" "I suppose he would have fought for the truth against anybody, sir," said Fleda. "Even against his own interests?" "If I am not mistaken in him," said Fleda, "he reckons his own and those of truth identical." The shout that was raised at this by all the ladies of the family made her look up in wonderment. "Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "what do you say to that, sir?" The direction of the lady's eye made Fleda spring up and face about. The gentleman in question was standing quietly at the back of her chair, too quietly she saw to leave any doubt of his having been there some time. Mr. Stackpole uttered an ejaculation, but Fleda stood absolutely motionless, and nothing could be prettier than her colour. "What do you say to what you have heard, Mr. Carleton?" said Mrs. Evelyn. Fleda's eyes were on the floor, but she thoroughly appreciated the tone of the question. "I hardly know whether I have listened with most pleasure or pain, Mrs. Evelyn." "Pleasure!" said Constance. "Pain," said Mr. Stackpole. "I am certain Miss Ringan was pure from any intention of giving pain," said Mrs. Evelyn with her voice of contained fun. "She has no national antipathies, I am sure, unless in the case of the Jews. She is too charming a girl for that." "Miss Ringan cannot regret less than I a word she has spoken," said Mr. Carleton, looking keenly at her as she drew back and took a seat a little off from the rest. "Then why was the pain?" said Mr. Stackpole. "That there should have been any occasion for them, sir." "Well, I wasn't sensible of the occasion, so I didn't feel the pain," said Mr. Stackpole dryly, for the other gentleman's tone was almost haughtily significant. "But if I had, the pleasure of such sparkling eyes would have made me forget it. Good evening, Mrs. Evelyn. Good evening, my gentle antagonist. It seems to me you have learned, if it is permissible to alter one of your favourite proverbs, that it is possible to break 2 windows with 1 stone. However, I don't feel that I go away with any of mine shattered." "Fleda, my dear," said Mrs. Evelyn laughing, "what do you say to that?" "As he is not here I will say nothing to it, Mrs. Evelyn," said Fleda, quietly drawing off to the table with her work, and again in a tremor from head to foot. "Why didn't you see Mr. Carleton come in?" said Edith following her. "I did. He came in long before you had done talking, and mamma held up her finger and made him stop. And he stood at the back of your chair the whole time listening. Mr. Stackpole didn't know he was there either. But what's the matter with you?" "Nothing," said Fleda, but she made her escape out of the room the next instant. "Mamma," said Edith, "what ails Fleda?" "I don't know, my love," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Nothing, I hope." "There does, though," said Edith decidedly. "Come here, Edith," said Constance, "and don't meddle with matters above your comprehension. Miss Ringan has probably hurt her hand with throwing stones." "Hurt her hand!" said Edith, but she was taken possession of by her eldest sister. "That is a lovely girl, Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn with an indescribable look, outwardly benign, but beneath that most keen in its scrutiny. He bowed rather abstractedly. "She will make a charming little farmer's wife, don't you think so?" "Is that her lot, Mrs. Evelyn?" he said with a somewhat incredulous smile. "Well, no, not precisely," said the lady. "You know in the country, or you do not know, the ministers are half farmers, but I suppose not more than half. Just such a mixture will suit Fleda, I should think. She has not told me in so many words, but it is easy to read so ingenuous a nature as hers. And I have discovered there is a most deserving young friend of mine settled at Queechy that she is by no means indifferent to. I take it for granted that will be the end of it," said Mrs. Evelyn, pinching her sofa cushion in a great many successive places with a most composed and satisfied air. But Mr. Carleton did not seem at all interested in the subject, and presently introduced another. Chapter 34.
Chapter 35 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 35. Fleda forgets herself. It is a hard matter for friends to meet, but mountains may be removed with earthquakes, and so encounter, as you like it. "What have we to do to night?" said Florence at breakfast the next morning. "You have no engagement, have you?" said her mother. "No, mamma," said Constance, arching her eyebrows. "We are to taste the sweets of domestic life. You, as head of the family, will go to sleep in the dormeuse, and Florence and I shall take turns in yawning by your side." "And what will Fleda do?" said Mrs. Evelyn laughing. "Fleda, mamma, will be wrapped in remorseful recollections of having enacted a mob last evening, and have enough occupation in considering how she shall repair damages." "Fleda, my dear, she is very saucy," said Mrs. Evelyn, sipping her tea with great comfort. Why should we yawn to night any more than last night?" said Fleda, a question which Edith would certainly have asked if she had not been away at school. The breakfast was too late for both her and her father. "Last night, my dear, your fractious disposition kept us upon half breath. There wasn't time to yawn. I meant to have eased my breast by laughing afterwards, but that expectation was stifled." "What stifled it?" "I was afraid," said Constance, with a little flutter of her person up and down in her chair. "Afraid of what?" "And besides, you know we can't have our drawing rooms filled with distinguished foreigners every evening we are not at home. I shall direct the fowling piece to be severe in his execution of orders to night, and let nobody in." "I forgot!" exclaimed Constance, with another flutter. "It is Mr. Thorn's night. My dearest mamma, will you consent to have the dormeuse wheeled round with its back to the fire? And Florence and I will take the opportunity to hear little Edith's lessons in the next room. Unless Mr. Decatur comes, I must endeavour to make the Manton comprehend what he has to do." "But what is to become of Mr. Evelyn?" said Fleda. "You make Mrs. Evelyn the head of the family very unceremoniously." "Mr. Evelyn, my dear," said Constance gravely, "makes a futile attempt semi-weekly to beat his brains out with a club, and every successive failure encourages him to try again, the only effect being a temporary decapitation of his family, and I believe this is the night on which he periodically turns a frigid eye upon their destitution." "You are too absurd," said Florence, reaching over for a sausage. "Dear Constance," said Fleda, half laughing, "why do you talk so?" "Constance, behave yourself," said her mother. "Mamma," said the young lady, "I am actuated by a benevolent desire to effect a diversion of Miss Ringgan's mind from its gloomy meditations, by presenting to her some more real subjects of distress." "I wonder if you ever looked at such a thing," said Fleda. "What 'such a thing'?" "As a real subject of distress." "Yes, I have one incessantly before me in your serious countenance. Why in the world, Fleda, don't you look like other people?" "I suppose because I don't feel like them." "And why don't you? I am sure you ought to be as happy as most people." "I think I am a great deal happier," said Fleda. "Than I am?" said the young lady, with arched eyebrows. But they went down, and her look softened in spite of herself at the eye and smile which answered her. "I should be very glad, dear Constance, to know you were as happy as I." "Why do you think I am not?" said the young lady a little tartly. "Because no happiness would satisfy me that cannot last." "And why can't it last?" "It is not built upon lasting things." "Pshaw!" said Constance, "I wouldn't have such a dismal kind of happiness as yours, Fleda, for anything." "Dismal?" said Fleda smiling, "because it can never disappoint me? Or because it isn't noisy?" "My dear little Fleda," said Constance in her usual manner, "you have lived up there among the solitudes till you have got morbid ideas of life, which it makes me melancholy to observe. I am very much afraid they verge towards stagnation." "No indeed," said Fleda laughing, "but if you please, with me the stream of life has flowed so quietly that I have looked quite to the bottom, and know how shallow it is, and growing shallower. I could not venture my bark of happiness there, but with you it is like a spring torrent. The foam and roar hinder your looking deep into it." Constance gave her a significant glance, a strong contrast to the earnest simplicity of Fleda's face, and presently inquired if she ever wrote poetry. "Shall I have the pleasure some day of discovering your uncommon signature in the secular corner of some religious newspaper?" "I hope not," said Fleda quietly. Joe Manton just then brought in a bouquet for Miss Evelyn, a very common enlivener of the breakfast table, all the more when, as in the present case, the sisters could not divine where it came from. It moved Fleda's wonder to see how very little the flowers were valued for their own sake. The probable cost, the probable giver, the probable éclat, were points enthusiastically discussed and thoroughly appreciated, but the sweet messengers themselves were carelessly set by for other eyes, and seemed to have no attraction for those they were destined to. Fleda enjoyed them at a distance, and could not help thinking that "Heaven sends almonds to those that have no teeth." "This camellia will just do for my hair to morrow night," said Florence. "Just what I want with my white muslin." "I think I will go with you to morrow, Florence," said Fleda. Mrs. Decatur has asked me so often." "Well, my dear, I shall be made happy by your company," said Florence abstractedly, examining her bouquet. "I am afraid it hasn't stem enough, Constance. Never mind, I'll fix it. Where is the end of this myrtle? I shall be very glad, of course, Fleda, my dear, but," picking her bouquet to pieces, "I think it right to tell you, privately, I am afraid you will find it very stupid." "Oh, I dare say she will not," said Mrs. Evelyn. "She can go and try at any rate. She would find it very stupid with me, here alone, and Constance at the concert. I dare say she will find some there whom she knows." "But the thing is, mamma, you see, at these conversaziones they never talk anything but French and German. I don't know, of course I should be delighted to have Fleda with me, and I have no doubt Mrs. Decatur would be very glad to have her, but I am afraid she won't enjoy herself." "I do not want to go where I shall not enjoy myself," said Fleda quietly, "that is certain." "Of course you know, dear, I would a great deal rather have you than not. I only speak for what I think would be for your pleasure." "I would do just as I felt inclined, Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I shall let her encounter the dullness alone, ma'am," said Fleda lightly. But it was not in a light mood that she put on her bonnet after dinner and set out to pay a visit to her uncle at the library. She had resolved that she would not be near the dormeuse in whatsoever relative position that evening. Very, very quiet she was. Her grave little face walked through the crowd of busy, bustling, anxious people, as if she had nothing in common with them, and Fleda felt that she had very little. Half unconsciously, as she passed along the streets, her eye scanned the countenances of that moving panorama, and the report it brought back made her draw closer within herself. She wondered that her feet had ever tripped lightly up those library stairs. "Ah, my fair Saxon," said the doctor, "what has brought you down here to day?" "I felt in want of something fresh, uncle Orrin, so I thought I would come and see you." "Fresh!" said he. "Ah, you are pining for green fields, I know. But you little piece of simplicity, there are no green fields now at Queechy. They are 2 feet deep with snow by this time." "Well, I am sure that is fresh," said Fleda smiling. The doctor was turning over great volumes, one after another, in a delightful confusion of business. "When do you think you shall go north, uncle Orrin?" "North?" said he. "What do you want to know about the north?" "You said, you know, sir, that you would go a little out of your way to leave me at home." "I won't go out of my way for anybody. If I leave you there it will be in my way. Why, you are not getting homesick?" "No, sir, not exactly, but I think I will go with you when you go." "That won't be yet a while. I thought those people wanted you to stay till January." "Ay, but suppose I want to do something else?" He looked at her with a comical kind of indecision and said, "You don't know what you want. I thought when you came in you needn't go further than the glass to see something fresh. But I believe the sea breezes haven't had enough of you yet. Which part of you wants freshening?" he said, in his mock fierce way. Fleda laughed and said she didn't know. "Out of humour, I guess," said the doctor. "I'll talk to you. Take this and amuse yourself a while with something that isn't fresh till I get through, and then you shall go home with me." Fleda carried the large volume into one of the reading rooms where there was nobody, and sat down at the beige covered table. But the book was not of the right kind, or her mood was not, for it failed to interest her. She sat nonchalantly turning over the leaves, but mentally she was busy turning over other leaves which had by far the most of her attention. The pages that memory read, the record of the old times passed in that very room, and the old childish light-hearted feelings that were, she thought, as much beyond recall. Those pleasant times when the world was all bright and friends all fair, and the light heart had never been borne down by the pressure of care, nor sobered by disappointment, nor chilled by experience. The spirit will not spring elastic again from under that weight, and the flower that has closed upon its own sweetness will not open a second time to the world's beneath. Thoughtfully, softly, she was touching and feeling of the bands that years had fastened about her heart. They would not be undone, though so quietly and almost stealthily they had been bound there. She was remembering the shadows that one after another had been cast upon her life, till now one soft veil of a cloud covered the whole. No storm cloud certainly, but also there was nothing left of the glad sunlight that her young eyes rejoiced in. At Queechy the first shadow had fallen. It was a good while before the next one, but then they came thick. There was the loss of some old comforts and advantages. That could have been borne. Then consequent upon that, the annoyances and difficulties that had wrought such a change in her uncle, till Fleda could hardly look back and believe that he was the same person, once manly, frank, busy, happy, and making his family so, now reserved, gloomy, irritable, unfaithful to his duty, and selfishly throwing down the burden they must take up, but were far less able to bear. And so Hugh was changed too, not in loveliness of character and demeanour, not even much in the always gentle and tender expression of countenance, but the animal spirits and frame that should have had all the strong cherishing and bracing that affection and wisdom together could have applied, had been left to wear themselves out under trials his father had shrunk from, and other trials his father had made. And Mrs. Rossiter, it was hard for Fleda to remember the face she wore at Paris, the bright eye and joyous corners of the mouth that now were so utterly changed. All by his fault, that made it so hard to bear. Fleda had thought all this 100 times. She went over it now as one looks at a thing one is well accustomed to, not with new sorrow, only in a subdued mood of mind, just fit to make the most of it. The familiar place took her back to the time when it became familiar. She compared herself sitting there and feeling the whole world a blank except for the 2 or 3 at home, with the child who had sat there years before in that happy time, when the feelings were young and the world was new. Then the Evelyns. Why should they trouble one so inoffensive and so easily troubled as her poor little self? They did not know all they were doing, but if they had eyes they must see a little of it. Why could she not have been allowed to keep her old free simple feeling with everybody, instead of being hampered and constrained and miserable from this pertinacious putting of thoughts in her head that ought not to be there? It had made her unlike herself, she knew, in the company of several people, and perhaps they might be sharp-sighted enough to read it, but even if not, how it had hindered her enjoyment. She had taken so much pleasure in the Evelyns last year, and in her visit. Well, she would go home and forget it, and maybe they would come to their right minds by the next time she saw them. "What pleasant times we used to have here once, Uncle Orrin," she said, with half a sigh, the other half quite made up by the tone in which she spoke. But it was not, as she thought, Uncle Orrin that was standing by her side, and looking up as she finished speaking, Fleda saw with a start that it was Mr. Carleton. There was such a degree of life and pleasantness in his eyes that in spite of the start her own quite brightened. "That is a pleasure one may always command," he said, answering part of her speech. "Ay, provided one has one's mind always under command," said Fleda. "It is possible to sit down to a feast with a want of appetite." "In such a case, what is the best tonic?" His manner, even in those 2 minutes, had put Fleda perfectly at her ease, ill-bred eyes and ears being absent. She looked up and answered with such entire trust in him as made her forget that she had ever had any cause to distrust herself. "For me," she said, "as a general rule, nothing is better than to go out of doors, into the woods or the garden. They are the best fresheners I know of. I can do myself good there at times when books are a nuisance." "You are not changed from your old self," he said. The wish was strong upon Fleda to know whether he was, but it was not till she saw the answer in his face that she knew how plainly hers had asked the question, and then she was so confused that she did not know what the answer had been. "I find it so too," he said. "The influences of pure nature are the best things I know of for some moods, after the company of a good horse." "And you on his back, I suppose?" "That was my meaning. What is the doubt thereupon?" said he, laughing. "Did I express any doubt? Or my eyes were mistaken?" "I remember they never used to be that," said Fleda. "What was it?" "Why," said Fleda, thinking that Mr. Carleton had probably retained more than one of his old habits, for she was answering with her old obedience, "I was doubting what the influence is in that case. Worth analyzing, I think. I am afraid the good horse's company has little to do with it." "What then do you suppose?" said he smiling. "Why," said Fleda, "it might be but I beg your pardon, Mr. Carleton, I am astonished at my own presumption." "Go on, and let me know why," he said, with that happiness of manner which was never resisted. Fleda went on, reassuring her courage now and then with a glance. "The relief might spring, sir, from the gratification of a proud feeling of independence, or from a dignified sense of isolation, or an imaginary riding down of opposition, or the consciousness of being master of what you have in hand." She would have added to the general category the running away from oneself, but the eye and bearing of the person before her forbade even such a thought as connected with him. He laughed, but shook his head. "Perhaps then," said Fleda, "it may be nothing worse than the working of a surplus of energy or impatience that leaves behind no more than can be managed." "You have learned something of human nature since I had the pleasure of knowing you," he said, with a look at once amused and penetrating. "I wish I hadn't," said Fleda. Her countenance absolutely fell. "I sometimes think," said he, turning over the leaves of her book, "that these are the best companionship one can have. The world at large is very unsatisfactory." "Oh how much!" said Fleda with a long breath. "The only thing that my eyes rested upon as I came through the streets this afternoon was a huge bunch of violets that somebody was carrying. I walked behind them as long as I could." "Is your old love for Queechy in full force?" said Mr. Carleton, still turning over the leaves and smiling. "I believe so. I should be very sorry to live here long. At home I can always go out and find society that refreshes me." "You have set yourself a high standard," he said, with no displeased expression of the lips. "I have been charged with that," said Fleda. "But is it possible to set too high a standard, Mr. Carleton?" "One may leave oneself almost alone in the world." "Well, even then," said Fleda, "I would rather have only the image of excellence than be contented with inferiority." "Isn't it possible to do both?" said he, smiling again. "I don't know," said Fleda. "Perhaps I am too easily dissatisfied. I believe I have grown fastidious living alone. I have sometimes almost a disgust at the world and everything in it." "I have often felt so," he said, "but I am not sure that it is a mood to be indulged in, likely to further our own good or that of others." "I am sure it is not," said Fleda. "I often feel vexed with myself for it. But what can one do, Mr. Carleton?" "Don't your friends the flowers help you in this?" "Not a bit," said Fleda. "They draw the other way. Their society is so very pure and satisfying that one is all the less inclined to take up with the other." She could not quite tell what to make of the smile with which he began to speak. It half abashed her. "When I spoke a little while ago," said he, "of the best cure for an ill mood, I was speaking of secondary means simply. The only really humanizing, rectifying, peace giving thing I ever tried was looking at time in the light of eternity, and shaming or melting my coldness away in the rays of the sun of righteousness." Fleda's eyes, which had fallen on her book, were raised again with such a flash of feeling that it quite prevented her seeing what was in his. But the feeling was a little too strong. The eyes went down lower than ever, and the features showed that the utmost efforts of self command were needed to control them. "There is no other cure," he went on in the same tone, "but disgust and weariness and selfishness shrink away and hide themselves before a word or a look of the Redeemer of men, when we hear him say, 'I have bought thee, thou art mine.' It is like one of those old words of healing, 'Thou art loosed from thine infirmity, be thou clean,' and the mind takes sweetly the grace and the command together, 'that he who loveth God love his brother also.' Only the preparation of the gospel of peace can make our feet go softly over the roughness of the way." Fleda did not move, unless her twinkling eyelashes might seem to contradict that. "I need not tell you," Mr. Carleton went on a little lower, "where this medicine is to be sought." "It is strange," said Fleda presently, "how well one may know, and how well one may forget. But I think the body has a great deal to do with it sometimes. These states of feeling, I mean." "No doubt it has, and in these cases the cure is a more complicated matter. I should think the roses would be useful there." Fleda's mind was crossed by an indistinct vision of peas, asparagus, and sweet corn. She said nothing. An indirect remedy is sometimes the very best that can be employed. However, it is always true that the more our eyes are fixed upon the source of light, the less we notice the shadows that things we are passing fling across our way. Fleda did not know how to talk for a little while. She was too happy. Whatever kept Mr. Carleton from talking, he was silent too. Perhaps it was the understanding of her mood. "Mr. Carleton," said Fleda, after a little time, "did you ever carry out that plan of a rose garden that you were talking of a long while ago?" "You remember it?" said he with a pleased look. "Yes, that was one of the first things I set about after I went home. But I did not follow the regular fashion of arrangement that one of your friends is so fond of." "I should not like that for anything," said Fleda, "and least of all for roses." "Do you remember the little shrubbery path that opened just in front of the library windows, leading at the distance of half a mile to a long narrow winding glen?" "Perfectly well," said Fleda, "through the wood of evergreens. I remember the glen very well." "About half way from the house," said he, smiling at her eyes, "a glade opens which merges at last in the head of the glen. I planted my roses there. The circumstances of the ground were very happy for disposing them according to my wish." "And how far?" "The roses? Oh, all the way, and some distance down the glen. Not a continuous thicket of them," he added, smiling again. "I wished each kind to stand so that its peculiar beauty should be fully relieved and appreciated, and that would have been lost in a crowd." "Yes, I know it," said Fleda. "One's eye rests upon the chief objects of attraction, and the others are hardly seen. They do not even serve as foils. And they must show beautifully against the dark backgrounds of firs and larches." "Yes, and the windings of the ground gave me every sort of situation and exposure. I wanted room too for the different effects of masses of the same kind growing together, and of fine individuals or groups standing alone where they could show the full graceful development of their nature." "What a pleasure! What a beauty it must be!" "The ground is very happy. Many varieties of soil and exposure were needed for the plants of different habits, and I found or made them all. The rocky beginnings of the glen even furnished me with south walls for the little tea roses, and the Macartneys and musk roses. The Banksias I kept near home." "Do you know them all, Mr. Carleton?" "Not quite," said he, smiling at her. "I have seen one Banksia. The Macartney is a name that tells me nothing." "They are evergreens with large white flowers, very abundant and late in the season, but they need the shelter of a wall with us." "I should think you would say with me," said Fleda. "I cannot conceive that the headquarters of the rose tribe should be anywhere else." "One of the queens of the tribe is there, in the neighbourhood of the Macartneys, the difficult rose sulphurea. It finds itself so well accommodated that it condescends to play its part to perfection. Do you know that?" "Not at all." "It is one of the most beautiful of all, though not my favourite. It has large double yellow flowers, shaped like the Provence, very superb, but as wilful as any queen of them all." "Which is your favourite, Mr. Carleton?" "Not that which shows itself most splendid to the eye, but which offers fairest indications to the fancy." Fleda looked a little wistfully, for there was a smile rather of the eye than of the lips, which said there was a hidden thought beneath. "Don't you assign characters to your flowers?" said he gravely. "Always. That Rosa sulphurea is a haughty high bred beauty that disdains even to show herself beautiful unless she is pleased. I love better what comes nearer home to the charities and wants of everyday life." He had not answered her, Fleda knew. She thought of what he had said to Mrs. Evelyn about liking beauty but not beauties. "Then," he said, smiling again in that hidden way, "the head of the glen gave me the soil I needed for the Bourbons and French roses." "Bourbons?" said Fleda. "Those are exceeding fine, a hybrid between the Chinese and the Rosa Quatre Saisons. I have not confined them all to the head of the glen. Many of them are in richer soil, grafted on standards." "I like standard roses," said Fleda, "better than any." "Not better than climbers?" "Better than any climbers I ever saw, except the Banksia." There is hardly a more elegant variety than that, though it is not strictly a climber, and indeed when I spoke I was thinking as much of the training roses. Many of the noisettes are very fine, but I have the climbers all over, in some parts nothing else, where the wood closes in upon the path. There the evergreen roses or the ayrshire cover the ground under the trees, or are trained up the trunks and allowed to find their own way through the branches down again. The multiflora in the same manner. I have made the boursault cover some unsightly rocks that were in my way. Then in wider parts of the glade nearer home are your favourite standards, the damask and Provence and moss, which you know are varieties of the centifolia and the noisette standards. Some of them are very fine, and the Chinese roses, and countless hybrids and varieties of all these, with many bourbons. And your beautiful American yellow rose, and the Austrian briar, and the eglantine, and the Scotch and white and dog roses in their innumerable varieties, change admirably well with the others, and relieve the eye very happily." "Relieve the eye," said Fleda. "My imagination wants relieving. Isn't there, I have a fancy that there is, a view of the sea from some parts of that walk, Mr. Carleton?" "Yes, you have a good memory," said he smiling. "On one side of the wood is rather dense, and in some parts of the other side, but elsewhere the trees are thinned off towards the southwest, and in one or two points the descent of the ground and some cutting have given free access to the air and free range to the eye, bounded only by the sea line in the distance, if indeed that can be said to bound anything." "I haven't seen it since I was a child," said Fleda. "And for how long a time in the year is this literally a garden of roses, Mr. Carleton?" "The perpetual roses are in bloom for 8 months. The damask and the Chinese and some of their varieties, the Provence roses, are in blossom all the summer." "Ah, we can do nothing like that in this country," said Fleda, shaking her head. "Our winters are unmanageable." She was silent a minute, turning over the leaves of her book in an abstracted manner. "You have struck out upon a grave path of reflection," said Mr. Carleton gently, "and left me bewildered among the roses." "I was thinking," said Fleda, looking up and laughing, "I was moralizing to myself upon the curious equalization of happiness in the world. I just sheered off from a feeling of envy, and comfortably reflected that one measures happiness by what one knows, not by what one does not know, and so that in all probability I have had near as much enjoyment in the little number of plants that I have brought up and cherished and know intimately, as you, sir, in your superb walk through fairyland." "Do you suppose," said he laughing, "that I leave the whole care of fairyland to my gardener? No, you are mistaken. When the roses are to act as my correctors, I find I must become theirs. I seldom go among them without a pruning knife, and never without wishing for one. And you are certainly right so far, that the plants on which I bestow most pains give me the most pleasure. There are some that no hand but mine ever touches, and those are by far the best loved of my eye." A discussion followed, partly natural, partly moral, on the manner of pruning various roses, and on the curious connection between care and complacency, and the philosophy of the same. "The rules of the library are to shut up at sundown, sir," said one of the bookmen who had come into the room. "Sundown!" exclaimed Fleda, jumping up. "Is my uncle not here, Mr. Frost?" "He has been gone half an hour, ma'am." "And I was to have gone home with him. I have forgotten myself." "If that is at all the fault of my roses," said Mr. Carleton smiling, "I will do my best to repair it." "I am not disposed to call it a fault," said Fleda, tying her bonnet strings. "It is rather an agreeable thing once in a while. I shall dream of those roses, Mr. Carleton." "That would be doing them too much honour." Very happily she had forgotten herself, and during all the walk home her mind was too full of one great piece of joy, and indeed too much engaged with conversation to take up her own subject again. Her only wish was that they might not meet any of the Evelyns. Mr. Thorn, whom they did meet, was a matter of entire indifference. The door was opened by Dr. Gregory himself. To Fleda's utter astonishment Mr. Carleton accepted his invitation to come in. She went up stairs to take off her things in a kind of maze. "I thought he would go away without my seeing him, and now what a nice time I have had, in spite of Mrs. Evelyn." That thought slipped in without Fleda's knowledge, but she could not get it out again. I don't know how much it has been her fault either, but one thing is certain, I never could have had it at her house. How very glad I am, that I have seen him and heard all this from his own lips. But how very funny that he will be here to tea." "Well," said the doctor when she came down, "you do look freshened up, I declare. Here is this girl, sir, was coming to me a little while ago complaining that she wanted something fresh, and begging me to take her back to Queechy, forsooth to find it, with 2 feet of snow on the ground. 'Who wants to see you at Queechy?' he said, facing round upon her with a look half fierce, half quizzical." Fleda laughed, but was vexed to feel that she could not help colouring, and colouring exceedingly, partly from the consciousness of his meaning, and partly from a vague notion that somebody else was conscious of it too. Dr. Gregory, however, dashed right off into the thick of conversation with his guest, and kept him busily engaged till tea time. Fleda sat still on the sofa, looking and listening with simple pleasure. Memory served her up a rich entertainment enough. Yet she thought her uncle was the most heartily interested of the two in the conversation. There was a shade more upon Mr. Carleton, not than he often wore, but than he had worn a little while ago. Dr. Gregory was a great bibliopole, and in the course of the hour hauled out and made his guest overhaul no less than several musty old folios, and Fleda could not help fancying that he did it with an access of gravity greater even than the occasion called for. The grace of his manner, however, was unaltered, and at tea she did not know whether she had been right or not. Demurely she sat there behind the tea urn, for Dr. Gregory still engrossed all the attention of his guest. As far as talking was concerned, Fleda was again inwardly smiling to herself at the oddity and the pleasantness of the chance that had brought those three together in such a quiet way, after all the weeks she had been seeing Mr. Carleton at a distance. And she enjoyed the conversation too, for though Dr. Gregory was a little fond of his hobby, it was still conversation worthy the name. "I have been so unfortunate in the matter of the drives," Mr. Carleton said, when he was about to take leave and standing before Fleda, "that I am half afraid to mention it again." "I could not help it, both those time, Mr. Carleton," said Fleda earnestly. "Both the last or both the first?" said he smiling. "The last?" said Fleda. "I have had the honour of making such an attempt twice within the last 10 days, to my disappointment." "It was not by my fault then either, sir," Fleda said quietly. But he knew very well from the expression of her face a moment before where to put the emphasis her tongue would not make. "Dare I ask you to go with me to morrow?" "I don't know," said Fleda, with the old childish sparkle of her eye, "but if you ask me, sir, I will go." He sat down beside her immediately, and Fleda knew by his change of eye that her former thought had been right. "Shall I see you at Mrs. Decatur's to morrow?" "No, sir." "I thought I understood," said he in an explanatory tone, "from your friends the Miss Evelyns that they were going." "I believe they are, and I did think of it, but I have changed my mind and shall stay at home with Mrs. Evelyn." After some further conversation the hour for the drive was appointed and Mr. Carleton took leave. "Come for me twice, and Mrs. Evelyn refused without consulting me," thought Fleda. "What could make her do so? How very rude he must have thought me! And how glad I am I have had an opportunity of setting that right." So quitting Mrs. Evelyn, her thoughts went off upon a long train of wandering over the afternoon's talk. "Wake up," said the doctor, laying his hand kindly upon her shoulder. "You'll want something fresh again presently. What mine of profundity are you digging into now?" Fleda looked up and came back from her profundity with a glance and a smile as simple as a child's. "Dear uncle Orrin, how came you to leave me alone in the library?" "Was that what you were trying to discover?" "Oh no, sir, but why did you, uncle Orrin? I might have been left utterly alone." "Why," said the doctor, "I was going out, and a friend that I thought I could confide in promised to take care of you." "A friend? Nobody came near me," said Fleda. "Then I'll never trust anybody again," said the doctor. "But what were you hammering at, mentally, just now? Come, you shall tell me." "Oh nothing, uncle Orrin," said Fleda, looking grave again however. "I was thinking that I had been talking too much to day." "Talking too much! Why whom have you been talking to?" "Oh nobody but Mr. Carleton." "Mr. Carleton! Why you didn't say 6 1/4 words while he was here." "No, but I mean in the library and walking home." "Talking too much, I guess you did," said the doctor. "Your tongue is like the music of the spheres, so loud it deafens human ears. How came you to talk too much? I thought you were too shy to talk at all in company." "No, sir, I am not. I am not at all shy unless people frighten me. It takes almost nothing to do that. But I am very bold if I am not frightened." "Were you frightened this afternoon?" "No, sir." "Well, if you weren't frightened, I guess nobody else was," said the doctor. Chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 36. The Roses and the Gentlemen. Whence came this? This is some token from a newer friend. Shakespeare. The snowflakes were falling softly and thick when Fleda got up the next morning. "No ride for me to day, but how very glad I am that I had a chance of setting that matter right. What could Mrs. Evelyn have been thinking of? Very false kindness. If I had disliked to go ever so much she ought to have made me, for my own sake, rather than let me seem so rude. It is true she didn't know how rude. Oh snowflakes, how much purer and prettier you are than most things in this place." No one was in the breakfast parlour when Fleda came down, so she took her book and the dormeuse and had an hour of luxurious quiet before anybody appeared. Not a footfall in the house, nor even one outside to be heard, for the soft carpeting of snow which was laid over the streets. The gentle breathing of the fire, the only sound in the room, while the very light came subdued through the falling snow and the thin muslin curtains, and gave an air of softer luxury to the apartment. Money is pleasant, thought Fleda, as she took a little complacent review of all this before opening her book, and yet how unspeakably happier one may be without it than another with it. Happiness never was locked up in a purse yet. I am sure Hugh and they must want me at home." There was a little sober consideration of the lumps of coal and the contented looking blaze in the grate, a most essentially homelike thing, and then Fleda went to her book and for the space of an hour turned over her pages without interruption. At the end of the hour the fowling piece, certainly the noiseliest of his kind, put his head in, but seeing none of the ladies took it and himself away again and left Fleda in peace for another half hour. Then appeared Mrs. Evelyn in her morning wrapper, and only stopping at the bell handle came up to the dormeuse and stooping down kissed Fleda's forehead, with so much tenderness that it won a look of most affectionate gratitude in reply. "Fleda, my dear, we set you a sad example, but you won't copy it. Joe, breakfast. Has Mr. Evelyn gone down town?" "Yes, ma'am, 2 hours ago." "Did it ever occur to you, Fleda, my dear," said Mrs. Evelyn, breaking the lumps of coal with a poker in a very leisurely satisfied kind of a way, "did it ever occur to you to rejoice that you were not born a business man? What a life!" "I wonder how it compares with that of a business woman," said Fleda laughing. "There is an uncompromising old proverb which says, 'Man's work is from sun to sun, but a woman's work is never done,' a saying which she instantly reflected was entirely beyond the comprehension of the person to whose consideration she had offered it. And then came in Florence, rubbing her hands and knitting her eyebrows. "Why, you don't look as bright as the rest of the world this morning," said Fleda. "What a wretched storm!" "Wretched! This beautiful snow! Here have I been enjoying it for this hour." But Florence rubbed her hands and looked as if Fleda were no rule for other people. "How horrid it will make the going out to night if it snows all day." "Then you can stay at home," said her mother composedly. "Indeed I shall not, mamma." "Mamma," said Constance, now coming in with Edith, "isn't breakfast ready? It strikes me that the fowling piece wants polishing up. I have an indistinct impression that the sun would be upon the meridian if he was anywhere." "Not quite so bad as that," said Fleda smiling. "It is only an hour and a half since I came down stairs." "You horrid little creature! Mamma, I consider it an act of inhospitality to permit studious habits on the part of your guests, and I am surprised your ordinary sagacity has not discovered that it is the greatest impolicy toward the objects of your maternal care. We are labouring under growing disadvantages, for when we have brought the enemy to at long shot, there is a mean little craft that comes in and unmans him in a close fight before we can get our speaking trumpets up." "Constance, do hush," said her sister. "You are too absurd." "Fact," said Constance gravely. "Captain Lewiston was telling me the other night how the thing is managed, and I recognized it immediately and told him I had often seen it done." "Hold your tongue, Constance," said her mother smiling, "and come to breakfast." Half, and but half of the mandate the young lady had any idea of obeying. "I can't imagine what you are talking about, Constance," said Edith. "And then, being a friend, you see," pursued Constance, "we can do nothing but fire a salute instead of demolishing her." "Can't you?" said Fleda. "I am sure many a time I have felt as if you had left me nothing but my colours." "Except your prizes, my dear. I am sure I don't know about your being a friend either, for I have observed that you engage English and American alike." "She's getting up her colours now," said Mrs. Evelyn in mock gravity. "You can tell what she is." "Blood red!" said Constance. "A pirate! I thought so!" she exclaimed with an ecstatic gesture. "I shall make it my business to warn everybody." "Oh Constance!" said Fleda, burying her face in her hands. But they all laughed. "Fleda, my dear, I would box her ears," said Mrs. Evelyn, commanding herself. "It is a mere envious insinuation. I have always understood those were the most successful colours carried." "Dear Mrs. Evelyn!" "My dear Fleda, that is not a hot roll. You sha'n't eat it. Take this. Florence, give her a piece of the bacon. Fleda, my dear, it is good for the digestion. You must try it. Constance was quite mistaken in supposing yours were those obnoxious colours. There is too much white with the red. It is more like a very different flag." "Like what then, mamma?" said Constance. "A good American would have blue in it." "You may keep the American yourself," said her mother. "Only," said Fleda, trying to recover herself, "there is a slight irregularity. With you the stars are blue and the ground white." "My dear little Fleda!" exclaimed Constance, jumping up and capering round the table to kiss her, "you are too delicious for anything, and in future I will be blind to your colours, which is a piece of self denial I am sure nobody else will practise." "Mamma," said Edith, "what are you all talking about? Can't Constance sit down and let Fleda eat her breakfast?" "Sit down, Constance, and eat your breakfast." "I will do it, mamma, out of consideration for the bacon. Nothing else would move me." "Are you going to Mrs. Decatur's to night, Fleda?" "No, Edith, I believe not." "I'm very glad there'll be somebody at home. But why don't you?" "I think on the whole I had rather not." "Mamma," said Constance, "you have done very wrong in permitting such a thing. I know just how it will be. Mr. Thorn and Mr. Stackpole will make indefinite voyages of discovery round Mrs. Decatur's rooms, and then have a glimmering perception that the light of Miss Ringan's eyes is in another direction, they will sheer off, and you presently will see them come sailing blandly in one after the other and cast anchor for the evening, when to your extreme delight Mr. Stackpole and Miss Ringan will immediately commence fighting. I shall stay at home to see," exclaimed Constance with little bounds of delight up and down upon her chair, which this time afforded her the additional elasticity of springs. "I will not go. I am persuaded how it will be, and I would not miss it for anything." "Dear Constance," said Fleda, unable to help laughing through all her vexation, "please do not talk so. You know very well Mr. Stackpole only comes to see your mother." "He was here last night," said Constance in an extreme state of delight, "with all the rest of your admirers, ranged in the hall with their hats in a pile at the foot of the staircase, as a token of their determination not to go till you came home; and as they could not be induced to come up to the drawing room, Mr. Evelyn was obliged to go down, and with some difficulty persuaded them to disperse." Fleda was by this time in a state of indecision betwixt crying and laughing, assiduously attentive to her breakfast. "Mr. Carleton asked me if you would go ride with him again the other day, Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn, with her face of delighted mischief, "and I excused you, for I thought you would thank me for it." "Mamma," said Constance, "the mention of that name rouses all the bitter feelings I am capable of. My dear Fleda, we have been friends, but if I see you abstracting my English rose—" "Look at those roses behind you," said Fleda. The young lady turned and sprang at the word, followed by both her sisters, and for some moments nothing but a hubbub of exclamations filled the air. "Joe, you are enchanting! But did you ever see such flowers? Oh, those rosebuds!" "And these camellias," said Edith. "Look, Florence, how they are cut, with such splendid long stems! And the roses too, all of them! See, mamma, just cut from the bushes, with the buds all left on, and immensely long stems. Mamma, these must have cost an immensity." "That is what I call a bouquet," said Fleda, fain to leave the table too and draw near the tempting show in Florence's hand. "This is the handsomest you've had all winter, Florence," said Edith. "Handsomest! I never saw anything like it. I shall wear some of these to night, mamma." "You are in a great hurry to appropriate it," said Constance. "How do you know but it is mine?" "Which of us is it for, Joe?" "Say it's mine, Joe, and I will vote for you. The best article of your kind," said Constance, with an inexpressible glance at Fleda. "Who brought it, Joe?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Yes, Joe, who brought it? Where did it come from, Joe?" Joe had hardly a chance to answer. "I really couldn't say, Miss Florence. The man wasn't known to me." "But did he say it was for Florence or for me?" "No, ma'am, he—" "Which did he say it was for?" "He didn't say it was either for Miss Florence or for you, Miss Constance. He—" "But he didn't say who sent it?" "No, ma'am, it's—mamma, here is a white moss that is beyond everything, with two of the most lovely buds. Oh," said Constance, clasping her hands and whirling about the room in ecstasy, "I sha'n't survive if I cannot find out where it is from." "How delicious the scent of these tea roses is," said Fleda. "You ought not to mind this snow storm to day after this, Florence. I should think you would be perfectly happy." "I shall be if I can contrive to keep them fresh to wear to night. Mamma, how sweetly they would dress me!" "They're a great deal too good to be wasted so," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I sha'n't let you do it." "Mamma, it wouldn't take any of them at all for my hair, and the bouquet de corsage too. There'd be thousands left. Well, Joe, what are you waiting for?" "I didn't say," said Joe, looking a good deal blank and a little afraid. "I should have said that the bouquet is—" "What is it?" "It is—I believe, ma'am, the man said it was for Miss Ringan." "For me!" exclaimed Fleda, her cheeks forming instantly the most exquisite commentary on the gift that the giver could have desired. She took in her hand the superb bunch of flowers from which the fingers of Florence unclosed as if it had been an icicle. "Why didn't you say so before?" she inquired sharply, but the fowling piece had wisely disappeared. "I am very glad!" exclaimed Edith. "They have had plenty all winter, and you haven't had one. I am very glad it is yours, Fleda." But such a shadow had come upon every other face that Fleda's pleasure was completely overclouded. She smelled at her roses, just ready to burst into tears, and wishing sincerely that they had never come. "I am afraid, my dear Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn quietly, going on with her breakfast, "that there is a thorn somewhere among those flowers." Fleda was too sure of it, but not by any means the one Mrs. Evelyn intended. "He could never have got half those from his own greenhouse, mamma," said Florence, "if he had cut every rose that was in it; and he isn't very free with his knife either." "I said nothing about anybody's greenhouse," said Mrs. Evelyn, "though I don't suppose there is more than one lot in the city they could have come from." "Well," said Constance, settling herself back in her chair and closing her eyes, "I feel extinguished. Mamma, do you suppose it possible that a hot cup of tea might revive me? I am suffering from a universal sense of unappreciated merit, and nobody can tell me what the pain is that hasn't felt it." "I think you are extremely foolish, Constance," said Edith. Fleda hasn't had a single flower sent her since she's been here, and you have had them every other day. I think Florence is the only one that has a right to be disappointed." "Dear Florence," said Fleda earnestly, "you shall have as many of them as you please to dress yourself, and welcome." "Oh no, of course not," Florence said. "It's of no sort of consequence. I don't want them in the least, my dear. I wonder what somebody would think to see his flowers in my head." Fleda secretly had mooted the same question, and was very well pleased not to have put it to the proof. She took the flowers up stairs after breakfast, resolving that they should not be an eyesore to her friends, placed them in water, and sat down to enjoy and muse over them in a very sorrowful mood. She again thought she would take the first opportunity of going home. How strange, out of their abundance of tributary flowers, to grudge her this one bunch. To be sure it was a magnificent one. The flowers were mostly roses, of the rarer kinds, and with a few fine camellias, all of them cut with a freedom that evidently had known no constraint but that of taste, and put together with an exquisite skill that Fleda felt sure was never possessed by any gardener. She knew that only one hand had had anything to do with them, and that the hand that had bought, not the one that had sold. And how very kind, presently quite supplanted, how very strange. How exactly like him, and how singular that Mrs. Evelyn and her daughters should have supposed they could have come from Mr. Thorn. It was a moral impossibility that he should have put such a bunch of flowers together, while to Fleda's eye they so bore the impress of another person's character that she had absolutely been glad to get them out of sight for fear they might betray him. She hung over their varied loveliness, tasted and studied it, till the soft breath of the roses had wafted away every cloud of disagreeable feeling, and she was drinking in pure and strong pleasure from each leaf and bud. What a very apt emblem of kindness and friendship she thought them, when their gentle preaching and silent sympathy could alone so nearly do friendship's work. For to Fleda there was both counsel and consolation in flowers. So she found it this morning. An hour's talk with them had done her a great deal of good, and when she dressed herself and went down to the drawing room her grave little face was not less placid than the roses she had left. She would not wear even one of them down to be a disagreeable reminder, and she thought that still snowy day was one of the very pleasantest she had had in New York. Florence went to Mrs. Decatur's, but Constance, according to her avowed determination, remained at home to see the fun. Fleda hoped most sincerely there would be none for her to see. But a good deal to her astonishment, early in the evening Mr. Carleton walked in, followed very soon by Mr. Thorn. Constance and Mrs. Evelyn were forthwith in a perfect effervescence of delight, which as they could not very well give it full play promised to last the evening; and Fleda, all her nervous trembling awakened again, took her work to the table and endeavoured to bury herself in it. But ears could not be fastened as well as eyes, and the mere sound of Mrs. Evelyn's voice sometimes sent a thrill over her. "Mr. Thorn," said the lady in her smoothest manner, "are you a lover of floriculture, sir?" "Can't say that I am, Mrs. Evelyn, except as practised by others." "Then you are not a connoisseur in roses? Miss Ringan's happy lot sent her a most exquisite collection this morning, and she has been wanting to apply to somebody who could tell her what they are. I thought you might know." "Oh they are not here," said Mrs. Evelyn, as she noticed the gentleman's look around the room. "Miss Ringan judges them too precious for any eyes but her own. Fleda, my dear, won't you bring down your roses to let Mr. Thorn tell us their names?" "I am sure Mr. Thorn will excuse me, Mrs. Evelyn. I believe he would find it a puzzling task." "The surest way, Mrs. Evelyn, would be to apply at the fountain head for information," said Thorn dryly. "If I could get at it," said Mrs. Evelyn, Fleda knew with quivering lips; "but it seems to me I might as well try to find the Dead Sea." "Perhaps Mr. Carleton might serve your purpose," said Thorn. That gentleman was at the moment talking to Constance. "Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "are you a judge, sir?" "Of what, Mrs. Evelyn? I beg your pardon." The lady's tone somewhat lowered. "Are you a judge of roses, Mr. Carleton?" "So far as to know a rose when I see it," he answered smilingly, and with an imperturbable coolness that it quieted Fleda to hear. "Ay, but the thing is," said Constance, "do you know 20 roses when you see them?" "Miss Ringan, Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "has received a most beautiful supply this morning, but like a true woman she is not satisfied to enjoy unless she can enjoy intelligently. They are strangers to us all, and she would like to know what name to give them. Mr. Thorn suggested that perhaps you might help us out of our difficulty." "With great pleasure, so far as I am able, if my judgment may be exercised by daylight. I cannot answer for shades of green in the night time." But he spoke with an ease and simplicity that left no mortal able to guess whether he had ever heard of a particular bunch of roses in his life before. "You give me more of Eve in my character, Mrs. Evelyn, than I think belongs to me," said Fleda, from her work at the far centre table, which certainly did not get its name from its place in the room. "My enjoyment to day has not been in the least troubled by curiosity." Which none of the rest of the family could have affirmed. "Do you mean to say, Mr. Carleton," said Constance, "that it is necessary to distinguish between shades of green in judging of roses?" "It is necessary to make shades of distinction in judging of almost anything, Miss Constance. The difference between varieties of the same flower is often extremely nice." "I have read of magicians," said Thorn softly, bending down towards Fleda's work, "who did not need to see things to answer questions respecting them." Fleda thought that was a kind of magic remarkably common in the world, but even her displeasure could not give her courage to speak. It gave her courage to be silent, however, and Mr. Thorn's best efforts in a conversation of some length could gain nothing but very uninterested rejoinders. A sudden pinch from Constance then made her look up, and almost destroyed her self possession as she saw Mr. Stackpole make his way into the room. "I hope I find my fair enemy in a mollified humour," he said, approaching them. "I suppose you have repaired damages, Mr. Stackpole," said Constance, "since you venture into the region of broken windows again." "Mr. Stackpole declared there were none to repair," said Mrs. Evelyn from the sofa. "More than I knew of," said the gentleman laughing. "There were more than I knew of, but you see I court the danger, having rashly concluded that I might as well know all my weak points at once. Miss Ringan will break nothing to night, Mr. Stackpole. She promised me she would not." "Not even her silence?" said the gentleman. "Is she always so desperately industrious?" said Mr. Thorn. "Miss Ringan, Mr. Stackpole," said Constance, "is subject to occasional fits of misanthropy, in which cases her retreating with her work to the solitude of the centre table is significant of her desire to avoid conversation, as Mr. Thorn has been experiencing." "I am happy to see the malady is not catching, Miss Constance." "Mr. Stackpole," said Constance, "I am in a morose state of mind. Miss Ringan this morning received a magnificent bouquet of roses, which in the first place I rashly appropriated to myself, and ever since I discovered my mistake I have been meditating the renouncing of society. It has excited more bad feelings than I thought had existence in my nature." "Mr. Stackpole," said Mrs. Evelyn, "would you ever have supposed that roses could be a cause of discord?" Mr. Stackpole looked as if he did not exactly know what the ladies were driving at. "There have 5,000 emigrants arrived at this port within a week," said he, as if that were something worth talking about. "Poor creatures, where will they all go?" said Mrs. Evelyn comfortably. "Country's large enough," said Thorn. "Yes, but such a stream of immigration will reach the Pacific and come back again before long, and then there will be a meeting of the waters. This tide of German and Irish will sweep over everything." "I suppose if the land will not bear both, one party will have to seek other quarters," said Mrs. Evelyn, with an exquisite satisfaction which Fleda could hear in her voice. "You remember the story of Lot and Abraham, Mr. Stackpole, when a quarrel arose between them, not about roses." Mr. Stackpole looked as if women were, to say the least, incomprehensible. 5,000 a week, he repeated. "I wish there was a Dead Sea for them all to sheer off into," said Thorn. "If you had seen the look of grave rebuke that speech called forth, Mr. Thorn," said Constance, "your feelings would have been penetrated, if you had any." "I had forgotten," he said, looking round with a bland change of manner, "what gentle charities were so near me." "Mamma, mamma," said Constance, with a most comic show of indignation, "Mr. Thorn thought with Miss Ringan he had forgotten all the gentle charities in the room. I am of no further use to society. I will trouble you to ring that bell, Mr. Thorn, if you please. I shall request candles and retire to the privacy of my own apartment." "Not till you have permitted me to expiate my fault," said Mr. Thorn laughing. "It cannot be expiated. My worth will be known at some future day. Mr. Carleton, will you have the goodness to summon our domestic attendant?" "If you will permit me to give the order," he said smiling, with his hand on the bell. "I am afraid you are hardly fit to be trusted alone." "Why?" "May I delay obeying you long enough to give my reasons?" "Yes." "Because," said he, coming up to her, "when people turn away from the world in disgust, they generally find worse company in themselves." "Mr. Carleton, I would not sit still another minute if curiosity didn't keep me. I thought solitude was said to be such a corrector." "Like a clear atmosphere, an excellent medium if your object is to take an observation of your position; worse than lost if you mean to shut up the windows and burn sickly lights of your own." "Then according to that one shouldn't seek solitude unless one doesn't want it." "No," said Mr. Carleton, with that eye of deep meaning to which Constance always rendered involuntary homage, "every one wants it. If we do not take daily an observation to find where we are sailing about wildly and do not know whither we are going." "An observation?" said Constance, understanding part, and impatient of not catching the whole of his meaning. "Yes," he said with a smile of singular fascination, "I mean consulting the unerring guides of the way to know where we are and if we are sailing safely and happily in the right direction; otherwise we are in danger of striking upon some rock, or of never making the harbour, and in either case all is lost." The power of eye and smile was too much for Constance. As it had happened more than once before, her own eyes fell. For a moment she wore a look of unwonted sadness and sweetness, and what from any other person would have roused her mockery. "Mr. Carleton," said she, trying to rally herself, but still not daring to look up, knowing that would put it out of her power, "I can't understand how you ever came to be such a grave person." "What is your idea of gravity?" said he smiling. "To have a mind so at rest about the future as to be able to enjoy thoroughly all that is worth enjoying in the present? But I can't imagine how you ever came to take up such notions. May I ask again, why not?" "Oh you know, you have so much to make you otherwise." "What degree of present contentment ought to make one satisfied to leave that of the limitless future an uncertain thing?" "Do you think it can be made certain?" "Undoubtedly, why not? The tickets are free, the only thing is to make sure that ours has the true signature. Do you think the possession of that ticket makes life a sadder thing? The very handwriting of it is more precious to me by far, Miss Constance, than everything else I have." "But you are a very uncommon instance," said Constance, still unable to look up, and speaking without any of her usual attempt at jocularity. "No, I hope not," he said quietly. "I mean," said Constance, "that it is very uncommon language to hear from a person like you." "I suppose I know your meaning," he said after a minute's pause. "But, Miss Constance, there is hardly a graver thought to me than that power and responsibility go hand in hand." "It doesn't generally work so," said Constance rather uneasily. "What are you talking about, Constance?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Mr. Carleton, mamma, has been making me melancholy." "Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn, "I am going to petition that you will turn your efforts in another direction. I have felt oppressed all the afternoon from the effects of that funeral service I was attending. I am only just getting over it. The preacher seemed to delight in putting together all the gloomy thoughts he could think of." "Yes," said Mr. Stackpole, putting his hands in his pockets, "it is the particular enjoyment of some of them, I believe, to do their best to make other people miserable." Mr. Thorn said nothing, being warned by the impatient little hammering of Fleda's worsted needle upon the marble while her eyes were no longer considering her work and her face rested anxiously upon her hand. "There wasn't a thing," the lady went on, "in anything he said, in his prayer or his speech, there wasn't a single cheering or elevating consideration. All he talked and prayed for was that the people there might be filled with a sense of their wickedness." "It's their trade, ma'am," said Mr. Stackpole. "It's their trade. I wonder if it ever occurs to them to include themselves in that petition." "There wasn't the slightest effort made in anything he said or prayed for, and one would have thought that would have been so natural. There was not the least endeavour to do away with that superstitious fear of death which is so common, and one would think it was the very occasion to do it. He never once asked that we might be led to look upon it rationally and calmly. It's so unreasonable, Mr. Stackpole, it is so dissonant with our views of a benevolent supreme being, as if it could be according to his will that his creatures should live lives of tormenting themselves. It so shows a want of trust in his goodness." "It's a relic of barbarism, ma'am," said Mr. Stackpole. "It's a popular delusion, and it is like to be till you can get men to embrace wider and more liberal views of things." "What do you suppose it proceeds from?" said Mr. Carleton, as if the question had just occurred to him. "I suppose from false notions received from education, sir." "Hardly," said Mr. Carleton. "It is too universal. You find it everywhere. And to ascribe it everywhere to education would be but shifting the question back one generation." "It is a root of barbarous ages," said Mr. Stackpole. "A piece of superstition handed down from father to son, a set of false ideas which men are bred up and almost born with, that they can hardly get rid of." "How can that be a root of barbarism, which the most utmost degree of intelligence and cultivation has no power to do away, nor even to lessen, however it may afford motive to control? Man may often put a brave face upon it, and show none of their thoughts to the world, but I think no one capable of reflection has not at times felt the influence of that dread." "Men have often sought death, of purpose and choice," said Mr. Stackpole dryly, and rubbing his chin. "Not from the absence of this feeling, but from the greater momentary pressure of some other." "Of course," said Mr. Stackpole, rubbing his chin still, "there is a natural love of life. The world could not get on if there was not." "If the love of life is natural, then the fear of death must be so, by the same reason." "Undoubtedly," said Mrs. Evelyn. "It is natural. It is part of the constitution of our nature." "Yes," said Mr. Stackpole, settling himself again in his chair, with his hands in his pockets, "it is not unnatural, I suppose, but then that is the first view of the subject. It is the business of reason to correct many impressions and prejudices that are, as we say, natural." "And there was where my clergyman of to day failed utterly," said Mrs. Evelyn. "He aimed at strengthening that feeling and driving it down as hard as he could into everybody's mind. Not a single lisp of anything to do it away or lessen the gloom with which we are, naturally, as you say, disposed to invest the subject." "I dare say he has held it up as a bugbear till it has become one to himself," said Mr. Stackpole. "It is nothing more than the mere natural dread of dissolution," said Mr. Carleton. "I think it is that," said Mrs. Evelyn. "I think that is the principal thing." "Is there not besides an undefined fear of what lies beyond? An uneasy misgiving that there may be issues which the spirit is not prepared to meet?" "I suppose there is," said Mrs. Evelyn. "But, sir—" "Why that is the very thing," said Mr. Stackpole. "That is the mischief of education I was speaking of. Men are brought up to it." "You cannot dispose of it so, sir, for this feeling is quite as universal as the other, and so strong that men have not only been willing to render life miserable, but even to endure death itself with all the aggravation of torture, to smooth their way in that unknown region beyond." "It is one of the maladies of human nature," said Mr. Stackpole, "that it remains for the progress of enlightened reason to dispel." "What is the cure for the malady?" said Mr. Carleton quietly. "Why, sir, the looking upon death as a necessary step in the course of our existence, which simply introduces us from a lower to a higher sphere, from a comparatively narrow to a wider and nobler range of feeling and intellect." "Ay, but how shall we be sure that it is so?" "Why, Mr. Carleton, sir," said Mrs. Evelyn, "do you doubt that? Do you suppose it possible for a moment that a benevolent being would make its creatures to be anything but happy?" "You believe the Bible, Mrs. Evelyn?" he said smiling slightly. "Certainly, sir. But, Mr. Carleton, the Bible I am sure holds out the same views of the goodness and glory of the Creator. You cannot open it but you find them on every page. If I could take such views of things as some people have," said Mrs. Evelyn, getting up to punch the fire in her extremity, "I don't know what I should do. Mr. Carleton, I think I would rather never have been born, sir." "Every one runs to the Bible," said Mr. Stackpole. "It is the general armoury, and all parties draw from it to fight each other." "True," said Mr. Carleton, "but only while they draw partially. No man can fight the battle of truth but in the whole panoply, and no man so armed can fight any other." "What do you mean, sir?" "I mean that the Bible is not a riddle, neither inconsistent with itself; but if you take off one leg of a pair of compasses the measuring power is gone." "But Mr. Carleton, sir," said Mrs. Evelyn, "do you think that reading the Bible is calculated to give one gloomy ideas of the future?" "By no means," he said with one of those meaning fraught smiles. "But is it safe, Mrs. Evelyn, in such a matter to venture a single grasp of hope without the direct warrant of God's word?" "Well, sir?" "Well, ma'am, that says, 'The soul that sinneth, it shall die.'" "That disposes of the whole matter comfortably at once," said Mr. Stackpole. "But, sir," said Mrs. Evelyn, "that doesn't stand alone. The Bible everywhere speaks of the fulness and freeness of Christ's salvation." "Full and free as it can possibly be," he answered with something of a sad expression of countenance; "but Mrs. Evelyn never offered but with conditions." "What conditions?" said Mr. Stackpole hastily. "I recommend you to look for them, sir," said Mr. Carleton gravely. "They should not be unknown to a wise man." "Then you would leave mankind ridden by this nightmare of fear? Or what is your remedy?" "There is a remedy, sir," said Mr. Carleton, with that dilating and darkening eye which shewed him deeply engaged in what he was thinking about. "It is not mine. When men feel themselves lost and are willing to be saved in God's way, then the breach is made up; then hope can look across the gap and see its best home and its best friend on the other side; then faith lays hold on forgiveness and trembling is done; then, sin being pardoned, the sting of death is taken away, and the fear of death is no more, for it is swallowed up in victory. But men will not apply to a physician while they think themselves well, and people will not seek the sweet way of safety by Christ till they know there is no other. And so, do you see, Mrs. Evelyn, that when the gentleman you were speaking of sought to day to persuade his hearers that they were poorer than they thought they were, he was but taking the surest way to bring them to be made richer than they ever dreamed." There was a power of gentle earnestness in his eye that Mrs. Evelyn could not answer. Her look fell as that of Constance had done, and there was a moment's silence. Thorn had kept quiet for two reasons, that he might not displease Fleda, and that he might watch her. She had left her work, and turning half round from the table had listened intently to the conversation, towards the last very forgetful that there might be anybody to observe her, with eyes fixed and cheeks flushing, and the corners of the mouth just indicating delight, till the silence fell, and then she turned round to the table and took up her worsted work. But the lips were quite grave now, and Thorn's keen eyes discerned that upon one or two of the artificial roses there lay 2 or 3 very natural drops. "Mr. Carleton," said Edith, "what makes you talk such sober things? You have set Miss Ringan to crying." "Mr. Carleton could not be better pleased than at such a tribute to his eloquence," said Mr. Thorn with a saturnine expression. "Smiles are common things," said Mr. Stackpole a little maliciously, "but any man may be flattered to find his words drop diamonds." "Fleda, my dear," said Mrs. Evelyn with that trembling tone of concealed ecstasy which always set every one of Fleda's nerves a jarring, "you may tell the gentlemen that they do not always know when they are making an unfelicitous compliment. I never read what poets say about briny drops and salt tears without imagining the heroine immediately to be something like Lot's wife." "Nobody said anything about briny drops, mamma," said Edith. "Why there's Florence!" Her entrance made a little bustle which Fleda was very glad of. Unkind! She was trembling again in every finger. She bent down over her canvas and worked away as hard as she could. That did not hinder her becoming aware presently that Mr. Carleton was standing close beside her. "Are you not trying your eyes?" said he. The words were nothing, but the tone was a great deal. There was a kind of quiet intelligence in it. Fleda looked up, and something in the clear, steady, self reliant eyes she met wrought an instant change in her feeling. She met it a moment, and then looked at her work again with nerves quieted. "Can I not persuade them to be of my mind?" said Mr. Carleton, bending down a little nearer to their sphere of action. "Mr. Carleton is unreasonable to require more testimony of that this evening," said Mr. Thorn. "His own must have been ill employed." Fleda did not look up, but the absolute quietness of Mr. Carleton's manner could be felt. She felt it almost with a sympathetic pain. Thorn immediately left them and took leave. "What are you searching for in the papers, Mr. Carleton?" said Mrs. Evelyn, presently coming up to them. "I was looking for the steamers, Mrs. Evelyn." "How soon do you think of bidding us good bye?" "I do not know, ma'am," he answered coolly. "I expect my mother." Mrs. Evelyn walked back to her sofa. But in the space of 2 minutes she came over to the centre table again with an open magazine in her hand. "Mr. Carleton," said the lady, "you must read this for me and tell me what you think of it, will you, sir? I have been shewing it to Mr. Stackpole, and he can't see any beauty in it, and I tell him it is his fault, and there is some serious want in his composition. Now I want to know what you will say to it. An arbiter, Mrs. Evelyn, should be chosen by both parties." "Read it and tell me what you think," repeated the lady, walking away to leave him opportunity. Mr. Carleton looked it over. "That is something pretty," he said, putting it before Fleda. Mrs. Evelyn was still at a distance. "What do you think of that print for trying the eyes?" said Fleda laughing as she took it. But he noticed that her colour rose a little. "How do you like it?" "I like it pretty well," said Fleda rather hesitatingly. "You have seen it before?" "Why?" Fleda said, with a look up at him at once a little startled and a little curious. "What makes you say so?" "Because pardon me you did not read it." "Oh," said Fleda laughing, but colouring at the same time very frankly, "I can tell how I like some things without reading them very carefully." Mr. Carleton looked at her and then took the magazine again. "What have you there, Mr. Carleton?" said Florence. "A piece of English on which I was asking this lady's opinion, Miss Evelyn." "Now Mr. Carleton," exclaimed Constance jumping up, "I am going to ask you to decide a quarrel between Fleda and me about a point of English." "Hush, Constance," said her mother, "I want to speak to Mr. Carleton. Mr. Carleton, how do you like it?" "Like what, mamma?" said Florence. "A piece I gave Mr. Carleton to read. Mr. Carleton, tell how you like it, sir." "But what is it, mamma?" "A piece of poetry in an old Excelsior. The Spirit of the Fireside. Mr. Carleton, won't you read it aloud and let us all hear? But tell me first what you think of it." "It has pleased me particularly, Mrs. Evelyn." "Mr. Stackpole says he does not understand it, sir." "Fanciful," said Mr. Stackpole. "It's a little fanciful, and I can't quite make out what the fancy is." "It has been the misfortune of many good things before not to be prized, Mr. Stackpole," said the lady funnily. "True, ma'am," said that gentleman rubbing his chin, "and the converse is also true unfortunately, and with a much wider application." "There is a peculiarity of mental development or training," said Mr. Carleton, "which must fail of pleasing many minds because of their wanting the corresponding key of nature or experience. Some literature has a hidden freemasonry all its own." "Very hidden indeed," said Mr. Stackpole. "The cloud is so thick that I can't see the electricity." "Mr. Carleton," said Mrs. Evelyn laughing, "I take that remark as a compliment, sir. I have always appreciated that writer's pieces. I enjoy them very much." "Well, won't it please you to read it, Mr. Carleton," said Florence, "and let us know what we're talking about?" Mr. Carleton obeyed, standing where he was by the centre table. "By the old hearthstone a spirit dwells, The child of bygone years; He lieth hid the stones amid, And liveth on smiles and tears. But when the night is drawing on, And the fire burns clear and bright, He cometh out, and walketh about In the pleasant grave twilight. He goeth round on tiptoe soft, and scanneth close each face, if one in the room be sunk in gloom, by him he taketh his place. And then with fingers cool and soft, their touch who does not know, with water brought from the well of thought that was dug long years ago, he layeth his hand on the weary eyes, they are closed and quiet now, and he wipeth away the dust of the day which had settled on the brow. And gently then he walketh away, and sits in the corner chair, and the closed eyes swim, it seemeth to him, the form that once sat there. And whispered words of comfort and love fall sweet on the ear of sorrow. Why weepest thou? Thou art troubled now, but there cometh a bright to morrow. We too have passed over life's wild stream in a frail and shattered boat, but the pilot was sure, and we sailed secure when we seemed but scarce afloat. Though tossed by the rage of waves and wind, the bark held together still. One arm was strong, it bore us along, and has saved us from every ill. The spirit returns to his hiding place, but his words have been like balm. The big tears start, but the fluttering heart is soothed and softened and calm. "I remember that," said Florence. "It is beautiful." "Who's the writer?" said Mr. Stackpole. "I don't know," said Mrs. Evelyn. "It is signed Hugh. There have been a good many of his pieces in the Excelsior for a year past, and all of them pretty." "Hugh!" exclaimed Edith, springing forward. "That's the one that wrote the Chestnuts. Fleda, won't you read Mr. Carleton the Chestnuts?" "Why no, Edith, I think not." "Ah do, I like it so much, and I want him to hear it; and you know mamma says they're all pretty. Won't you?" "My dear Edith, you have heard it once already to day." "But I want you to read it for me again." "Let me have it, Miss Edith," said Mr. Carleton smiling. "I will read it for you." "Ah, but it would be twice as good if you could hear her read it," said Edith, fluttering over the leaves of the magazine. "She reads it so well. It's so funny about the coffee and buckwheat cakes." "What is that, Edith?" said her mother. "Something Mr. Carleton is going to read for me, mamma." "Don't you trouble Mr. Carleton." "It won't trouble him, mamma. He promised of his own accord." "Let us all have the benefit of it, Mr. Carleton," said the lady. It is worthy of remark that Fleda's politeness utterly deserted her during the reading of both this piece and the last. She as near as possible turned her back upon the reader. Merrily sang the crickets forth one fair October night, and the stars looked down, and the northern crown gave its strange fantastic light. A nipping frost was in the air, on flowers and grass it fell, and the leaves were still on the eastern hill, as if touched by a fairy spell. To the very top of the tall nut trees the frost king seemed to ride. With his wand he stirs the chestnut burrs, and straight they are opened wide. And squirrels and children together dream of the coming winter's hoard, and many, I ween, are the chestnuts seen in hole or in garret stored. The children are sleeping in feather beds, poor Bun in his mossy nest, he courts repose with his tail on his nose, on the others' warm blankets rest. Late in the morning the sun gets up from behind the village spire, and the children dream that the first red gleam is the chestnut trees on fire. The squirrel had on when he first awoke all the clothing he could command, and his breakfast was light, he just took a bite of an acorn that lay at hand. And then he was off to the trees to work, while the children some time it takes to dress and eat what they think meet of coffee and buckwheat cakes. The sparkling frost when they first go out lies thick upon all around, and earth and grass as they onward pass give a pleasant crackling sound. "Oh, there is a heap of chestnuts, see!" cried the youngest of the train, for they came to a stone where the squirrel had thrown what he meant to pick up again. And two bright eyes from the tree o'erhead looked down at the open bag, where the nuts went in, and so to begin almost made his courage flag. Away on the hill outside the wood 3 giant trees there stand, and the chestnuts bright that hang in sight are eyed by the youthful band. And one of their number climbs the tree and passes from bough to bough, and the children run, for with pelting fun the nuts fall thickly now. Some of the burrs are still shut tight, some open with chestnuts 3, and some nuts fall with no burrs at all, smooth shiny as nuts should be. Oh, who can tell what fun it was to see the prickly shower, to feel what a whack on the head or back was within a chestnut's power, to run beneath the shaking tree and then to scamper away, and with laughing shout to dance about the grass where the chestnuts lay, with flowing dresses and blowing hair, and eyes that no shadow knew, like the growing light of a morning bright, the dawn of that summer blue. The work was ended, the trees were stripped, the children were tired of play, and they forgot, but the squirrel did not, the wrong they had done that day. Whether it was from the reader's enjoyment or good giving of these lines, or from Edith's delight in them, he was frequently interrupted with bursts of laughter. "I can understand that," said Mr. Stackpole, "without any difficulty." "You are not lost in the mysteries of chestnutting in open daylight," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Mr. Carleton," said Edith, "wouldn't you have taken the squirrel's chestnuts?" "I believe I should, Miss Edith, if I had not been hindered." "But what would have hindered you? You don't think it was right?" "Ask your friend Miss Ringan what she thinks of it," said he smiling. "Now Mr. Carleton," said Constance as he threw down the magazine, "will you decide that point of English between Miss Ringan and me?" "I should like to hear the pleadings on both sides, Miss Constance." "Fleda, will you agree to submit to Mr. Carleton?" "I must know by what standards Mr. Carleton will be guided before I agree to any such thing," said Fleda. "Standards! But aren't you going to trust anybody in anything without knowing what standards they go by?" "Would that be a safe rule to follow in general?" said Fleda smiling. "You won't be a true woman if you don't follow it sooner or later, my dear Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Every woman must." "The later the better, ma'am, I cannot help thinking." "You will change your mind," said Mrs. Evelyn complacently. "Mamma's notions, Mr. Stackpole, would satisfy any man's pride when she is expatiating upon the subject of women's dependence," said Florence. "The dependence of affection," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Of course it's their lot. Affection always leads a true woman to merge her separate judgment on anything in the judgment of the beloved object." "Ay," said Fleda laughing, "suppose her affection is wasted on an object that has none?" "My dear Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn with a funny expression, "that can never be, you know. Don't you remember what your favourite Longfellow says? 'Affection is never wasted.' Florence, my love, just hand me Evangeline there. I want you to listen to it. Mr. Stackpole, here it is. 'Talk not of wasted affection. Affection never was wasted. If it enrich not the heart of another, its waters returning back to their springs shall fill them full of refreshment. That which the fountain sends forth returns again to the fountain.'" "How very plain it is that was written by a man!" said Fleda. "Why?" said Mr. Carleton laughing. "I always thought it was so exquisite," said Florence. "I was so struck with it," said Constance, "that I have been looking ever since for an object to waste my affections upon." "Hush, Constance!" said her mother. "Don't you like it, Mr. Carleton?" "I should like to hear Miss Ringan's commentary," said Mr. Stackpole. "I can't anticipate it. I should have said the sentiment was quite soft and tender enough for a woman." "Don't you agree with it, Mr. Carleton?" repeated Mrs. Evelyn. "I beg leave to second Mr. Stackpole's motion," he said smiling. "Fleda, my dear, you must explain yourself. The gentlemen are at a stand." "I believe, Mrs. Evelyn," said Fleda smiling and blushing, "I am of the mind of the old woman who couldn't bear to see anything wasted." "But the assertion is that it isn't wasted," said Mr. Stackpole. "That which the fountain sends forth returns again to the fountain," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Yes, to flood and lay waste the fair growth of nature," said Fleda with a little energy, though her colour rose and rose higher. "Did it never occur to you, Mrs. Evelyn, that the streams which fertilize as they flow do but desolate if their course be checked?" "But your objection lies only against the author's figure," said Mr. Stackpole. "Come to the fact." "I was speaking as he did, sir, of the fact under the figure. I did not mean to separate them." Both the gentlemen were smiling, though with very different expression. "Perhaps," said Mr. Carleton, "the writer was thinking of a gentler and more diffusive flow of kind feeling, which however it may meet with barren ground, and raise no fruit there, is sure in due time to come back, heaven refined, to refresh and replenish its source." "Perhaps so," said Fleda with a very pleased answering look. "I do not recollect how it is brought in. I may have answered rather Mrs. Evelyn than Mr. Longfellow." "But granting that it is an error," said Mr. Stackpole, "as you understood it, what shows it to have been written by a man?" "Its utter ignorance of the subject, sir." "Do you think they never waste their affections?" said he. "By no means, but I think they rarely waste so much in any one direction as to leave them quite impoverished." "Mr. Carleton, how do you bear that, sir?" said Mrs. Evelyn. "Will you let such an assertion pass unchecked?" "I would not if I could help it, Mrs. Evelyn." "That isn't saying much for yourself," said Constance. "But Fleda, my dear, where did you get such an experience of waste and desolation?" "Oh, man is a microcosm, you know," said Fleda lightly. "But you make it out that only one half of mankind can appropriate that axiom," said Mr. Stackpole. "How can a woman know men's hearts so well?" "On the principle that the whole is greater than a part?" said Mr. Carleton smiling. "I'll sleep upon that before I give my opinion," said Mr. Stackpole. "Mrs. Evelyn, good evening." "Well, Mr. Carleton," said Constance, "you have said a great deal for women's minds." "Some women's minds," he said with a smile. "And some men's minds," said Fleda. "I was speaking only in the general." Her eye half unconsciously reiterated her meaning as she shook hands with Mr. Carleton. And without speaking a word for other people to hear, his look and smile in return were more than an answer. Fleda sat for some time after he was gone, trying to think what it was in eye and lip which had given her so much pleasure. She could not make out anything but approbation, the look of loving approbation that one gives to a good child; but she thought it had also something of that quiet intelligence, a silent communication of sympathy which the others in company could not share. She was roused from a reverie by Mrs. Evelyn. "Fleda, my dear, I am writing to your aunt Lucy. Have you any message to send?" "No, Mrs. Evelyn, I wrote myself to day." And she went back to her musings. "I am writing about you, Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn again in a few minutes. "Giving a good account, I hope, ma'am," said Fleda smiling. "I shall tell her I think sea breezes have an unfavourable effect upon you," said Mrs. Evelyn; "that I am afraid you are growing pale, and that you have clearly expressed yourself in favour of a garden at Queechy rather than any lot in the city, or anywhere else. So she had better send for you home immediately." Fleda tried to find out what the lady really meant, but Mrs. Evelyn's delighted amusement did not consist with making the matter very plain. Fleda's questions did nothing but aggravate the cause of them, to her own annoyance, so she was fain at last to take her light and go to her own room. She looked at her flowers again with a renewal of the first pleasure and of the quieting influence the giver of them had exercised over her that evening; thought again how very kind it was of him to send them, and to choose them so; how strikingly he differed from other people; how glad she was to have seen him again, and how more than glad that he was so happily changed from his old self; and then from that change and the cause of it, to those higher, more tranquillizing and sweetening influences that own no kindred with earth's dust and descend like the dew of heaven to lay and fertilize it. And when she laid herself down to sleep it was with a spirit grave, but simply happy; every annoyance and unkindness was as unfelt now as ever the parching heat of a few hours before, when the stars are abroad. Chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 37. An unseen enemy round the corner. A snake bedded himself under the threshold of a country house. Lestrange. To Fleda's very great satisfaction, Mr. Thorn was not seen again for several days. It would have been to her very great comfort too if he could have been permitted to die out of mind as well as out of sight; but he was brought up before her lots of times, till poor Fleda almost felt as if she was really in the moral neighbourhood of the Dead Sea, Every natural growth of pleasure was so withered under the barren spirit of raillery. Sea breezes were never so disagreeable since winds blew, and nervous and fidgety again whenever Mr. Carleton was present, Fleda retreated to her work and the table and withdrew herself as much as she could from notice and conversation, feeling humbled, feeling sorry and vexed and ashamed that such ideas should have been put into her head, the absurdity of which, she thought, was only equalled by their needlessness. As much as she could she withdrew, but that was not entirely. Now and then interest made her forget herself, and quitting her needle she would give eyes and attention to the principal speaker as frankly as he could have desired. Bad weather and bad roads for those days put riding out of the question. One morning she was called down to see a gentleman, and came eschewing in advance the expected image of Mr. Thorn. It was a very different person. "Charlton Rossiter! My dear Charlton, how do you do? Where did you come from?" "You had better ask me what I have come for," he said, laughing as he shook hands with her. "What have you come for?" "To carry you home." "Home?" said Fleda. "I'm going up there for a day or two, and mamma wrote me I had better act as your escort, which of course I am most willing to do. See what mamma says to you." "When are you going, Charlton?" said Fleda, as she broke the seal of the note he gave her. "To-morrow morning." "That is too sudden a notice, Capt. Rossiter," said Mrs. Evelyn. "Fleda will hurry herself out of her colour, and then your mother will say there is something in sea breezes that isn't good for her, and then she will never trust her within reach of them again, which I am sure Miss Ringan would be sorry for." Fleda took the note to the window, half angry with herself that a kind of banter in which certainly there was very little wit should have power enough to disturb her. But though the shaft might be a slight one, it was winged with a will. The intensity of Mrs. Evelyn's enjoyment in her own mischief gave it all the force that was wanting. Fleda's head was in confusion. She read her aunt's note 3 times over before she had made up her mind on any point respecting it. "My dearest Fleda, Charlton is coming home for a day or two. Hadn't you better take the opportunity to return with him? I feel as if you had been long away, my dear child. Don't you feel so too? Your uncle is very desirous of seeing you, and as for Hugh and me, we are but half ourselves. I would not still say a word about your coming home if it were not for your good to stay. But I fancy from something in Mrs. Evelyn's letter that Queechy air will by this time do you good again, and opportunities of making the journey are very uncertain. My heart has grown lighter since I gave it leave to expect you. Yours, my darling, L.R. P.S. I will write to Mrs. E. soon." "What string has pulled these wires that are twitching me home?" thought Fleda, as her eyes went over and over the words which the feeling of the lines of her face would alone have told her were unwelcome. And why unwelcome? "One likes to be moved by fair means and not by foul," was the immediate answer. "And besides, it is very disagreeable to be taken by surprise. Whenever, in any manner, of my staying or going did Aunt Lucy have any wish but my pleasure?" Fleda mused a little while, and then with a perfect understanding of the machinery that had been at work, though an extremely vague and repulsed notion of the spring that had moved it, she came quietly out from her window and told Charlton she would go with him. "But not to-morrow," said Mrs. Evelyn composedly. "You will not hurry her off so soon as that, Capt. Rossiter?" "Furloughs are the stubbornest things in the world, Mrs. Evelyn. There is no spirit of accommodation about them. Mine lies between to-morrow morning and one other morning some 2 days thereafter, and you might as soon persuade Atlas to change his place. Will you be ready, coz?" "I will be ready," said Fleda, and her cousin departed. "Now, my dear Fleda," said Mrs. Evelyn, but it was with that funny face, as she saw Fleda standing thoughtfully before the fire, "you must be very careful in getting your things together." "Why, Mrs. Evelyn?" "I am afraid you will leave something behind you, my love." "I will take care of that, ma'am, and that I may I will go and see about it at once." Very busy till dinner time, she would not let herself stop to think about anything. At dinner Mr. Evelyn openly expressed his regrets for her going, and his earnest wishes that she would at least stay till the holidays were over. "Don't you know Fleda better, papa," said Florence, "than to try to make her alter her mind? When she says a thing is determined upon, I know there is nothing to do but to submit, with as good a grace as you can." "I tried to make Capt. Rossiter leave her a little longer," said Mrs. Evelyn, But he says furloughs are immovable, and his begins tomorrow morning, so he was immovable too. I should keep her notwithstanding, though, if her Aunt Lucy hadn't sent for her." "Well, see what she wants, and come back again," said Mr. Evelyn. "Thank you, sir," said Fleda, smiling gratefully. "I think not this winter." "There are 2 or 3 of my friends that will be confoundedly taken aback," said Mr. Evelyn, carefully helping himself to gravy. "I expect that an immediate depopulation of New York will commence," said Constance, "and go on till the heights about Queechy are all thickly settled with elegant country seats, which is the conventional term for a species of mouse trap." "Hush, you baggage," said her father. "Fleda, I wish you could spare her a little of your common sense to go through the world with." "Papa thinks, you see, my dear, that you have more than enough, which is not perhaps precisely the compliment he intended." "I take the full benefit of his and yours," said Fleda, smiling. After dinner she had just time to run down to the library to bid Dr. Gregory good bye, her last walk in the city. It wasn't a walk she enjoyed much. "Going to morrow?" said he. "Why, I am going to Boston in a week. You had better stay and go with me." "I can't now, uncle Orrin. I am dislodged, and you know there is nothing to do then but to go." "Come and stay with me till next week." But Fleda said it was best not, and went home to finish her preparations. She had no chance till late, for several gentlemen spent the evening with them. Mr. Carleton was there part of the time, but he was one of the first to go, and Fleda could not find an opportunity to say that she should not see him again. Her timidity would not allow her to make one, but it grieved her. At last she escaped to her own room, where most of her packing was still to do. By the time half the floor and all the bed was strewn with neat looking piles of things, the varieties of her modest wardrobe, Florence and Constance came in to see and talk with her, and sat down on the floor too, partly perhaps because the chairs were all bespoken in the service of boxes and baskets, and partly to follow what seemed to be the prevailing style of things. "What do you suppose has become of Mr. Thorn?" said Constance. "I have a presentiment that you will find him cracking nuts sociably with Mr. Rossiter, or drinking one of Aunt Lucy's excellent cups of coffee, in comfortable expectation of your return." "If I thought that I should stay here," said Fleda. "My dear, those were my cups of coffee." "I wish I could make you think it then," said Constance. "But you are glad to go home, aren't you, Fleda?" said Florence. "She isn't," said her sister. "She knows mamma contemplates making a grand entertainment of all the Jews as soon as she is gone. What does mamma mean by that, Fleda? I observe you comprehend her with most invariable quickness." "I should be puzzled to explain all that your mother means," said Fleda gently, as she went on bestowing her things in the trunk. "No, I am not particularly glad to go home, but I fancy it is time. I am afraid I have grown too accustomed to your luxury of life, and want knocking about to harden me a little." "Harden you!" said Constance. "My dear Fleda, you are under a delusion. Why should any one go through an indurating process? Will you inform me?" "I don't say that every one should," said Fleda, "but isn't it well for those whose lot does not lie among soft things?" There was extreme sweetness and a touching insinuation in her manner, and both the young ladies were silent for some time thereafter, watching somewhat wistfully the gentle hands and face that were so quietly busy, till the room was cleared again and looked remarkably empty with Fleda's trunk standing in the middle of it. And then, reminding them that she wanted some sleep to fit her for the hardening process, and must therefore send them away, she was left alone. One thing Fleda had put off till then, the care of her bunch of flowers. They were beautiful still. They had given her a very great deal of pleasure, and she was determined they should be left to no servant's hands to be flung into the street. If it had been summer she was sure she could have got buds from them. As it was, perhaps she might strike some cuttings. At all events they should go home with her. So carefully taking them out of the water and wrapping the ends in some fresh earth she had got that very afternoon from her uncle's garden, Fleda bestowed them in the corner of her trunk that she had left for them, and went to bed, feeling weary in body and in mind to the last degree quiet. In the same mind and mood she reached Queechy the next afternoon. It was a little before January, just the same time that she had come home last year. As then it was a bright day, and the country was again covered thick with the unspotted snow. But Fleda forgot to think how bright and fresh it was. Somehow she did not feel this time quite so glad to find herself there, It had never occurred to her so strongly before that Queechy could want anything. This feeling flew away before the first glimpse of her aunt's smile, and for half an hour after Fleda would have certified that Queechy wanted nothing. At the end of that time came in Mr. Rossiter. His greeting of Charlton was sufficiently unmarked, but eye and lip wakened when he turned to Fleda. "My dear child," he said, holding her face in both his hands, "how lovely you have grown." "That's only because you have forgotten her, father," said Hugh, laughing. It was a very lovely face just then. Mr. Rossiter gazed into it a moment, and again kissed first one cheek and then the other, and then suddenly withdrew his hands and turned away, with an air, Fleda could not tell what to make of it, an air that struck her with an immediate feeling of pain, somewhat as if for some cause or other he had nothing to do with her or her loveliness. And she needed not to see him walk the room for 3 minutes to know that Michigan agencies had done nothing to lighten his brow or uncloud his character. If this had wanted confirmation, Fleda would have found it in her aunt's face. She soon discovered, even in the course of the pleasant talkative hours before supper, that it was not brightened as she had expected to find it by her uncle's coming home, and her ears now caught painfully the occasional long breath, but half smothered, which told of a burden upon the heart, but half concealed. Fleda supposed that Mr. Rossiter's business affairs at the West must have disappointed him, and resolved not to remember that Michigan was in the map of North America. Still they talked on, through the afternoon and evening, all of them except him. He was moody and silent. Fleda felt the cloud overshadow sadly her own gaiety, but Mrs. Rossiter and Hugh were accustomed to it, and Charlton was much too tall a light to come under any external obscuration whatever. He was descanting brilliantly upon the doings and prospects at Fort Hamilton, where he was stationed, much to the entertainment of his mother and brother. Fleda could not listen to him while his father was sitting lost in something not half so pleasant as sleep in the corner of the sofa. Her eyes watched him stealthily till she could not bear it any longer. She resolved to bring the power of her sunbeam to bear, and going round seated herself on the sofa close by him and laid her hand on his arm. He felt it immediately. The arm was instantly drawn away to be put around her, and Fleda was pressed nearer to his side, while the other hand took hers, and the lips were again on her forehead. "And how do you like me for a farmer, uncle Rolf?" she said, looking up at him laughingly, and then fearing immediately that she had chosen her subject ill. Not from any change in his countenance, however, that decidedly brightened up. He did not answer at once. "My child, you make me ashamed of mankind." "Of the dominant half of them, sir, do you mean?" said Charlton, "or is your observation a sweeping one?" "It would sweep the greatest part of the world into the background, sir," answered his father dryly, "if its sense were the general rule." "And what has Fleda done to be such a besom of desolation?" Fleda's laugh set everybody else a-going, and there was immediately more life and common feeling in the society than had been all day. They all seemed willing to shake off a weight, and even Fleda, in the endeavour to chase the gloom that hung over others, as it had often happened, lost half of her own. "But still I am not answered," said Charlton, when they were grave again. "What has Fleda done to put such a libel upon mankind?" "You should call it a label, as Dr. Quackenboss does," said Fleda in a fresh burst. "He says he never would stand being labelled." "But come, back to the point," said Charlton. "I want to know what is the label in this case that Fleda's doings put upon those of other people?" "Insignificance," said his father dryly. "I should like to know how bestowed," said Charlton. "Don't enlighten him, uncle Rolf," said Fleda laughing. "Let my doings remain in safe obscurity, please." "I stand as a representative of mankind," said Charlton, "and I demand an explanation." "Look at what this slight frame and delicate nerves have been found equal to do, and then tell me if the broad shoulders of all your mess would have borne half the burden, or their united heads accomplished a quarter the results." He spoke with sufficient depth of meaning, though now with no unpleasant expression, but Charlton notwithstanding rather gathered himself up. "Oh, uncle Rolf," said Fleda gently, "nerves and muscles haven't much to do with it. After all, you know, I have just served the place of a mouthpiece. Seth was the head, and good Earl Douglas the hand." "I am ashamed of myself and of mankind," Mr. Rossiter repeated, "when I see what mere weakness can do, and how proudly valueless strength is contented to be. "You are looking, Captain Rossiter. But after all, a cap and plume really makes a man taller only to the eye." "When I have flung my plume in anybody's face, sir," said Charlton rather hotly, "it will be time enough to throw it back again." Mrs. Rossiter put her hand on his arm and looked her remonstrance. "Are you glad to be home again, dear Fleda?" she said, turning to her. But Fleda was making some smiling communications to her uncle, and did not seem to hear. "Fleda, does it seem pleasant to be here again?" "Very pleasant, dear Aunt Lucy, though I have had a very pleasant visit too." "On the whole you do not wish you were at this moment driving out of town in Mr. Thorn's cabriolet?" said her cousin. "Not in the least," said Fleda coolly. "How did you know I ever did such a thing?" "I wonder what should bring Mr. Thorn to Queechy at this time of year," said Hugh. Fleda started at this confirmation of Constance's words, and what was very odd, she could not get rid of the impression that Mr. Rossiter had started too. Perhaps it was only her own nerves, but he had certainly taken away the arm that was round her. "I suppose he has followed Miss Ringan," said Charlton gravely. "No," said Hugh, "he has been here some little time." "Then he preceded her, I suppose, to see and get the sleighs in order." "He did not know I was coming," said Fleda. "Didn't?" "No, I have not seen him for several days." "My dear little cousin," said Charlton laughing, "you are not a witch in your own affairs, whatever you may be in those of other people." "Why, Charlton?" "You are no adept in the art of concealment." "I have nothing to conceal," said Fleda. "How do you know he is here, Hugh?" "I was anxiously asked the other day," said Hugh with a slight smile, "whether you had come home, and then told that Mr. Thorn was in Queechy. There is no mistake about it, for my informant had actually seen him, and given him the direction to Mr. Plumfield's, for which he was inquiring." "The direction to Mr. Plumfield's?" said Fleda. "What's your old friend Mr. Carleton doing in New York?" said Charlton. "Is he there still?" said Mrs. Rossiter. "As large as life," answered her son. "Which, though you might not suppose it, Aunt Lucy, is about the height of Captain Rossiter, with, I should judge, a trifle less weight." "Your eyes are observant," said Charlton. "Of a good many things," said Fleda lightly. "He is not my height by half an inch," said Charlton. "I am just 6 feet without my boots." "An excellent height," said Fleda. "Your 6 feet was ever the only height." "Who said that?" said Charlton. "Isn't it enough that I say it?" "What's he staying here for?" "I don't know really," said Fleda. "It's very difficult to tell what people do things for." "Have you seen much of him?" said Mrs. Rossiter. "Yes, ma'am, a good deal. He was often at Mrs. Evelyn's." "Is he going to marry one of her daughters?" "Oh no," said Fleda smiling, "he isn't thinking of such a thing. Not in America. I don't know what he may do in England." "No," said Charlton, "I suppose he would think himself contaminated by matching with any blood in this hemisphere." "You do him injustice," said Fleda colouring. "You do not know him, Charlton." "You do?" "Much better than that." "And he is not one of the most touch me not pieces of English birth and wealth that ever stood upon their own dignity?" "Not at all," said Fleda. "How people may be understood. He is one of the most gentle and kind persons I ever saw." "To you?" "To everybody that deserves it." "Humph! And not proud?" "No, not as you understand it." And she felt it was very difficult to make him understand it, as the discovery involved a very offensive implication. "He is too fine a character to be proud." "That is arguing in a circle with a vengeance," said Charlton. "I know what you are thinking of," said Fleda, "and I suppose it passes for pride with a great many people who cannot comprehend it. He has a singular power of quietly rebuking wrong and keeping impertinence at a distance. Where Capt. Rossiter, for instance, I suppose, would throw his cap in a man's face, Mr. Carleton's mere silence would make the offender doff his and ask pardon." The manner in which this was said precluded all taking offence. "Well," said Charlton, shrugging his shoulders, "then I don't know what pride is, that's all." "Take care, Capt. Rossiter," said Fleda laughing. "I have heard of such a thing as American pride before now." "Certainly," said Charlton, "and I'm quite willing. But it never reaches quite such a towering height on our side the water." "I am sure I don't know how that may be," said Fleda, "but I know I have heard a lady, an enlightened, gentle tempered American lady, so called, I have heard her talk to a poor Irish woman with whom she had nothing in the world to do, in a style that moved my indignation. It stirred my blood, and there was nothing whatever to call it out. All the blood of all the Howards, I hope, would not have disgraced itself so." "What business have you to hope anything about it?" "None, except from the natural desire to find what one has a right to look for. But indeed I wouldn't take the blood of all the Howards for any security. Pride, as well as high breeding, is a thing of natural, not adventitious growth. It belongs to character, not circumstances." "Do you know that your favourite Mr. Carleton is nearly connected with those same Howards, and quarters their arms with his own?" "I have a very vague idea of the dignity implied in that expression of quartering arms, which comes so roundly out of your mouth, Charlton," said Fleda laughing. "No, I didn't know it, but in general I am apt to think that pride is a thing which reserves the usual rules of architecture and builds highest on the narrowest foundations." "What do you mean?" "Never mind," said Fleda. "If a meaning isn't plain, it isn't worth looking after. But it will not do to measure pride by its supposed materials. It does not depend on them but on the individual. You everywhere see people assert that most of which they feel least sure, and then it is easy for them to conclude that where there is so much more of the reality there must be proportionably more of the assertion. I wish some of our gentlemen and ladies who talk of pride where they see and can see nothing but the habit of wealth, I wish they could see the universal politeness with which Mr. Carleton returns the salutes of his inferiors. Not more respectfully they lift their hats to him than he lifts his to them, unless when he speaks." "You have seen it?" "Often." "Where?" "In England, at his own place, among his own servants and dependents. I remember very well. It struck even my childish eyes." "Well, after all, that is nothing still but a refined kind of haughtiness." "It is a kind that I wish some of our Americans would copy," said Fleda. "But dear Fleda," said Mrs. Rossiter, "all Americans are not like that lady you were talking of. It would be very unfair to make her a sample. I don't think I ever heard any one speak so in my life. You never heard me speak so." "Dear aunt Lucy, no, I was only giving instance for instance. I have no idea that Mr. Carleton is a type of Englishman in general. I wish he were. But I think it is the very people that cry out against superiority who are the most happy to assert their own where they can. The same jealous feeling that repines on the other hand revenges itself on the other." "Superiority of what kind?" said Charlton stiffly. "Of any kind. Superiority of wealth, or refinement, or name, or standing. Now it does not follow that an Englishman is proud because he keeps liveried servants, and it by no means follows that an American lacks the essence of haughtiness because he finds fault with him for doing so." "I dare say some of our neighbours think we are proud," said Hugh, "because we use silver forks instead of steel." "Because we're too good for steel forks, you ought to say," said Fleda. "I'm sure they think so. I have been given to understand as much. Barby, I believe, has a good opinion of us and charitably concludes that we mean right. But some other of our country friends would think I was far gone in uppishness if they knew that I never touch fish with a steel knife, and it wouldn't mend the matter much to tell them that the combination of flavours is disagreeable to me. It hardly suits the doctrine of liberty and equality that my palate should be so much nicer than theirs." "Absurd," said Charlton. "Very," said Fleda, "but on which side, in all probability, is the pride?" "It wasn't for liveried servants that I charged Mr. Carleton," said her cousin. "How do the Evelyns like this paragon of yours?" "Oh, everybody likes him," said Fleda smiling, "except you and your friend Mr. Thorn." "Thorn don't like him, eh?" "I think not." "What do you suppose is the reason?" said Charlton gravely. "I don't think Mr. Thorn is particularly apt to like anybody," said Fleda, who knew very well the original cause of both exceptions, but did not like to advert to it. "Apparently you don't like Mr. Thorn," said Mr. Rossiter, speaking for the first time. "I don't know who does, sir, much, except his mother." "What is he?" "A man not wanting in parts, sir, and with considerable force of character, but I am afraid more for ill than for good. I should be very sorry to trust him with anything dear to me." "How long were you in forming that opinion?" said Charlton, looking at her curiously. "It was formed, substantially, the first evening I saw him. and I have never seen cause to alter it since." The several members of the family therewith fell into a general muse, with the single exception of Hugh, whose eyes and thoughts seemed to be occupied with Fleda's living presence. Mr. Rossiter then requested that breakfast might be ready very early, at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock!" exclaimed Mrs. Rossiter. "I have to take a long ride on business, which must be done early in the day." "When will you be back?" "Not before nightfall." "But going on another business journey," said Mrs. Rossiter. "You have but just these few hours come home from one." "Cannot breakfast be ready?" "Yes, uncle Ralph," said Fleda, bringing her bright face before him. "Ready at 5:30, if you like it, now that I am to the fore, you know." He clasped her to his breast and kissed her again, but with a face so very grave that Fleda was glad nobody else saw it. Then Charlton went, averring that he wanted at least a night and a half of sleep between two such journeys as the one of that day and the one before him on the next, especially as he must resign himself to going without anything to eat. Him also Fleda laughingly promised that precisely half an hour before the stage time a cup of coffee and a roll should be smoking on the table, with whatever substantial appendages might be within the bounds of possibility or the house. "I will pay you for that beforehand with a kiss," said he. "You will do nothing of the kind," said Fleda, stepping back. "A kiss is a favour taken, not given, and I am entirely ignorant what you have done to deserve it." "You make a curious difference between me and Hugh," said Charlton, half in jest, half in earnest. "Hugh is my brother, Capt. Rossiter," said Fleda smiling, "and that is an honour you never made any pretensions to." "Come, you shall not say that any more," said he, taking the kiss that Fleda had no mind to give him. Half laughing, but with eyes that were all too ready for something else, she turned again to Hugh, when his brother had left the room, and looked wistfully in his face, stroking back the hair from his temples with a caressing hand. "You are just as you were when I left you," she said, with lips that seemed too unsteady to say more, and remained parted. "I'm afraid so are you," he replied. "Not a bit fatter. I hoped you would be. What have you been smiling at so this evening?" "I was thinking how well you talked." "Why, Hugh, you should have helped me. I talked too much." "I would much rather listen," said Hugh. "Dear Fleda, what a different thing the house is with you in it." Fleda said nothing except an inexplicable little shake of her head, which said a great many things. And then she and her aunt were left alone. Mrs. Rossiter drew her to her bosom with a look so exceeding fond that its sadness was hardly discernible. It was mingled, however, with an expression of some doubt. "What has made you keep so thin?" "I have been very well, Aunt Lucy. Thinness agrees with me." "Are you glad to be home again, dear Fleda?" "I am very glad to be with you, dear Aunt Lucy." "But not glad to be home?" "Yes, I am," said Fleda, "but somehow I don't know, I believe I have got a little spoiled. It is time I was at home, I am sure. I shall be quite glad after a day or two, when I have got into the works again. I am glad now, Aunt Lucy." Mrs. Rossiter seemed unsatisfied, and stroked the hair from Fleda's forehead with an absent look. "What was there in New York that you were so sorry to leave?" "Nothing, ma'am, in particular," said Fleda brightly, "and I am not sorry, Aunt Lucy. I tell you I am a little spoiled with company and easy living. I am glad to be with you again." Mrs. Rossiter was silent. "Don't you get up to uncle Rolf's breakfast to morrow, Aunt Lucy?" "Nor you." "I shan't unless I want to, but there'll be nothing for you to do, and you must just lie still. We will all have our breakfast together when Charlton has his." "You are the veriest sunbeam that ever came into a house," said her aunt, kissing her. Chapter 37.
Chapter 38 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 38. The Fairy at her work again. My flagging soul flies under her own pitch. Dryden. Fleda mused as she went up stairs whether the sun were a luminous body to himself or no. feeling herself at the moment dull enough. Bright, was she, to others? Nothing seemed bright to her. Every old shadow was darker than ever. Her uncle's unchanged gloom, her aunt's unrested face, Hugh's unaltered, delicate, sweet look, which always to her fancy seemed to write upon his face, passing away, and the thickening prospects whence sprang the miasm that infected the whole moral atmosphere. Alas, yes, money is a good thing, thought Fleda, and poverty need not be a bad thing if people can take it right. But if they take it wrong! With a very drooping heart indeed she went to the window. Her old childish habit had never been forgotten. Whenever the moon or stars were abroad, Fleda rarely failed to have a talk with them from her window. She stood there now, looking out into the cold still night, with eyes just dimmed with tears. Not that she lacked sadness enough, but she did lack spirit enough to cry. It was very still. After the rattle and confusion of the city streets, that extent of snow-covered country where the very shadows were motionless, the entire absence of soil and of disturbance, the rest of nature, the breathlessness of the very wind, all preached a quaint kind of sermon to Fleda. By the force of contrast they told her what should be, and there was more yet. She thought that by the force of example they showed what might be. Her eyes had not long travelled over the familiar old fields and fences before she came to the conclusion that she was home in good time. She thought she had been growing selfish, or in danger of it, and she made up her mind she was glad to be back again among the rough things of life, where she could do so much to smooth them for others, and her own spirit might grow to a polish it would never gain in the regions of ease and pleasure. To do life's work, thought Fleda, clasping her hands, no matter where, and mine is here. I am glad I am in my place again. I was forgetting I had one. It was with a face of strange purity and gravity that the moon shone upon, with no power to brighten as in past days the shadows of life were upon the child's brow. But nothing to brighten it from within? One sweet strong ray of other light suddenly found its way through the shadows and entered her heart. The Lord reigneth, let the earth be glad. And then the moonbeams pouring down with equal ray upon all the unevenness of this little world seemed to say the same thing over and over. Even so, not less equally his providence touches all, not less impartially his faithfulness guides. The Lord reigneth, let the earth be glad. There was brightness in the moonbeams now that Fleda could read this in them. She went to sleep, a very child again, with these words for her pillow. It was not 6, and darkness yet filled the world when Mr. Rossiter came down stairs and softly opened the sitting-room door. But the home fairy had been at work. He was greeted with such a blaze of cheerfulness as seemed to say what a dark place the world was everywhere but at home. His breakfast table was standing ready, well set and well supplied, and even as he entered by one door Fleda pushed open the other and came in from the kitchen, looking as if she had some strange spirit-like kindred with the cheery hearty glow which filled both rooms. "Fleda, you up at this hour?" "Yes, uncle Rolf," she said, coming forward to put her hands upon his. "You are not sorry to see me, I hope." But he did not say he was glad, and he did not speak at all. He busied himself gravely with some little matters of preparation for his journey. Evidently the gloom of last night was upon him yet. But Fleda had not wrought for praise, and could work without encouragement. Neither step nor hand slackened till all she and Barby had made ready was in nice order on the table, and she was pouring out a cup of smoking coffee. "You are not fit to be up," said Mr. Rossiter, looking at her. "You are pale now. Put yourself in that armchair, Fleda, and go to sleep. I will do this for myself." "No indeed, uncle Rolf," she answered brightly. "I have enjoyed getting breakfast very much at this out of the way hour, and now I am going to have the pleasure of seeing you eat it. Suppose you were to take a cup of coffee instead of my shoulder." He took it and sat down, but Fleda found that the pleasure of seeing him was to be a very qualified thing. He ate like a business man, in unbroken silence and gravity, and her cheerful words and looks got no return. It became an effort at length to keep either bright. Mr. Rossiter's sole remarks during breakfast were to ask if Carleton was going back that day, and if Philetus was getting the horse ready. Mr. Skillcorn had been called in good time by Barby at Fleda's suggestion, and coming down stairs had opined discontentedly that a man hadn't no right to be took out of bed in the morning afore he could see himself. But this, and Barby's spirited reply that there was no chance of his doing that at any time of day, so it was no use to wait, Fleda did not repeat. Her uncle was in no humour to be amused. She expected almost that he would go off without speaking to her, but he came up kindly to where she stood watching him. "You must bid me good bye for all the family, uncle Rolf, as I am the only one here," she said laughing. But she was sure that the embrace and kiss which followed were very exclusively for her. They made her face almost as sober as his own. "There will be a blessing for you," said he, "if there is a blessing anywhere." "If, uncle Rolf?" said Fleda, her heart swelling to her eyes. He turned away without answering her. Fleda sat down in the easy chair then, and cried. But that lasted very few minutes. She soon left crying for herself, to pray for him that he might have the blessing he did not know. That did not stop tears. She remembered the poor man sick of the palsy who was brought in by friends to be healed, and that Jesus, seeing their faith, said unto the sick of the palsy, "Son, thy sins be forgiven thee." It was a handle that faith took hold of and held fast while love made its petition. It was all she could do, she thought. She could never venture to speak to her uncle on the subject. Weary and tired, tears and longing at length lost themselves in sleep. When she awakened she found the daylight broadly come, little King in her lap, the fire, instead of being burnt out, in perfect preservation, and Barby standing before it and looking at her. "You ha'n't got one speck o' good by this journey to New York," was Miss Elster's vexed salutation. "Do you think so?" said Fleda, rousing herself. "I wouldn't venture to say as much as that, Barby." "If you have, 'tain't in your cheeks," said Barby decidedly. "You look just as if you was made of anything that wouldn't stand wear, and that isn't the way you used to look." "I've been up a good while without breakfast. My cheeks will be a better colour when I have had that, Barby. They feel pale." The second breakfast was a cheerfuller thing. But when the second traveller was despatched, and the rest fell back upon their old numbers, Fleda was very quiet again. It vexed her to be so, but she could not change her mood. She felt as if she had been whirled along in a dream, and was just now opening her eyes to daylight and reality. And reality, she could not help it, looked rather dull after dreamland. She thought it was very well she was waking up, and it cost her some effort to appear so. And then she charged herself with ingratitude, her aunt and Hugh were so exceedingly happy in her company. "Earl Douglass is quite delighted with the clover hay, Fleda," said Hugh, as the three sat at an early dinner. "Is he?" said Fleda. "Yes, you know he was very unwilling to cure it in your way, and he thinks there never was anything like it now." "Did you ever see finer ham, Fleda?" inquired her aunt. "Mr. Plumfield says it could not be better." "Very good," said Fleda, whose thoughts had somehow got upon Mr. Carleton's notion about female education, and were very busy with them. "I expect you would have remarked upon our potatoes before now," said Hugh. "These are the elephants. Have you seen anything like them in New York?" "There cannot be more beautiful potatoes," said Mrs. Rossiter. "We had not tried any of them before you went away, Fleda, had we?" "I don't know, aunt Lucy. No, I think not." "You needn't talk to Fleda, mother," said Hugh laughing. "She is quite beyond attending to all such ordinary matters. Her thoughts have learned to take a higher flight since she has been in New York." "It is time they were brought down then," said Fleda smiling. "But they have not learned to fly out of sight of home, Hugh." "Where were they, dear Fleda?" said her aunt. "I was thinking a minute ago of something I heard talked about in New York, aunt Lucy, and afterwards I was trying to find out by what possible or imaginable road I had got round to it." "Could you tell?" Fleda said no, and tried to bear her part in the conversation. But she did not know whether to blame the subjects which had been brought forward or herself for her utter want of interest in them. She went into the kitchen feeling dissatisfied with both. "Did you ever see potatoes that would beat them elephants?" said Barby. "Never, certainly," said Fleda with a most involuntary smile. "I never did," said Barby. "They beat all, for bigness and goodness both. I can't keep 'em together. There's thousands of 'em, and I mean to make Philetus eat 'em for supper. Such potatoes and milk is good enough for him, or anybody. The cow has gained on her milk wonderful, Fleda, since she begun to have them roots fed out to her." "Which cow?" said Fleda. "Which cow? Why the blue cow. There ain't none of the others that's giving any to speak of," said Barby, looking at her. "Don't you know, the cow you said them carrots should be kept for?" Fleda half laughed, as there began to rise up before her the various magazines of vegetables, grain, hay, and fodder that for many weeks had been deliciously distant from her imagination. "I made butter for 4 weeks, I guess, after you went away," Barby went on. "Just come in here and see, and the carrots makes it as yellow and sweet as June. I churned it as long as I had anything to churn, and longer. And now we live on cream. You can make some cheesecakes just as soon as you're a mind to. See, ain't that doing pretty well? And fine it is, put your nose down to it." "Bravely, Barby, and it is very sweet." "You ha'n't left nothing behind you in New York, have you?" said Barby when they returned to the kitchen. "Left anything? No. What do you think I have left?" "I didn't know but you might have forgotten to pack up your memory," said Barby dryly. Fleda laughed, and then in walked Mr. Douglass. "How d'ye do?" said he. "Got back again. I heerd you was hum, so I thought I'd just step up and see. Been getting along pretty well?" Fleda answered, smiling internally at the wide distance between her getting along and his idea of it. "Well, the hay's first rate," said Earl, taking off his hat and sitting down in the nearest chair. "I've been feeding it out now for a good spell, and I know what to think about it. We've been feeding it out ever since some time this side of the middle of November. I never see nothing sweeter, and I don't want to see nothing sweeter than it is. And the cattle eats it like May roses. They don't know how to thank you enough for it." "To thank you, Mr. Douglass," said Fleda, smiling. "No," said he in a decided manner, "I don't want no thanks for it, and I don't deserve none. 'Twa'n't thanks to none of my foresightedness that the clover once served the old way. I didn't like new notions, and I never did like new notions. I never did see much good of 'em, but I s'pose there's some on 'em that ain't moonshine. My woman says there is, and I suppose there is. After this clover hay I'm willing to allow that there is. It's as sweet as a posy if you smell it, and all of it's cured alike. And I think, Fleda, there's a quarter more weight of it. I ha'n't proved it nor weighed it, but I've an eye and a hand as good as most folks, and I'll qualify to there being a 4th part more weight of it. And it's a beautiful colour. The critters is as fond of it as you and I be of strawberries." "Well, that is satisfactory, Mr. Douglass," said Fleda. "How is Mrs. Douglass and Catherine?" "I ha'n't heerd 'em saying nothin' about it," he said, "and if there was anything the matter I s'pose they'd let me know. There don't much go wrong in a man's house without his hearing tell of it. So I think. Maybe 'tain't the same in other men's houses. That's the way it is in mine." "Mrs. Douglass would not thank you," said Fleda, wholly unable to keep from laughing. Earl's mouth gave way a very little, and then he went on. "How be you?" he said. "You ha'n't gained much, as I see. I don't see but you're as poor as when you went away." "I am very well, Mr. Douglass." "I guess New York ain't the place to grow fat. Well, Fleda, there ha'n't been seen in the whole country, nor by any man in it, the like of the crop o' corn we took off that 'ere 20-acre lot. They're all beat to hear tell of it. They won't believe me. Seth Plumfield ha'n't shewed as much himself. He says you're the best farmer in the state." "I hope he gives you part of the credit, Mr. Douglass. How much was there?" "I'll take my share of credit whenever I can get it," said Earl. "And I think it's right to take it so long as you ha'n't nothing to be ashamed of. But I won't take more than my share, and I will say I thought we was going to choke the corn to death when we seeded the field in that way. Well, there's better than 2,000 bushel, more or less, and as handsome a corn as I want to see, There never was handsomer corn. Would you let it go for 5 shillings? There's a man I've heerd of wants the hull of it."
"Is that a good price, Mr. Douglass? Why don't you ask Mr. Rossiter?"
"Do you suppose Mr. Rossiter knows much about it?" inquired Earl, with a curious turn of feature between sly and contemptuous. "The less he has to do with that heap o' corn, the bigger it'll be, that's my idee. I ain't a going to ask him nothin'. You may ask him what you like to ask him, but I don't think he'll tell you much that'll make you and me wiser in the matter of farmin'."
"But now that he is at home, Mr. Douglass, I certainly cannot decide without speaking to him."
"Very good," said Earl uneasily. "'Tain't no affair of mine. As you like to have it, so you'll like to have it, just as you please. But now, Fleda, there's another thing I want to speak to you about. I want you to let me take hold of that 'ere piece of swamp land and bring it in. I knew a man that fixed a piece of land like that, and cleared nigh $1,000 off it the first year."
"Which piece?" said Fleda.
"Why, you know which 'tis, just the other side of the trees over there, between them two little hills. There's 6 or 7 acres of it, nothin' in the world but mud and briars. Will you let me take a hold of it? I'll do the whole job if you give me half the profits for 1 year. Come over and look at it, and I'll tell you. Come! The walk won't hurt you, and it ain't fur."
All Fleda's inclinations said no, but she thought it was not best to indulge them. She put on her hood and went off with him, and was treated to a long and most implicated detail of ways and means, from which she at length disentangled the rationale of the matter and gave Mr. Douglass the consent he asked for, promising to gain that of her uncle. The day was fair and mild, and in spite of weariness of body, a certain weariness of mind prompted Fleda, when she had got rid of Earl Douglass, to go and see her aunt Miriam. She went questioning with herself all the way for her want of good will to these matters. True, they were not pleasant mind work, but she tried to school herself into taking them patiently as good life work. She had had too much pleasant company and enjoyed too much conversation, she said. It had unfitted her for home duties. Mrs. Plumfield, she knew, was no better, but her eye found no change for the worse. The old lady was very glad to see her, and very cheerful and kind as usual. "Well, are you glad to be home again?" said aunt Miriam, after a pause in the conversation. "Everybody asks me that question," said Fleda, smiling. "Perhaps for the same reason I did, because they thought you didn't look very glad." "I am glad," said Fleda, "but I believe not so glad as I was last year." "Why not?" "I suppose I had a pleasanter time. I have got a little spoiled, I believe, aunt Miriam," Fleda said with glistening eyes and an altering voice. "I don't take up my old cares and duties kindly at first. I shall be myself again in a few days." Aunt Miriam looked at her with that fond, wistful, benevolent look which made Fleda turn away. "What has spoiled you, love?" "Oh, easy living and pleasure, I suppose," Fleda said, but said with difficulty. "Pleasure?" said aunt Miriam, putting one arm gently around her. Fleda struggled with herself. "It is so pleasant, aunt Miriam, to forget these money cares, to lift one's eyes from the ground, and feel free to stretch out one's hand, not to be obliged to think about spending sixpences, and to have one's mind at liberty for a great many things that I haven't time for here. And Hugh and aunt Lucy, somehow things seem sad to me." Nothing could be more sympathizingly kind than the way in which her aunt Miriam brought Fleda closer to her side and wrapped her in her arms. "I am very foolish," Fleda whispered. "I am very wrong. I shall get over it." "I am afraid, dear Fleda," Mrs. Plumfield said after a pause, "it isn't best for us always to be without sad things, though I cannot bear to see your dear little face look sad. But it wouldn't fit us for the work we have to do. It wouldn't fit us to stand where I stand now and look forward happily." "Where you stand?" said Fleda, raising her head. "Yes, and I would not be without a sorrow I have ever known. They are bitter now when they are present, but the sweet fruit comes after." "But what do you mean by 'where you stand'?" "On the edge of life." "You do not think so, aunt Miriam?" Fleda said with a terrified look. "You are not worse?"
"I don't expect ever to be better," said Mrs. Plumfield with a smile. "Nay, my love," she said as Fleda's head went down on her bosom again, "not so. I do not wish it either, Fleda. I do not expect to leave you soon, but I would not prolong the time by a day. I would not have spoken of it now if I had recollected myself. But I am so accustomed to think and speak of it that it came out before I knew. My darling child, there is nothing to cry for." "I know it, aunt Miriam." "Then don't cry," whispered aunt Miriam, when she had stroked Fleda's head for 5 minutes. "I am crying for myself, aunt Miriam," said Fleda. "I shall be left alone." "Alone, my dear child?" "Yes, there is nobody but you that I feel I can talk to." She would have added that she dared not say a word to Hugh for fear of troubling him. But that pain in her heart stopped her, and pressing her hands together she burst into bitter weeping. "Nobody to talk to but me," said Mrs. Plumfield, after again soothing her for some time. "What do you mean, dear?" "Oh, I can't say anything to them at home," said Fleda, with a forced effort after her voice, "and you are the only one I can look to for help. Hugh never says anything, almost never, anything of that kind. He would rather others should counsel him. There is one friend to whom you may always tell everything, with no fear of wearying him, of whom you may at all times ask counsel without any danger of being denied. More dear, more precious, more rejoiced in, the more he is sought unto. Thou mayest lose friend after friend, and gain more than thou losest, in that one." "I know it," said Fleda, "but dear aunt Miriam, don't you think human nature longs for some human sympathy and help too?" "My sweet blossom, yes," said Mrs. Plumfield, caressingly stroking her bowed head; "but let him do what he will. He hath said, 'I will never leave thee nor forsake thee.'" "I know that too," said Fleda weeping. "How do people bear life that do not know it?" "Or that cannot take the comfort of it. Thou art not poor nor alone while thou hast him to go to, little Fleda. And you are not losing me yet, my child. You will have time, I think, to grow as well satisfied as I have with the prospect." "Is that possible for others?" said Fleda. The mother sighed as her son entered the room. He looked uncommonly grave, Fleda thought. That did not surprise her, but it seemed that it did his mother, for she asked an explanation, which however he did not give. "So you've got back from New York?" said he. "Just got back yesterday," said Fleda. "Why didn't you stay longer?" "I thought my friends at home would be glad to see me," said Fleda. "Was I mistaken?" He made no answer for a minute, and then said, "Is your uncle at home?" "No," said Fleda, "he went away this morning on business, and we do not expect him home before nightfall. Do you want to see him?" "No," said Seth very decidedly. "I wish he had stayed in Michigan, or gone further west, anywhere that Queechy'd never have heard of him." "Why, what has he done?" said Fleda, looking up half laughing and half amazed at her cousin. But his face was disagreeably dark, though she could not make out that the expression was one of displeasure. It did not encourage her to talk. "Do you know a man in New York of the name of Thorn?" he said, after standing still a minute or two. "I know 2 men of that name," said Fleda, colouring and wondering. "Is either on 'em a friend of your'n?" "No." "He ain't?" said Mr. Plumfield, giving the forestick on the fire an energetic kick, which Fleda could not help thinking was mentally aimed at the said New Yorker. "No, certainly. What makes you ask?" "Oh," said Seth dryly, "folks' tongues will find work to do. I heerd say something like that. I thought you must take to him more than I do." "Why, what do you know of him?" "He's been here a spell lately," said Seth, "poking around, more for ill than for good, I reckon." He turned and quitted the room abruptly, and Fleda bethought her that she must go home while she had light enough. Chapter 38.
Chapter 39 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 39. A Night of Uncertain Length. Nothing could be more obliging and respectful than the lion's letter was in appearance, but there was death in the true intent. L'Estrange. The landscape had grown more dark since Fleda came up the hill, or else the eyes that looked at it. Both, probably. It was just after sundown, and that is a very sober time of day in winter, especially in some states of the weather. The sun had left no largess behind him, the scenery was deserted to all the coming poverty of night, and looked grim and threadbare already. Not one of the colours of prosperity left. The land was in mourning dress, all the ground, and even the ice on the little mill ponds, a uniform spread of white, while the hills were draperied with black stems, here just veiling the snow, and there on a side view making a thick fold of black. Every little unpainted workshop or mill showed uncompromisingly all its forbidding sharpness of angle and outline, darkening against the twilight. In better days perhaps some friendly tree had hung over it, shielding part of its faults and redeeming the rest. Now nothing but the gaunt skeleton of a friend stood there, doubtless to bud forth again as fairly as ever should the season smile. Still and quiet all was, as Fleda's spirit, and in too good harmony with it. She resolved to choose the morning to go out in future. There was as little of the light of spring or summer in her own mind as on the hills, and it was desirable to catch at least a cheering reflection. She could rouse herself to no bright thoughts, try as she would. The happy voices of nature that used to speak to her were all hushed, or her ear was deaf, and her eye met nothing that did not immediately fall in with the train of sad images that were passing through her mind and swell the procession. She was fain to fall back and stay herself upon these words, the only stand-by she could lay hold of. To them who by patient continuance in well-doing seek for glory and honour and immortality, eternal life. They toned with the scene and with her spirit exactly. They suited the darkening sky and the coming night, for glory, honour, and immortality are not now. They filled Fleda's mind after they had once entered, and then nature's sympathy was again as readily given. Each barren stern-looking hill in its guise of present desolation and calm expectancy seemed to echo softly, patient continuance in well-doing. And the tears trembled then in Fleda's eyes. She had set her face, as the old Scotchman says, in the right airt, quarter direction. How sweet is the wind that bloweth out of the airt where Christ is. Well, said Hugh, who entered the kitchen with her, you have been late enough. Did you have a pleasant walk? You are pale, Fleda. Yes, it was pleasant, said Fleda, with one of her winning smiles. A kind of pleasant. But have you looked at the hills? They are exactly as if they had put on mourning, nothing but white and black, a crape-like dressing of black tree stems upon the snowy face of the ground, and on every slope and edge of the hills the crape lies in folds. Do look at it when you go out. It has a most curious effect. Not pleasant, I should think, said Hugh. You'll see it is just as I have described it. No, not pleasant exactly. The landscape wants the sun to light it up just now. It is cold and wilderness looking. I think I'll take the morning in future. Whither are you bound? I must go over to Queechy Run for a minute on business. I'll be home before supper. I should have been back by this time, but Philetus has gone to bed with a headache, and I had to take care of the cows. 3 times and out, said Barby. I won't try again. I didn't know as anything would be too powerful for his head, but I find as sure as he has apple dumpling for dinner he goes to bed for his supper and leaves the cows without none. And then Hugh has to take it. It has saved so many elephants, that's one thing. Hugh went out by one door, and Fleda by another entered the breakfast room, the one generally used in winter for all purposes. Mrs. Rossiter sat there alone in an easy chair. Fleda no sooner caught the outline of her figure than her heart sank at once to an unknown depth. Unknown before, and unfathomable now. She was cowering over the fire, her head sunk in her hands, so crouching that the line of neck and shoulders instantly conveyed to Fleda the idea of fancied or felt degradation. There was no escaping it. How, whence, what, was all wild confusion, but the language of mere attitude was so unmistakable. The expression of crushing pain was so strong that after Fleda had fearfully made her way up beside her she could do no more. She stood there tongue tied, spellbound, present to nothing but a nameless chill of fear and heart sinking. She was afraid to speak, afraid to touch her aunt, and abode motionless in the grasp of that dread for minutes. But Mrs. Rossiter did not stir a hair, and the terror of that stillness grew to be less endurable than any other. Fleda spoke to her. It did not win the shadow of a reply. Again and again. She laid her hand then upon Mrs. Rossiter's shoulder, but the very significant answer to that was a shrinking gesture of the shoulder and neck, away from the hand. Fleda, growing desperate then, implored an answer in words, prayed for an explanation, with an intensity of distress in voice and manner that no one whose ears were not stopped with a stronger feeling could have been deaf to. But Mrs. Rossiter would not raise her head, nor slacken in the least the clasp of the fingers that supported it. That of themselves in their relentless tension spoke what no words could. Fleda's trembling prayers were in vain, in vain. Poor nature at last sought a woman's relief in tears, but they were heart-breaking, not heart-relieving tears, racking both mind and body more than they ought to bear, but bringing no cure. Mrs. Rossiter seemed as unconscious of her niece's mute agony as she had been of her agony of words, and it was from Fleda's own self-recollection alone that she fought off pain and roused herself above weakness to do what the time called for. "Aunt Lucy," she said, laying her hand upon her shoulder, and this time the voice was steady and the hand would not be shaken off. "Aunt Lucy, Hugh will be in presently. Hadn't you better rouse yourself and go up stairs for a while, till you are better, and not let him see you so?" How the voice was broken and quivering before it got through. The answer this time was a low, long drawn moan, so exceeding plaintive and full of pain that it made Fleda shake like an aspen. But after a moment she spoke again, bearing more heavily with her hand to mark her words. "I am afraid he will be in presently. He ought not to see you now, Aunt Lucy. I'm afraid it might do him an injury he might not get over." She spoke with the strength of desperation. Her nerves were unstrung by fear, and every joint weakened so that she could hardly support herself. She had not, however, spoken in vain. One or two convulsive shudders passed over her aunt, and then Mrs. Rossiter suddenly rose, turning her face from Fleda. Neither would she permit her to follow her. But Fleda thought she had seen that one or two unfolded letters or papers of some kind, they looked like letters, were in her lap when she raised her head. Left alone, Fleda sat down on the floor by the easy chair and rested her head there, waiting, she could do nothing else, till her extreme excitement of body and mind should have quieted itself. She had a kind of vague hope that time would do something for her before Hugh came in. Perhaps it did, for though she lay in a kind of stupor and was conscious of no change whatever, she was able, when she heard him coming, to get up and sit in the chair in an ordinary attitude. But she looked the wraith of herself an hour ago. "Fleda!" Hugh exclaimed, as soon as he looked from the fire to her face. "What is the matter? What is the matter with you?" "I am not very well. I don't feel very well," said Fleda, speaking almost mechanically. "I shall have a headache to morrow." "Headache? But you look shockingly. What has happened to you? What is the matter, Fleda?" "I am not ill. I shall be better by and by. There is nothing the matter with me that need trouble you, dear Hugh." "Nothing the matter with you?" said he, and Fleda might see how she looked in the reflection of his face. "She is up stairs. You mustn't go to her, Hugh," said Fleda, laying a detaining hand upon him with more strength than she thought she had. "I don't want anything." "Why mustn't I go to her?" "I don't think she wants to be disturbed." "I must disturb her." "You mustn't. I know she isn't well. Something has happened to trouble her." "What?" "I don't know." "And is this what has troubled you too?" said Hugh, his countenance changing as he gained more light on the subject. "What is it, dear Fleda?" "I don't know," repeated Fleda, bursting into tears. Hugh was quiet enough now, and sat down beside her, subdued and still, without even desiring to ask a question. Fleda's tears flowed violently for a minute, then she checked them, for his sake, and they sat motionless, without speaking to one another, looking into the fire and letting it die out before them into embers and ashes, neither stirring to put a hand to it. As the fire died, the moonlight streamed in. How very dismal the room looked. "What do you think about having tea?" said Barby, opening the door of the kitchen. Neither felt it possible to answer her. "Mr. Rossiter ain't come home, is he?" "No," said Fleda, shuddering. "So I thought, and so I told Seth Plumfield just now. He was asking for him. My stars, haven't you no fire here? What did you let it go out for?" Barby came in and began to build it up. "It's growing cold, I can tell you, so you may as well have something in the chimney to look at. You'll want it shortly if you don't now." "Was Mr. Plumfield here, did you say, Barby?" "Yes." "Why didn't he come in?" "I suppose he hadn't a mind to," said Barby. "'Twa'n't for want of being asked. I did the civil thing by him if he didn't by me, but he said he didn't want to see anybody but Mr. Rossiter." Did not want to see anybody but Mr. Rossiter, when he had distinctly said he did not wish to see him? Fleda felt sick, merely from the mysterious dread which could fasten upon nothing and therefore took in everything. "Well, what about tea?" concluded Barby, when the fire was going according to her wishes. "Will you have it, or will you wait longer?" "No, we won't wait. We will have it now, Barby," said Fleda, forcing herself to make the exertion, and she went to the window to put down the hangings. The moonlight was very bright, and Fleda's eye was caught in the very act of letting down the curtain by a figure in the road slowly passing before the country yard fence. It paused a moment by the horse gate, and turning, paced slowly back till it was hid behind the rose acacias. There was a clump of shrubbery in that corner, thick enough even in winter to serve for a screen. Fleda stood with curtain in her hand, half let down, unable to move, and feeling almost as if the very currents of life within her were standing still too. She thought, she was almost sure she knew the figure. It was on her tongue to ask Hugh to come and look, but she checked that. The form appeared again from behind the acacias, moving with the same leisurely pace the other way towards the horse gate. Fleda let down the curtain, then the other two quietly, and then left the room and stole noiselessly out at the front door, leaving it open that the sound of it might not warn Hugh what she was about, and stepping like a cat down the steps, ran breathlessly over the snow to the courtyard gate. There waited, shivering in the cold, but not feeling it for the cold within, while the person she was watching stood still a few minutes by the horse gate, and came again with leisurely steps towards her. "Seth Plumfield," said Fleda, almost as much frightened at the sound of her own voice as he was. He stopped immediately with a start, and came up to the little gate behind which she was standing, but said nothing. "What are you doing here?" "You oughtn't to be out without anything on," said he. "You're fixing to take your death." He had good reason to say so, but she gave him no more heed than the wind. "What are you waiting here for? What do you want?" "I have nothing better to do with my time," said he. "I thought I'd walk up and down here a little. You go in." "Are you waiting to see uncle Rolf?" she said, with teeth chattering. "You mustn't stay out here," said he earnestly. "You're like nothing but a spook this minute. I'd rather see one, or a whole army of 'em. Go in, go in." "Tell me if you want to see him, Seth." "No, I don't. I told you I didn't." "Then why are you waiting for him?" "I thought I'd see if he was coming home to night. I had a word to say if I could catch him before he got into the house." "Is he coming home to night?" said Fleda. "I don't know," said he looking at her. "Do you?" Fleda burst open the gate between them, and putting her hands on his, implored him to tell her what was the matter. He looked singularly disturbed, his fine eye twinkled with compassion, but his face, never a weak one, showed no signs of yielding now. "The matter is," said he, pressing hard both her hands, "that you are fixing to be down sick in your bed by to morrow. You mustn't stay another second." "Come in then." "No, not to night." "You won't tell me." "There is nothing I can tell you. Maybe there'll be nothing to tell. Run in and keep quiet." Fleda hurried back to the house, feeling that she had gone to the limit of risk already. Not daring to show herself to Hugh, in her chilled state of body and mind, she went into the kitchen. "Why, what on earth's come over you?" was Barby's terrified ejaculation when she saw her. "I have been out and got myself cold." "Cold!" said Barby. "You're looking dreadful. What on earth ails you, Fleda?" "Don't ask me, Barby," said Fleda, hiding her face in her hands and shivering. "I made myself very cold just now. Aunt Lucy doesn't feel very well, and I got frightened," she added presently. "What's the matter with her?" "I don't know. If you'll make me a cup of tea I'll take it up to her, Barby." "You put yourself down there," said Barby, placing her with gentle force in a chair. "You'll do no such thing till I see you look as if there was some blood in you. I'll take it up myself." But Fleda held her, though with a hand much too feeble indeed for any but moral suasion. It was enough. Barby stood silently and very anxiously watching her, till the fire had removed the outward chill at last. But even that took long to do, and before it was well done Fleda again asked for the cup of tea. Barby made it without a word, and Fleda went to her aunt with it, taking her strength from the sheer emergency. Her knees trembled under her as she mounted the stairs, and once a glimpse of those words flitted across her mind, "patient continuance in well doing." It was like a lightning flash in a dark night showing the way one must go. She could lay hold of no other stay. Her mind was full of one intense purpose, to end the suspense. She gently tried the door of her aunt's room. It was unfastened, and she went in. Mrs. Rossiter was lying on the bed, but her first mood had changed, for at Fleda's soft word and touch she half rose up and putting both arms around her waist laid her face against her. There were no tears still, only a succession of low moans, so inexpressibly weak and plaintive that Fleda's nature could hardly bear them without giving way. A more fragile support was never clung to, yet her trembling fingers in their agony moved caressingly among her aunt's hair and over her brow as she begged her, when she could, she was not able at first, to let her know the cause that was grieving her. The straitened clasp of Mrs. Rossiter's arms and her increased moaning gave only an answer of pain, but Fleda repeated the question. Mrs. Rossiter, still neglecting it, then made her sit down upon the bed so that she could lay her head higher on Fleda's bosom, where she hid it, with a mingling of fondness given and asked, a poor seeking for comfort and rest that wrung her niece's heart. They sat so for a little time, Fleda hoping that her aunt would by degrees come to the point herself. The tea stood cooling on the table, not even offered, not wanted there. "Wouldn't you feel better if you told me, dear Aunt Lucy?" said Fleda, when they had been for a little while perfectly still. Even the moaning had ceased. "Is your uncle come home?" whispered Mrs. Rossiter, but so low that Fleda could but half catch the words. "Not yet." "What o'clock is it?" "I don't know. Not early. It must be near 8. Why?" "You have not heard anything of him?" "No, nothing." There was silence again for a little, and then Mrs. Rossiter said in a low fearful whisper, "Have you seen anybody round the house?" Fleda's thoughts flew to Seth, with that nameless fear to which she could give neither shape nor direction, and after a moment's hesitation she said, "What do you mean?" "Have you?" said Mrs. Rossiter with more energy. "Seth Plumfield was here a little while ago." Her aunt had the clue that she had not, for with a half scream, half exclamation, she quitted Fleda's arms and fell back upon the pillows, turning from her and hiding her face there. Fleda prayed again for her confidence, as well as the weakness and the strength of fear could do, and Mrs. Rossiter presently grasping a paper that lay on the bed held it out to her, saying only as Fleda was about quitting the room, "Bring me a light." Fleda left the letter there, and went down to fetch one. She commanded herself under the excitement and necessity of the moment, all but her face. That terrified Barby exceedingly, but she spoke with a strange degree of calmness, told her Mrs. Rossiter was not alarmingly ill, that she did not need Barby's services, and wished to see nobody but herself, and didn't want to fire. As she was passing through the hall again, Hugh came out of the sitting room to ask after his mother. Fleda kept the light from her face. "She does not want to be disturbed. I hope she will be better to morrow." "What is the matter, Fleda?" "I don't know yet." "And you are ill yourself, Fleda. You are ill." "No, I shall do very well. Never mind me. Hugh, take some tea. I will be down by and by." He went back, and Fleda went up stairs. Mrs. Rossiter had not moved. Fleda set down the light and herself beside it, with the paper her aunt had given her. It was a letter. Queechy, Thursday. It gives me great concern, my dear madam, to be the means of bringing to you a piece of painful information. But it cannot be long kept from your knowledge, and you may perhaps learn it better from me than by any other channel. May I entreat you not to be too much alarmed, since I am confident the cause will be of short duration. Pardon me for what I am about to say. There are proceedings entered into against Mr. Rossiter. There are writs out against him, on the charge of having, some years ago, endorsed my father's name upon a note of his own giving. Why it has lain so long I cannot explain. There is unhappily no doubt of the fact. I was in Queechy some days ago, on business of my own, when I became aware that this was going on. My father had made no mention of it to me. I immediately took strict measures, I am happy to say I believe with complete success, to have the matter kept a profound secret. I then made my way as fast as possible to New York to confer on the subject with the original mover of it. Unfortunately I was disappointed. My father had left for a neighbouring city to be absent several days. Finding myself too late to prevent, as I had hoped to do, any open steps from being taken at Queechy, I returned hither immediately to enforce secrecy of proceedings and to assure you, madam, that my utmost exertions shall not be wanting to bring the whole matter to a speedy and satisfactory termination. I entertain no doubt of being able to succeed entirely, even to the point of having the whole transaction remain unknown and unsuspected by the world. It is so entirely as yet, with the exception of 1 or 2 law officers whose silence I have means of procuring. May I confess that I am not entirely disinterested? May the selfishness of human nature ask its reward, and own its moving spring? May I own that my zeal in this cause is quickened by the unspeakable excellencies of Mr. Rossiter's lovely niece, which I have learned to appreciate with my whole heart, and be forgiven? And may I hope for the kind offices and intercession of the lady I have the honour of addressing, with her niece Miss Ringan, that my reward, the single word of encouragement I ask for, may be given me? Having that, I will promise anything. I will guarantee the success of my enterprise, however difficult, to which she may impel me, and I will undertake that the matter which furnishes the painful theme of this letter shall never more be spoken or thought of by the world or my father, or by Mrs. Rossiter's obliged, grateful, and faithful servant, Louis Thorn. Fleda felt as she read as if icicles were gathering about her heart. The whirlwind of fear and distress of a little while ago, which could take no definite direction, seemed to have died away and given place to a dead frost. The steady bearing down of disgrace and misery, inevitable, unmitigable, unchangeable. No lessening, no softening of that blasting power. No, nor ever any rising up from under it. The landscape could never be made to smile again. It was the fall of a bright star from their home constellation. But alas, the star was fallen long ago, and the failure of light which they had deplored was all too easily accounted for. Yet now they knew that no restoration was to be hoped. And the mother and son, what would become of them? And the father, what would become of him? What further distress was in store? Public disgrace? And Fleda bowed her head forward on her clasped hands with the mechanical, vain endeavour to seek rest or shelter from thought. She made nothing of Mr. Thorn's professions. She took only the facts of his letter. The rest her eye had glanced over as if she had no concern with it, and it hardly occurred to her that she had any. But the sense of his words she had taken in, and knew, better perhaps than her aunt, that there was nothing to look for from his kind offices. The weight on her heart was too great just then for her to suspect, as she did afterwards, that he was the sole mover of the whole affair. As the first confusion of thought cleared away, 2 images of distress loomed up and filled the view. Her aunt, broken under the news, and Hugh, still unknowing to them. Her own separate existence Fleda was hardly conscious of. Hugh especially, how was he to be told, and how could he bear to hear, with his most sensitive conformation of both physical and moral nature? And if an arrest should take place there that night? Fleda shuddered, and unable to go on thinking, rose up and went to her aunt's bedside. It had not entered her mind till the moment she read Mr. Thorn's letter that Seth Plumfield was sheriff for the country. She was shaking again from head to foot with fear. She could not say anything. The touch of her lips to the throbbing temples, soft and tender as sympathy itself, was all she ventured. "Have you heard anything of him?" Mrs. Rossiter whispered. "No, I doubt if we do at all to night." There was a half-breathed "Oh!" of indescribable pain and longing, and with a restless change of position Mrs. Rossiter gathered herself up on the bed and sat with her head leaning on her knees. Fleda brought a large cloak and put it round her. "I am in no danger," she said. "I wish I were." Again Fleda's lips softly, tremblingly touched her cheek. Mrs. Rossiter put her arm round her and drew her down to her side upon the bed and wrapped half of the big cloak about her, and they sat there still in each other's arms without speaking or weeping, while quarter after quarter of an hour passed away, nobody knew how many, and the cold bright moonlight streamed in on the floor, mocking them. "Go," whispered Mrs. Rossiter at last, "go down stairs and take care of yourself and Hugh. Won't you come?" Mrs. Rossiter shook her head. "Mayn't I bring you something? Do let me." But Mrs. Rossiter's shake of the head was decisive. Fleda crawled off the bed, feeling as if a month's illness had been making its ravages upon her frame and strength. She stood a moment to collect her thoughts, but alas, thinking was impossible. There was a palsy upon her mind. She went into her own room, and for a minute kneeled down, not to form a petition in words, she was as much beyond that. It was only the mute attitude of appeal, the pitiful outward token of the mind's bearing, that could not be forborne, a silent uttering of the plea she had made her own in happy days. There was something of comfort in the mere feeling of doing it, and there was more in one or two words that even in that blank came to her mind. "Like as a father pitieth his children, so the Lord pitieth them that fear him." And she again recollected that "Providence runneth not upon broken wheels." Nothing could be darker than the prospect before her, and these things did not bring light, but they gave her a sure stay to hold on by and keep her feet, a bit of strength to preserve from utterly fainting. Ah, the storehouses must be filled in the mind well familiarized with what is stored in it, while yet the days are bright, or it will never be able to find what it wants in the dark. Fleda first went into the kitchen to tell Barby to fasten the doors and not sit up. "I don't believe uncle Rolf will be home to night, but if he comes I will let him in." Barby looked at her with absolutely a face of distress, but not daring to ask and not knowing how to propose anything she looked in silence. "It must be 9 o'clock now," Fleda went on. "And how long be you going to sit up?" said Barby. "I don't know, a while yet." "You look proper for it," said Barby, half sorrowfully and half indignantly. "You look as if a straw would knock you down this minute. There's sense into everything. You catch me a going to bed and leaving you up. It won't do me no hurt to sit here the whole night, and I'm the only one in the house that's fit for it, with the exception of Philetus, and the little wit he has by day seems to forsake him at night. All the light that ever gets into his head, I believe, comes from the outside. As soon as ever that's gone he shuts up his shutters. He's been snoozing already now this hour and a half. Go yourself off to bed, Fleda," she added with a mixture of reproach and kindness, "and leave me alone to take care of myself and the house too." Fleda did not remonstrate, for Barby was as determined in her way as it was possible for anything to be. She went into the other room without a particle of notion what she should say or do. Hugh was walking up and down the floor, a most unusual sign of perturbation with him. He met and stopped her as she came in. "Fleda, I cannot bear it. What is the matter? Do you know?" he said as her eyes fell. "Yes. What is it?" She was silent and tried to pass on to the fire, but he stayed her. "What is it?" he repeated. "Oh, I wish I could keep it from you," said Fleda, bursting into tears. He was still a moment, and then bringing her to the armchair made her sit down and stood himself before her, silently waiting, perhaps because he could not speak, perhaps from the accustomed gentle endurance of his nature. But Fleda was speechless too. "You are keeping me in distress," he said at length. "I cannot end the distress, dear Hugh," said Fleda. She saw him change colour, and he stood motionless still. "Do you remember," said Fleda, trembling even to her voice, what Rutherford says about Providence not running on broken wheels?" He gave her no answer but the intent look of expectation. Its intentness paralyzed Fleda. She did not know how to go on. She rose from her chair and hung upon his shoulder. "Believe it now, if you can, for oh dear Hugh, we have something to try it." "It is strange my father don't come home," said he, supporting her with tenderness which had very little strength to help it. "We want him very much." Whether or not any acknowledged feeling prompted this remark, some slight involuntary movement of Fleda's made him ask suddenly, "Is it about him?" He had grown deadly pale, and Fleda answered eagerly, "Nothing that has happened to day. It is not anything that has happened to day. He is perfectly well, I trust and believe." "But it is about him." Fleda's head sank, and she burst into such an agony of tears that Hugh's distress was for a time divided. "When did it happen, Fleda?" "Years ago." "And what?" Fleda hesitated still, and then said, "It was something he did, Hugh." "What?" "He put another person's name on the back of a note he gave." She did not look up, and Hugh was silent for a moment. "How do you know?" "Mr. Thorn wrote it to aunt Lucy. It was Mr. Thorn's father." Hugh sat down and leaned his head on the table. A long, long time passed, unmeasured by the wild coursing of thought to and fro. Then Fleda came and knelt down at the table beside him and put her arm around his neck. "Dear Hugh," she said, and if ever love and tenderness and sympathy could be distilled in tones, such drops were those that fell upon the mind's ear, "can't you look up at me?" He did then, but he did not give her a chance to look at him. He locked his arms about her, bringing her close to his breast, and for a few minutes, in utter silence, they knew what strange sweetness pure affection can mingle even in the communion of sorrow. There were tears shed in those minutes that, bitter as they seemed at the time, memory knew had been largely qualified with another admixture. "Dear Hugh," said Fleda, "let us keep what we can. Won't you go to bed and rest?" He looked dreadfully as if he needed it, but the usual calmness and sweetness of his face was not altered. It was only deepened to very great sadness. Mentally, Fleda thought, he had borne the shock better than his mother. For the bodily frame she trembled. He had not answered, and she spoke again. "You need it worse than I, poor Fleda." "I will go too, presently. I do not think anybody will be here to night." Is this what has taken him away?" said Hugh. Her silence and her look told him, and then laying her cheek again alongside of his, she whispered, how unsteadily, "We have only one help, dear Hugh." They were still and quiet again for minutes, counting the pulses of pain, till Fleda came back to her poor wish, to keep what they could. She mixed a restorative of wine and water, which, however little desired, she felt was necessary for both of them, and Hugh went up stairs. She stayed a few minutes to prepare another glass with particular care for her aunt. It was just finished, and taking her candle she had bid Barby good night, when there came a loud rap at the front door. Fleda set down candle and glass, from the quick inability to hold them as well as for other reasons, and she and Barby stood and looked at each other in such a confusion of doubt and dread that some little time had passed before either stirred even her eyes. Barby then threw down the tongs with which she had begun to make preparations for covering up the fire, and set off to the front. "You mustn't open the door, Barby," cried Fleda, following her. "Come in here and let us look out of one of the windows." Before this could be reached, however, there was another prolonged repetition of the first thundering burst. It went through Fleda's heart, because of the two up stairs who must hear it. Barby threw up the sash. "Who's there?" "Is this Mr. Rossiter's place?" inquired a gruff voice. "Yes, it is." "Well, will you come round and open the door?" "Who wants it open?" "A lady wants it open." "A lady! What lady?" "Down yonder in the carriage." "What lady? Who is she?" "I don't know who she is. She wanted to come to Mr. Rossiter's place. Will you open the door for her?" Barby and Fleda both now saw a carriage standing in the road. "We must see who it is first," whispered Fleda. "When the lady comes I'll open the door," was Barby's ultimatum. The man withdrew to the carriage, and after a few moments of intense watching, Fleda and Barby certainly saw something in female apparel enter the little gate of the courtyard and come up over the bright moonlit snow towards the house, accompanied by a child, while the man with whom they had had the interview came behind, transformed into an unmistakable baggage carrier. Chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 40. A Thorn Enters. Zeal was the spring whence flowed her hardiment. Fairfax. Barby undid bolt and lock, and Fleda met the traveller in the hall. She was a lady. Her air and dress showed that, though the latter was very plain. "Does Mr. Rossiter live here?" was her first word. Fleda answered it, and brought her visitor into the sitting room, but the light falling upon a form and face that had seen more wear and tear than time, gave her no clue as to the who or what of the person before her. The stranger's hurried look round the room seemed to expect something. "Are they all gone to bed?" "All but me," said Fleda. "We have been delayed. We took a wrong road. We've been riding for hours to find the place. Hadn't the right direction." Then looking keenly at Fleda, from whose vision an electric spark of intelligence had scattered the clouds, she said, "I am Marion Rossiter." "I knew it," said Fleda, with lips and eyes that gave her already a sister's welcome, and they were folded in each other's arms almost as tenderly and affectionately, on the part of one at least, as if there had really been the relationship between them. But more than surprise and affection struck Fleda's heart. "And where are they all, Fleda? Can't I see them?" "You must wait till I have prepared them. Hugh and aunt Lucy are not very well. I don't know that it will do for you to see them at all to night, Marion." "Not to night! They are not ill?" "No, only to be taken care of, not ill. But it would be better to wait." "And my father?" "He is not at home." Marion exclaimed in sorrow, and Fleda, to hide the look that she felt was on her face, stooped down to kiss the child. He was a remarkably fine looking manly boy. "This is your cousin Fleda," said his mother. "No, aunt Fleda," said the person thus introduced. "Don't put me off into cousindom, Marion. I am uncle Hugh's sister, and so I am your aunt Fleda. Who are you?" "Rolf Rossiter Schwiden." Alas, how wide are the ramifications of evil! How was what might have been very pure pleasure utterly poisoned and turned into bitterness! It went through Fleda's heart with a keen pang when she heard that name, and looked on the very fair brow that owned it, and thought of the ineffaceable stain that had come upon both. She dared look at nobody but the child. He already understood the melting eyes that were making acquaintance with his, and half felt the pain that gave so much tenderness to her kiss, and looked at her with a grave face of awakening wonder and sympathy. Fleda was glad to have business to call her to the kitchen. "Who is it?" was Barby's immediate question. "Aunt Lucy's daughter." "She don't look much like her," said Barby intelligently. "They will want something to eat, Barby. I'll put the kettle on. It'll boil directly. I'll go in there and fix up the fire." A word or two more, and then Fleda ran up to speak to her aunt and Hugh. Her aunt she found in a state of agitation that was frightful. Even Fleda's assurances, with all the soothing arts she could bring to bear, were some minutes before they could in any measure tranquillize her. Fleda's own nerves were in no condition to stand another shock when she left her and went to Hugh's door, but she could get no answer from him, though she spoke repeatedly. She did not return to her aunt's room. She went down stairs and brought up Barby and a light from thence. Hugh was lying senseless and white, not whiter than his adopted sister as she stood by his side. Her eye went to her companion. "Not a bit of it," said Barby. "He is in nothing but a faint. Just run down stairs and get the vinegar bottle, Fleda, the pepper vinegar. Is there any water here?" Fleda obeyed and watched. She could do little more. The efforts of Barby, who indeed needed no help, with the cold water, the vinegar, and rubbing of the limbs. They were for some time unsuccessful. The fit was a severe one, and Fleda was exceedingly terrified before any signs of returning life came to reassure her. "Now you go down stairs and keep quiet," said Barby when Hugh was fairly restored and had smiled a faint answer to Fleda's kiss and explanations. "Go, Fleda, you ain't fit to stand. Go and sit down some place, and I'll be along directly and see how the fire burns. Don't you s'pose Miss Rossiter could come in and sit in this easy chair a spell without hurting herself?" It occurred to Fleda immediately that it might do more good than harm to her aunt if her attention were diverted even by another cause of anxiety. She gently summoned her, telling her no more than was necessary to fit her for being Hugh's nurse, and in a very few minutes she and Barby were at liberty to attend to other claims upon them. But it sank into her heart, Hugh will not get over this; and when she entered the sitting room, what Mr. Carleton years before had said of the wood flower was come true in its fullest extent. A storm wind had beaten it to the ground. She was able literally to do no more than Barby had said, sit down and keep herself quiet. Miss Elster was in her briskest mood, flew in and out, made up the fire in the sitting room, and put on the kettle in the kitchen, which she had been just about doing when called to see Hugh. The much needed supper of the travellers must still be waited for, but the fire was burning now, the room was cosily warm and bright, and Marion drew up her chair with a look of thoughtful contentment. Fleda felt as if some conjurer had been at work here for the last few hours, the room looked so like and felt so unlike itself. "Are you going to be ill too, Fleda?" said Marion suddenly. "You are looking very far from well." "I shall have a headache to morrow," said Fleda quietly. "I generally know the day beforehand." "Does it always make you look so?" "Not always. I am somewhat tired." "Where is my father gone?" "I don't know. Rolf dear," said Fleda, bending forward to the little fellow who was giving expression to some very fidgety impatience. "What is the matter? What do you want?" The child's voice fell a little from its querulousness towards the sweet key in which the questions had been put, but he gave utterance to a very decided wish for bread and butter. "Come here," said Fleda, reaching out a hand and drawing him in, certainly with no force but that of attraction, towards her easy chair. "Come here and rest yourself in this nice place by me. See, there is plenty of room for you, and you shall have bread and butter and tea, and something else too, I guess, just as soon as Barby can get it ready." "Who is Barby?" was the next question, in a most uncompromising tone of voice. "You saw the woman that came in to put the wood on the fire. That was Barby. She is very good and kind, and will do anything for you if you behave yourself." The child muttered, but so low as to show some unwillingness that his words should reach the ears that were nearest him, that he wasn't going to behave himself. Fleda did not choose to hear, and went on with composing observations till the fair little face she had drawn to her side was as bright as the sun and returned her smile with interest. "You have an admirable talent at moral suasion, Fleda," said the mother half smiling. "I wish I had it." "You don't need it so much here." "Why not?" "It may do very well for me, but I think not so well for you." "Why, what do you mean? I think it is the only way in the world to bring up children, the only way fit for rational beings to be guided." Fleda smiled, though the faintest indication that lips could give, and shook her head, ever so little. "Why do you do that? Tell me." "Because in my limited experience," said Fleda, as she passed her fingers through the boy's dark locks of hair, "in every household where moral suasion has been the law, the children have been the administrators of it." "Where is your husband?" "I have lost him years ago," said Marion, with a quick expressive glance towards the child. "I never lost what I at first thought I had, for I never had it. Do you understand?" Fleda's eyes gave a sufficient answer. "I am a widow these 5 years, in all but what the law would require," Marion went on. "I have been alone since then, except my child. He was 2 years old then, and since then I have lived such a life, Fleda." "Why didn't you come home?" "Couldn't. The most absolute reason in the world. Think of it, come home, was as much as I could do to stay there." Those sympathizing eyes were enough to make her go on. "I have wanted everything, except trouble. I have done everything, except ask alms. I have learned, Fleda, that death is not the worst form in which distress can come." Fleda felt stung, and bent down her head to touch her lips to the brow of little Rolf. "Death would have been such a trifle," said Marion. "I mean, not that I should have wished to leave Rolf alone in the world, but if I had been left, I would rather wear outside than inside mourning." Fleda looked up again, and at her. "Oh I was so mistaken, Fleda," she said clasping her hands, "so mistaken in everything, so disappointed in all my hopes, and the loss of my fortune was the cause of it all." "Nay, verily," thought Fleda, but she said nothing. She hung her head again, and Marion after a pause went on to question her about an endless string of matters concerning themselves and other people, past doings and present prospects, till little Rolf, soothed by the uninteresting soft murmur of voices, fairly forgot bread and butter and himself in a sound sleep, his head resting upon Fleda. "Here is one comfort for you, Marion," she said, looking down at the dark eyelashes which lay on a cheek rosy and healthy as ever 7 years old knew. "He is a beautiful child, and I am sure a fine one." "It is thanks to his beauty that I have ever seen home again," said his mother. Fleda had no heart this evening to speak words that were not necessary. Her eyes asked Marion to explain herself. "He was in Hyde Park one day. I had a miserable lodging not far from it, and I used to let him go there because he must go somewhere, you know. I couldn't go with him." "Why not?" "Couldn't. Oh Fleda, I have seen changes. He was there one afternoon alone, and had got into difficulty with some bigger boys. A little fellow, you know. He stood his ground manfully, but his strength wasn't equal to his spirit, and they were tyrannizing over him after the fashion of boys, who I think are the ugliest creatures in creation," said Madame Schwiden, not apparently recognizing her own to be of the same gender; "and a gentleman who was riding by stopped and interfered, and took him out of their hands, and then asked him his name, struck I suppose with his appearance. Very kind, wasn't it? Men so seldom bother themselves about what becomes of children. I suppose there were thousands of others riding by at the same time." "Very kind," Fleda said. "When he heard what his name was he gave his horse to his servant and walked home with Rolf. And the next day he sent me a note speaking of having known my father and mother and asking permission to call upon me. I was never so mortified, I think, in my life," said Marion after a moment's hesitation. "Why?" said Fleda, not a little at a loss to follow out the chain of her cousin's reasoning. "Why I was in such a sort of a place you don't know, Fleda. I was working then for a fancy storekeeper, to support myself, living in a miserable little 2 rooms. If it had been a stranger I wouldn't have cared so much, but somebody that had known us in different times. I hadn't a thing in the world to answer the note upon but a half sheet of letter paper." Fleda's lips sought Rolf's forehead again, with a curious rush of tears and smiles at once. Perhaps Marion had caught the expression of her countenance, for she added with a little energy, "It is nothing to be surprised at. You would have felt just the same, for I knew by his note, the whole style of it, what sort of a person it must be." "My pride has been a good deal chastened," Fleda said gently. "I never want mine to be, beyond minding everything," said Marion, "and I don't believe yours is. I don't know why in the world I did not refuse to see him. I had 50 minds to, but he had won Rolf's heart, and I was a little curious, and it was something strange to see the face of a friend, any better one than my old landlady, so I let him come." "Was she a friend?" said Fleda. "If she hadn't been I should not have lived to be here. The best soul that ever was, but still you know she could do nothing for me but be as kind as she could live. This was something different. So I let him come, and he came the next day." Fleda was silent, a little wondering that Marion should be so frank with her, beyond what she had ever been in former years. But as she guessed, Madame Schwiden's heart was a little opened by the joy of finding herself at home, and the absolute necessity of talking to somebody; and there was a further reason which Fleda could not judge of, in her own face and manner. Marion needed no questions, and went on again after stopping a moment. "I was so glad in 5 minutes I can't tell you, Fleda, that I had let him come. I forgot entirely about how I looked and the wretched place I was in. He was all that I had supposed, and a great deal more, but somehow he hadn't been in the room 3 minutes before I didn't care at all for all the things I had thought would trouble me. Isn't it strange what a witchery some people have to make you forget everything but themselves? The reason is, I think, because that is the only thing they forget, said Fleda, whose imagination however was entirely busy with the singular number. I shall never forget him, said Marion. He was very kind to me. I cannot tell you how kind, though I never realized it till afterwards. At the same time it always seemed only a sort of elegant politeness which he could not help. I never saw so elegant a person. He came 2 or 3 times to see me, and he took Rolf out with him I don't know how often, to drive, and he sent me fruit, such fruit! And game and flowers, and I had not had anything of the kind, not even seen it, for so long. I can't tell you what it was to me. He said he had known my father and mother well when they were abroad. What was his name? said Fleda quickly. I don't know, he never told me, and I never could ask him. Don't you know there are some people you can't do anything with but just what they please? There wasn't the least thing like stiffness, you never saw anybody less stiff, but I never dreamed of asking him questions except when he was out of sight. Why, do you know him? she said suddenly. When you tell me who he was I'll tell you, said Fleda smiling. Have you ever heard this story before? Certainly not. He is somebody that knows us very well, said Marion, for he asked after every one of the family in particular. But what had all this to do with your getting home? I don't wonder you should ask. The day after his last visit came a note saying that he owed a debt in my family which it had never been in his power to repay, that he could not give the enclosure to my father who would not recognize the obligation, and that if I would permit him to place it in my hands I should confer a singular favour upon him. And what was the enclosure? £500. Fleda's head went down again, and tears dropped fast upon little Rolf's shoulder. I suppose my pride has been a little broken too, Marion went on, or I shouldn't have kept it. But then if you saw the person and the whole manner of it, I don't know how I could ever have sent it back. Literally I couldn't though, for I hadn't the least clue. I never saw or heard from him afterwards. When was this, Marion? Last spring. Last spring! Then what kept you so long? Because of the arrival of eyes that I was afraid of. I dared not make the least move that would show I could move. I came off the very first packet after I was free. How glad you must be, said Fleda. Glad! Glad of what, mamma? said Rolf, whose dreams the entrance of Barby had probably disturbed. Glad of bread and butter, said his mother. Wake up, here it is. The young gentleman declared, rubbing his eyes, that he did not want it now, but however Fleda contrived to dispel that illusion, and bread and butter was found to have the same dulcifying properties at Queechy that it owns in all the rest of the world. Little Rolf was completely mollified after a hearty meal, and was put with his mother to enjoy most unbroken slumbers in Fleda's room. Fleda herself, after a look at Hugh, crept to her aunt's bed, whither Barby very soon despatched Mrs. Rossiter, taking her place in the arm-chair and the watch with most invincible good-will and determination, and sleep at last took the joys and sorrows of that disturbed household into its kind custody. Fleda was the first one awake, and was thinking how she should break the last news to her aunt, when Mrs. Rossiter put her arms round her, and after a most affectionate look and kiss, spoke to what she supposed had been her niece's purpose. You want taking care of more than I do, poor Fleda. It was not for that I came, said Fleda. I had to give up my room to the travellers. Travellers! A very few words more brought out the whole, and Mrs. Rossiter sprang out of bed and rushed to her daughter's room. Fleda hid her face in the bed to cry, for a moment's passionate indulgence in weeping while no one could see. But a moment was all. There was work to do, and she must not disable herself. She slowly got up, feeling thankful that her headache did not announce itself with the dawn, and that she would be able to attend to the morning affairs and the breakfast, which was something more of a circumstance now with the new additions to the family. More than that she knew from sure signs she would not be able to accomplish. It was all done and done well, though with what secret flagging of mind and body nobody knew or suspected. The business of the day was arranged, Barby's course made clear, Hugh visited and smiled upon, and then Fleda set herself down in the breakfast room to wear out the rest of the day in patient suffering. Her little spaniel, who seemed to understand her languid step and faint tones and know what was coming, crept into her lap and looked up at her with a face of equal truth and affection, and after a few gentle acknowledging touches from the beloved hand, laid his head on her knees, and silently avowed his determination of abiding her fortunes for the remainder of the day. They had been there for some hours. Mrs. Rossiter and her daughter were gathered in Hugh's room, whither Rolf, also after sundry expressions of sympathy for Fleda's headache, finding it a dull companion, had departed. Pain of body rising above pain of mind had obliged as far as possible even thought to be still, when a loud rap at the front door brought blood and a sudden flush of pain to Fleda's face. She knew instinctively what it meant. She heard Barby's distinct accents saying that somebody was not well. The other voice was more smothered, but in a moment the door of the breakfast room opened, and Mr. Thorn walked in. The intensity of the pain she was suffering effectually precluded Fleda from discovering emotion of any kind. She could not move. Only King lifted up his head and looked at the intruder, who seemed shocked, and well he might. Fleda was in her old headache position, bolt upright on the sofa, her feet on the rung of a chair, while her hands supported her by their grasp upon the back of it. The flush had passed away, leaving the deadly paleness of pain, which the dark rings under her eyes showed to be well seated. "Miss Ringan!" said the gentleman, coming up softly as to something that frightened him. "My dear Fleda, I am distressed. You are very ill. Can nothing be done to relieve you?" Fleda's lips rather than her voice said, "Nothing. I would not have come in on any account to disturb you if I had known. I did not understand you were more than a trifle ill." Fleda wished he would mend his mistake, as his understanding certainly by this time was mended, but that did not seem to be his conclusion of the best thing to do. "Since I am here, can you bear to hear me say 3 words? Without too much pain. I do not ask you to speak." A faint whispered yes gave him leave to go on. She had never looked at him. She sat like a statue. To answer by a motion of her head was more than could be risked. He drew up a chair and sat down, while King looked at him with eyes of suspicious indignation. "I am not surprised," he said gently, "to find you suffering. I knew how your sensibilities must feel the shock of yesterday. I would fain have spared it you. I will spare you all further pain on the same score, if possible. Dear Miss Ringan, since I am here, and time is precious, may I say one word before I cease troubling you? Take it for granted that you were made acquainted with the contents of my letter to Mrs. Rossiter? With all the contents? Were you?" Again Fleda's lips almost voicelessly gave the answer. "Will you give me what I ventured to ask for?" he said gently. "The permission to work for you? Do not trouble these precious lips to speak. The answer of these fingers will be as sure a warrant to me as all words that could be spoken that you do not deny my request." He had taken one of her hands in his own, but the fingers lay with unanswering coldness and lifelessness for a second in his clasp, and then were drawn away and took determinate hold of the chair back. Again the flush came to Fleda's cheeks, brought by a sharp pain. Oh, bodily and mental too, and after a moment's pause, with a distinctness of utterance that let him know every word, she said, "A generous man would not ask it, sir." Thorn sprang up and several times paced the length of the room, up and down, before he said anything more. He looked at Fleda, but the flush was gone again, and nothing could seem less conscious of his presence. Pain and patience were in every line of her face, but he could read nothing more except a calmness as unmistakably written. Thorn gave that face repeated glances as he walked, then stood still and read it at leisure. Then he came to her side again and spoke in a different voice. "You are so unlike anybody else," he said, "that you shall make me unlike myself. I will do freely what I hope to do with the light of your smile before me. You shall hear no more of this affair, neither you nor the world. I have the matter perfectly in my own hands. It shall never raise a whisper again. I will move heaven and earth rather than fail. But there is no danger of my failing. I will try to prove myself worthy of your esteem, even where a man is most excusable for being selfish." He took one of her cold hands again. Fleda could not help it without more force than she cared to use, and indeed pain would by this time almost have swallowed up every other sensation, if every word and touch had not sent it into a stronger throb to her very finger ends. Thorn bent his lips to her hand, twice kissed it fervently, and then left her, much to King's satisfaction, who thereupon resigned himself to quiet slumbers. His mistress knew no such relief. Excitement had dreadfully aggravated her disorder, at a time when it was needful to banish even thought as far as possible. Pain effectually banished it now, and Barby coming in a little after Mr. Thorn had gone found her quite unable to speak and scarce able to breathe, from agony. Barby's energies and fainting remedies were again put in use, but pain reigned triumphant for hours, and when its hard rule was at last abated, Fleda was able to do nothing but sleep like a child for hours more. Towards a late tea time she was at last awake and carrying on a very one-sided conversation with Rolf, her own lips being called upon for little more than a smile now and then. King, not able to be in her lap, had curled himself up upon a piece of his mistress's dress and as close within the circle of her arms as possible, where Fleda's hand and his head were in terms of mutual satisfaction. "I thought you wouldn't permit a dog to lie in your lap," said Marion. "Do you remember that?" said Fleda with a smile. "Ah, I have grown tender hearted, Marion, since I have known it was to want comfort myself. I have come to the conclusion that it is best to let everything have all the enjoyment it can in the circumstances. King crawled into my lap one day when I had not spirits enough to turn him out, and he has kept the place ever since. Little King!" In answer to which word of intelligence King looked in her face and wagged his tail, and then earnestly endeavoured to lick all her fingers, which however was a piece of comfort she would not give him. "Fleda," said Barby, putting her head in, "I wish you'd just step out here and tell me which cheese you'd like to have cut." "What a fool!" said Marion. "Let her cut them all if she likes." "She is no fool," said Fleda. She thought Barby's punctiliousness however a little ill timed, as she rose from her sofa and went into the kitchen. "Well, you do look as if you wa'n't good for nothing but to be taken care of," said Barby. "I wouldn't have riz you up if it hadn't been just tea time, and I knowed you couldn't stay quiet much longer." And with a look which explained her tactics she put into Fleda's hand a letter directed to her aunt. "Philetus gave it to me," she said without a glance at Fleda's face. "He said it was give to him by a spry little shaver who wa'n't a mind to tell nothin' about himself." "Thank you, Barby," was Fleda's most grateful return; and summoning her aunt up stairs she took her into her own room, and locked the door before she gave her the letter which Barby's shrewdness and delicacy had taken such care should not reach its owner in a wrong way. Fleda watched her as her eye ran over the paper and caught it as it fell from her fingers. "My dear wife, that villain Thorn has got a handle of me which he will not fail to use. You know it all, I suppose, by this time. It is true that in an evil hour, long ago, when greatly pressed, I did what I thought I should surely undo in a few days. The time never came. I don't know why he has let it lie so long. But he has taken it up now, and he will push it to the extreme. There is but one thing left for me. I shall not see you again. The rascal would never let me rest, I know, in any spot that calls itself American ground. You will do better without me than with me. R. Fleda mused over the letter for several minutes, and then touched her aunt, who had fallen on a chair with her head sunk in her hands. "What does he mean?" said Mrs. Rossiter, looking up with a perfectly colourless face. "To leave the country." "Are you sure? Is that it?" said Mrs. Rossiter, rising and looking over the words again. "He would do anything, Fleda." "That is what he means, aunt Lucy. Don't you see, he says he could not be safe anywhere in America?" Mrs. Rossiter stood eyeing with intense eagerness for a minute or two the note in her niece's hand. "Then he is gone, now that it is all settled, and we don't know where, and we can't get word to him." Her cheek, which had a little brightened, became perfectly white again. "He isn't gone yet, he can't be. He cannot have left Queechy till to day. He will be in New York for several days yet, probably." "New York? It may be Boston." "No, he would be more likely to go to New York. I am sure he would. He is accustomed to it." "We might write to both places," said poor Mrs. Rossitur. "I will do it and send them off at once." "But he might not get the letters," said Fleda thoughtfully. "He might not dare to ask at the post office." His wife looked at that possibility, then wrung her hands. "Oh, why didn't he give us a clue?" Fleda put an arm round her affectionately and stood thinking. Stood trembling might as well be said, for she was too weak to be standing at all. "What can we do, dear Fleda?" said Mrs. Rossitur in great distress. "Once out of New York we can get nothing to him. If only he knew there is no need and that it is all over." "We must do everything, aunt Lucy," said Fleda thoughtfully, "and I hope we shall succeed yet. We will write, but I think the most helpful other thing we could do would be to put advertisements in the newspapers. He would be very likely to see them." "Advertisements! But you couldn't. What would you put in?" "Something that would catch his eye and nobody else's." "That is easy, aunt Lucy." "But there is nobody to put them in, Fleda. You said uncle Orrin was going to Boston." "He wasn't going there till next week, but he was to be in Philadelphia a few days before that. The letter might miss him." "Mr. Plumfield, couldn't he?" But Fleda shook her head. "Wouldn't do, aunt Lucy. He would do all he could, but he don't know New York nor the papers. He wouldn't know how to manage it. He don't know uncle Rolf. Shouldn't like to trust it to him." "Who then? There isn't a creature we could ask." Fleda laid her cheek to her poor aunt's and said, "I'll do it." "But you must be in New York to do it, dear Fleda. You can't do it here." "I will go to New York." "When?" "To morrow morning." "But dear Fleda, you can't go alone. I can't let you, and you're not fit to go at all, my poor child." And between conflicting feelings Mrs. Rossitur sat down and wept without measure. "Listen, aunt Lucy," said Fleda, pressing a hand on her shoulder, "listen, and don't cry so. I'll go and make it all right, if efforts can do it. I am not going alone. I'll get Seth to go with me, and I can sleep in the cars and rest nicely in the steamboat. I shall feel happy and well when I know that I am leaving you easier and doing all that can be done to bring uncle Rolf home. Leave me to manage, and don't say anything to Marion. It is one blessed thing that she need not know anything about all this. I shall feel better than if I were at home and had trusted this business to any other hands." "You are the blessing of my life," said Mrs. Rossitur. "Cheer up, and come down and let us have some tea," said Fleda, kissing her. "I feel as if that would make me up a little, and then I'll write the letters. I sha'n't want but very little baggage. There'll be nothing to pack up." Philetus was sent up the hill with a note to Seth Plumfield, and brought home a favourable answer. Fleda thought as she went to rest that it was well the mind's strength could sometimes act independently of its servant the body. Hers felt so very shattered and unsubstantial. Chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen. Chapter 41. Dealings with the Press. I thank you for your company, but good faith, I had as lief have been myself alone. As you like it. The first thing next morning Seth Plumfield came down to say that he had seen Dr. Quackenboss the night before, and had chanced to find out that he was going to New York too, this very day, and knowing that the doctor would be just as safe an escort as himself, Seth had made over the change of his cousin to him, calculating, he said, that it would make no difference to Fleda, and that he had better stay at home with his mother. Fleda said nothing, and looked as little as possible of her disappointment, and her cousin went away wholly unsuspecting of it. "Seth Plumfield hadn't done a smarter thing than that in a good while," Barby remarked satirically, as he was shutting the door. "I should think he'd a hurt himself." "I dare say the doctor will take good care of me," said Fleda, "as good as he knows how." "Men beat all," said Barby impatiently. the little sense there is into them." Fleda's sinking heart was almost ready to echo the sentiment, but nobody knew it. Coffee was swallowed, her little travelling bag and bonnet on the sofa all ready. Then came the doctor. "My dear Miss Ringan, I am most happy of this delightful opportunity. I had supposed you were located at home for the winter. This is a sudden start." "Is it sudden to you, Dr. Quackenboss?" said Fleda. "Why, not disagreeably so," said the doctor smiling. "Nothing could be that in the present circumstances, but I hadn't calculated upon it for much of a spell beforehand." Fleda was vexed, and looked, only unconversable. "I suppose," said the doctor after a pause, "that we have not much time to waste in idle moments. Which route do you intend to travel?" "I was thinking to go by the North River, sir." "But the ice has collected, I am afraid." "At Albany, I know, but when I came up there was a boat every other day, and we could get there in time by the stage. This is her day." "But we have had some pretty tight weather since, if you remember," said the doctor, "and the boats have ceased to connect with the stage. We shall have to go to Greenfield to take to the Housatonic, which will land us at the Bridgeport on the Sound." "Have we time to reach Greenfield this morning?" "Oceans of time," said the doctor delightedly. "I've got my team here, and they're jumping out of their skins with having nothing to do, and the weather, they'll carry us there as spry as grasshoppers. Now, if you're ready, my dear Miss Ringan." There was nothing more but to give and receive those speechless lip messages that are out of the reach of words, and Mrs. Rossiter's half spoken last charge to take care of herself, and with these seals upon her mission Fleda set forth and joined the doctor, thankful for one foil to curiosity in the shape of a veil, and only wishing that there were any invented screen that she could place between her and hearing. "I hope your attire is of a very warm description," said the doctor as he helped her into the wagon. "It freeze pretty hard last night, and I don't think it has got out of the notion yet. If I had been consulted in any other form than that of a friend, I should have disapprobated, if you'll excuse me, Miss Ringan's travelling again before her Rose of Cassius there was in blow. I hope you have heard no evil tidings? Dr. Gregory, I hope, is not taken ill?" "I hope not, sir," said Fleda. "He didn't look like it. A very hearty old gentleman. Not very old either, I should judge. Was he the brother of your mother or your father?" "Neither, sir." "Ah, I understood. I thought but of course I was mistaken. I thought I heard you speak to him under the title of uncle, but that is a title we sometimes give to elderly people as a term of familiarity. There is an old fellow that works for me. He has been a long time in our family, and we always call him Uncle Junk." Fleda was ready to laugh, cry, and be angry in a breath. She looked straight before her and was mum. "That Rose of Cassius is a most exquisite thing," said the doctor, recurring to the cluster of bare bushy stems in the corner of the garden. "Did Mr. Rossiter bring it with him when he came to his present residence?" "Yes, sir." "Where is Mr. Rossiter now?" Fleda replied, with a jump of her heart, that business affairs had obliged him to be away for a few days. "And when does he expect to return?" said the doctor. "I hope he will be home as soon as I am," said Fleda. "Then you do not expect to remain long in the city this time?" "I shall not have much of a winter at home if I do," said Fleda. "We are almost at January." "Because," said the doctor, "in that case I should have no higher gratification than in attending upon your motions. I beg you to believe, my dear Miss Ringan, that it would afford me the most particular it would be most particularly grateful to me to wait upon you to the confines of the world." Fleda hastened to assure her officious friend that the time of her return was altogether uncertain, resolving rather to abide a guest with Mrs. Pritchard than to have Dr. Quackenboss hanging upon her motions every day of her being there. But in the mean time the doctor got upon Captain Rossiter's subject, then came to Mr. Thorn, and then wanted to know the exact nature of Mr. Rossiter's business affairs in Michigan, through all which matters poor Fleda had to run the gauntlet of questions, interspersed with gracious speeches which she could bear even less well. She was extremely glad to reach the cars and take refuge in seeming sleep from the mongrel attentions, which, if for the most part prompted by admiration, owed so large a share of curiosity. Her weary head and heart would fain have courted the reality of sleep, as a refuge from more painful thoughts and a feeling of exhaustion that could scarcely support itself. But the restless roar and jumble of the rail cars put it beyond her power. How long the hours were! How hard to wear out, with no possibility of a change of position that would give rest. Fleda would not even raise her head when they stopped, for fear of being talked to. How trying that endless noise to her racked nerves! It came to an end at last, though Fleda would not move for fear they might be only taking in wood and water. "Miss Ringan," said the doctor in her ear, "my dear Miss Ringan, we are here." "Are we?" said Fleda looking up. "What other name has the place, doctor?" "Why, Bridgeport," said the doctor. "We're at Bridgeport. Now we have leave to exchange conveyances. A man feels constrained after a prolonged length of time in a place. How have you enjoyed the ride?" "Not very well. It has seemed long at the end of it." But as she rode back her veil, the doctor looked startled. "My dear Miss Ringan, are you faint?" "No, sir." "You are not well, indeed. I am very sorry. The ride has been take my arm. Ma'am," said the doctor, touching a black satin cloak which filled the passageway, "will you have the goodness to give this lady a passport?" But the black satin cloak preferred a straightforward manner of doing this, so their egress was somewhat delayed. Happily faintness was not the matter. "My dear Miss Ringan," said the doctor, as they reached the ground and the outer air, "what was it? The stove too powerful? You are of a dreadfully delicate appearance." "I had a headache yesterday," said Fleda. "It always leaves me with a disagreeable reminder the next day. I am not ill." But he looked frightened, and hurried her, as fast as he dared, to the steamboat, and there proposed half a dozen restoratives, the simplest of which Fleda took, and then sought delicious rest from him and from herself on the cushions of a settee. Delicious, though she was alone, in the cabinet of a steamboat, with strange forms and noisy tongues around her. The closed eyelids shut it out all, and she had time but for one resting thought of patient continuance in well doing, and one happy heart look up to him who has said that he cares for his children, a look that laid her anxieties down there, when past misery and future difficulty faded away before a sleep that lasted till the vessel reached her moorings and was made fast. She was too weary and faint even to drive up to Bleecker Street, although the work she had to do and the way she must set about it, and rest in the assurance that nothing could be done that night. She did not so much as hear Dr. Quackenboss's observations, though she answered a few of them, till at the door she was conscious of his promising to see her to-morrow, instant conclusion to take measures to see nobody. How strange everything seemed! She walked through the familiar hall, feeling as if her acquaintance with every old thing was broken. There was no light in the back parlour, but a comfortable fire. Is Dr. Gregory at home?" she asked of the girl who had let her in. "No, ma'am, he hasn't got back from Philadelphia." "Tell Mrs. Pritchard a lady wants to see her." Good Mrs. Pritchard was much more frightened than Dr. Quackenboss had been when she came into the back parlour to see "a lady," and found Fleda in the great armchair taking off her things. She poured out questions, wonderings, and lamentings, not in a breath, but in a great many; quite forgot to be glad to see her, she looked so dreadfully. And what had been the matter? Fleda answered her, told of yesterday's illness and to day's journey, and met all her shocked inquiries with so composed a face and such a calm smile and bearing that Mrs. Pritchard was almost persuaded not to believe her eyes. "My uncle is not at home?" "Oh no, Miss Fleda, I suppose he's in Philadelphy, but his motions is so little to be depended on that I never know when I have him. Maybe he'll stop going through to Boston, and maybe no, and I don't know when. So anyhow I had to have a fire made and this room all ready, and ain't it lucky it was ready for you to night? And now he ain't here, you can have the great chair all to yourself, and make yourself comfortable. We can keep warmer here, I guess, than you can in the country," said the good housekeeper, giving some skilful admonishing touches to the fire. "And you must just sit there and read and rest, and see if you can't get back your old looks again. If I thought it was that you came for, I'd be happy. I never did see such a change in any one in 5 days." She stood looking down at her guest with a face of very serious concern, evidently thinking much more than she chose to give utterance to. "I am tired, Mrs. Pritchard," said Fleda, smiling up at her. "I wish you had somebody to take care of you, Miss Fleda, that wouldn't let you tire yourself. It's a sin to throw your strength away so, and you don't care for looks nor nothing else when it's for other people. You're looking just as handsome too, for all," she said, her mouth giving way a little as she stooped down to take off Fleda's overshoes. "But that's only because you can't help it. Now what is there you'd like to have for supper? Just say and you shall have it, whatever would seem best, because I mightn't hit the right thing." Fleda declared her indifference to everything but a cup of tea, and her hostess bustled away to get that and tax her own ingenuity and kindness for the rest. And leaning her weary head back in the lounge, Fleda tried to think, but it was not time yet. She could only feel what a sad change had come over her since she had sat there last, shut her eyes and wish she could sleep again. But Mrs. Pritchard's hospitality must be gone through with first. The nicest of suppers was served in the bright little parlour, and her hostess was a compound of care and goodwill. Nothing was wanting to the feast but a merry heart. Fleda could not bring that, so her performance was unsatisfactory, and Mrs. Pritchard was distressed. Fleda went to her own room, promising better doings to morrow. She awoke in the morning to the full burden of care and sorrow which sheer weakness and weariness the day before had in part laid down, to a quicker sense of the state of things than she had had yet. The blasting evil that had fallen upon them, Fleda writhed on her bed when she thought of it. The sternest, cruelest, most inflexible grasp of distress. Poverty may be borne, death may be sweetened, even to the survivors, but disgrace. Fleda hid her head as if she would shut the idea out with the light, and the ruin it had wrought. Affection killed at the root, her aunt's happiness withered for this world, Hugh's life threatened, the fair name of his family gone, the wear and weariness of her own spirit, but that had hardly a thought. Himself? Oh, no one could tell what a possible wreck. How the self-respect and the esteem of others, those two safeguards of character, were lost to him. So much security has any woman in a man without religion. She remembered those words of her Aunt Miriam now, and she thought if Mr. Thorn had sought an ill wind to blow upon his pretensions he could not have pitched them better. What fairer promise, without religion, could be than her uncle had given? Reproach had never breathed against his name, and no one less than those who knew him best could fancy that he had ever given it occasion. And who could have more at stake? And the stake was lost. That was the summing up thought. No, it was not, for Fleda's mind presently sprang beyond, to the remedy, and after a little swift and earnest flitting about of thought over feasibilities and contingencies, she jumped up and dressed herself with a prompt energy which showed a mind made up to its course. And yet when she came down to the parlour, though bending herself with nervous intentness to the work she had to do, her fingers and her heart were only stayed in their trembling by some of the happy assurances she had been fleeing to. "Commit thy works unto the Lord, and all thy thoughts shall be established. In all thy ways acknowledge him, he shall direct thy paths." Assurances, not indeed that her plans should meet with success, but that they should have the issue best for them. She was early, but the room was warm and in order, and the servant had left it. Fleda sought out paper and pencil and sat down to fashion the form of an advertisement, the first thing to be done. She had no notion how difficult a thing till she came to do it. R. is entreated to communicate with his niece at the old place in Bleecker Street, on business of the greatest importance. It will not do, said Fleda to herself, as she sat and looked at it. There is not enough to catch his eye, and there is too much if it caught anybody else's eye. R and his niece, and Bleecker Street, that would tell plainly enough. Dear Uncle, F. has followed you here on business of the greatest importance. Pray let her see you. She is at the old place. It will not do, thought Fleda again. There is still less to catch his eye. I cannot trust it. And if I were to put Queechy over it, that would give the clue to the Evelyns and everybody. But I had better risk anything rather than his seeing it. The miserable needlessness of the whole thing, the pitiful weighing of sorrow against sorrow, and shame against shame, overcame her for a little. and then dashing away the tears she had no time for, and locking up the strong box of her heart, she took her pencil again. Queechy, let me see you at the old place. I have come here on urgent business for you. Do not deny me, for H's sake. With a trifle of alteration she thought this would do, and went on to make a number of fair copies of it for so many papers. This was done, and all traces of it out of the way, before Mrs. Pritchard came in and the breakfast. And after bracing herself with coffee, though the good housekeeper was still sadly dissatisfied with her indifference to some more substantial brace in the shape of chickens and ham, Fleda prepared herself inwardly and outwardly to brave the wind in the newspaper offices, and set forth. It was a bright keen day. She was sorry. She would it had been cloudy. It seemed as if she could not hope to escape some eyes in such an atmosphere. She went to the library first, and there requested the librarian, whom she knew, to bring her from the reading room the files of morning and evening papers. They were many more than she had supposed. She had not near advertisements enough. Paper and ink were at hand, however, and making carefully her list of the various offices, morning and evening separate, she wrote out a copy of the notice for each of them. The morning was well on by the time she could leave the library. It was yet far from the fashionable hour, however, and sedulously shunning the recognition of anybody, in hopes that it would be one step towards her escaping theirs, she made her way down the bright thoroughfare as far as the City Hall, and then crossed over the park and plunged into a region where it was very little likely she would see a face that she knew. She saw nothing else either that she knew. In spite of having studied the map of the city in the library, she was forced several times to ask her way, as she visited office after office of the evening papers first, till she had placed her notice with each one of them. Her courage almost failed her. Her heart did quite after 2 or 3. It was a trial from which her whole nature shrank, to go among the people, to face the eyes, to exchange talk with the lips that were at home in those purlieus. Look at them she did not. Making her slow way through the choked narrow streets, where the mere confusion of business was bewildering, very, to any one come from Queechy, among crowds of what mixed and doubtful character, hurrying along, and brushing with little ceremony past her, edging by loitering groups that filled the whole sidewalk, or perhaps edging through them, groups whose general type of character was sufficiently plain and unmixed, entering into parley with clerk after clerk who looked at such a visitor as an anomaly. Poor Fleda almost thought so too, and shrank within herself, venturing hardly her eyes beyond her thick veil, and shutting her ears resolutely as far as possible to all the dissonant rough voices that helped to assure her she was where she ought not to be. Sometimes she felt that it was impossible to go on and finish her task, but a thought or two nerved her again to plunge into another untried quarter, or make good her entrance to some new office through a host of loungers and waiting newsboys collected round the door. Sometimes in utter discouragement she went on and walked to a distance, and came back in the hope of a better opportunity. It was a long business, and she often had to wait. The end of her list was reached at last, and the paper was thrown away, but she did not draw free breath till she had got to the west side of Broadway again and turned her back upon them all. It was late then, and the street was thinned of a part of its gay throng. Completely worn, in body as well as mind, with slow faltering steps, Fleda moved on among those still left, looking upon them with a curious eye, as if they and she belonged to different classes of beings. So very far her sobered and saddened spirit seemed to herself from their stir of business and gaiety. If they had been a train of lady flies or black ants, Fleda would hardly have felt that she had less in common with them. It was a weary long way up to Bleecker Street, as she was forced to travel it. The relief was unspeakable to find herself within her uncle's door, with the sense that her dreaded duty was done, and well and thoroughly. Now her part was to be still and wait, but with the relief came also reaction from the strain of the morning. Before her weary feet had well mounted the stairs, her heart gave up its control, and she locked herself in her room to yield to a helpless outpouring of tears which she was utterly unable to restrain, though conscious that long time could not pass before she would be called to dinner. Dinner had to wait. "Miss Fleda," said the housekeeper in a vexed tone, when the meal was half over, "I didn't know you ever did anything wrong." "You are sadly mistaken, Miss Pritchard," said Fleda, half lightly, half sadly. "You're looking not a bit better than last night, and if anything rather worse," Mrs. Pritchard went on. "It isn't right, Miss Fleda. You oughtn't to had set the first step out of doors. I know you oughtn't this blessed day. And you've been on your feet these 7 hours, and you show it. You're just ready to drop." "I will rest to morrow," said Fleda, "or try to." "You are fit for nothing but bed," said the housekeeper, "and you've been using yourself, Miss Fleda, as if you had the strength of an elephant. Now do you think you've been doing right?" Fleda would have made some cheerful answer, but she was not equal to it. She had lost all command of herself, and she dropped knife and fork to burst into a flood of exceeding tears. Mrs. Pritchard, equally astonished and mystified, hurried questions, apologies, and consolations, one upon another, and made up her mind that there was something mysterious on foot about which she had better ask no questions. Neither did she from that time. She sealed up her mouth and contented herself with taking the best care of her guest that she possibly could. Needed enough, but all of little avail. The reaction did not cease with that day. The next, Sunday, was spent on the sofa in a state of utter prostration. With the necessity for exertion the power had died. Fleda could only lie upon the cushions and sleep helplessly, while Mrs. Pritchard sat by, anxiously watching her, curiosity really swallowed up in kind feeling. Monday was little better, but towards the after part of the day the stimulant of anxiety began to work again, and Fleda sat up to watch for a word from her uncle, but none came. And Tuesday morning distressed Mrs. Pritchard with its want of amendment. It was not to be hoped for, Fleda knew, while this fearful watching lasted. Her uncle might not have seen the advertisement. He might not have got her letter. He might be even then setting sail to quit home for ever, and she could do nothing but wait. Her nerves were alive to every stir, every touch of the bell made her tremble. It was impossible to read, to lie down, to be quiet or still anywhere. She had set the glass of expectancy for one thing in the distance, and all things else were a blur or a blank. They had sat down to dinner that Tuesday, when a ring at the door, which had made her heart jump, was followed. Yes, it was, by the entrance of the maid-servant, holding a folded bit of paper in her hand. Fleda did not wait to ask whose it was. She seized it and saw, and sprang away up stairs. It was a sealed scrap of paper that had been the back of a letter, containing 2 lines without signature. "I will meet you at Dinah's, if you come there alone about sundown." Enough. Dinah was an old black woman who had once been a very attached servant in Mr. Rossiter's family, and having married and become a widow years ago, had set up for herself in the trade of a washerwoman, occupying an obscure little tenement out towards Chelsea. Fleda had rather a shadowy idea of the locality, though remembering very well sundry journeys of kindness she and Hugh had made it in days gone by. But she recollected it was in Sloman Street, and she knew she could find it, and dropping down upon her knees poured out thanks, too deep to be uttered, and too strong to be even thought without a convulsion of tears. Her dinner after that was but a mental thanksgiving. She was hardly conscious of anything beside, and a thankful rejoicing for all her weary labours. Their weariness was sweet to her now. Let her but see him, the rest was sure. End of chapter 41.
Chapter 42 of Queechy by Susan Warner. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Arlene Stebbins. Chapter 42 ends with sweet music. How well appied she was, her bird to find. Sidney. Fleda counted the minutes till it wanted an hour of sundown, and then, avoiding Mrs. Pritchard, made her escape out of the house. A long walk was before her, and the latter part of it through a region which she wished to pass while the light was good, and she was utterly unable to travel at any but a very gentle rate, so she gave herself plenty of time. It was a very bright afternoon, and all the world was astir. Fleda shielded herself with a thick veil and went up one of the narrow streets, not daring to venture into Broadway, and passing Waverley Place, which was almost as bright, turn down 8th Street. A few blocks now, and she would be out of all danger of meeting any one that knew her. She drew her veil close and hurried on. But the proverb saith, a miss is as good as a mile, and with reason, for if fate wills the chance, make nothing. As Fleda set her foot down to cross Fifth Avenue she saw Mr. Carleton on the other side, coming up from Waverly Place. She went as slowly as she dared, hoping that he would pass without looking her way, or being unable to recognize her through her thick wrapper. In vain. She soon saw that she was known. He was waiting for her, and she must put up her veil and speak to him. "Why, I thought you had left New York," said he. "I was told so." "I have left it, sir," said Fleda. "I have only come back for a day or two." "Have you been ill?" he said with a sudden change of tone, the light in his eye and smile giving place to a very marked gravity. Fleda would have answered with a half smile, but such a sickness of heart came over her that speech failed, and she was very near bursting into tears. Mr. Carleton looked at her earnestly a moment, and then put the hand which Fleda had forgotten he still held upon his arm, and began to walk forward gently with her. Something in the grave tenderness with which this was done reminded Fleda irresistibly of the times when she had been a child under his care, and somehow her thoughts went off in a tangent back to the further days of her mother and father and grandfather, the other friends from whom she had had the same gentle protection, which now there was no one in the world to give her. And their images did never seem more winning fair than just then, when their place was left most especially empty. Her uncle she had never looked up to in the same way, and whatever stay he had been was cut down. Her aunt leaned upon her, and Hugh had always been more of a younger than an elder brother. The quick contrast of those happy childish days was too strong. The glance back at what she had had made her feel the want. Fleda blamed herself, reasoned and fought with herself, but she was weak in mind and body, her nerves were unsteady yet, her spirits unprepared for any encounter or reminder of pleasure; and though vexed and ashamed she could not hold her head up, and she could not prevent tear after tear from falling as they went along. She could only hope that nobody saw them. Nobody spoke of them, but then nobody said anything, and the silence at last frightened her into rousing herself. She checked her tears and raised her head. She ventured no more. She dared not turn her face towards her companion. He looked at her once or twice, as if in doubt whether to speak or not. "Are you not going beyond your strength?" he said at length gently. Fleda said no, although in a tone that half confessed his suspicion. He was silent again, however, and she cast about in vain for something to speak of. It seemed to her that all subjects of conversation in general had been packed up for exportation. Neither eye nor memory could light upon a single one. Block after block was passed, the pace at which he walked and the manner of his care for her alone shewing that he knew what a very light hand was resting upon his arm. "How pretty the curl of blue smoke is from that chimney," he said. It was said with a tone so carelessly easy that Fleda's heart jumped for one instant in the persuasion that he had seen and noticed nothing peculiar about her. "I know it," she said eagerly. "I have often thought of it, especially here in the city." "Why is it? What is it?" Fleda's eye gave one of its exploratory looks at his, such as he remembered from years ago, before she spoke. "Is it a contrast? Or at least I think that helps the effect here." "What do you make the contrast?" he said quietly. "Isn't it," Fleda said with another glance, "the contrast of something pure and free and upward tending, with what is below it? I did not mean the mere painter's contrast. In the country smoke is more picturesque, but in the city I think it has more character." "To how many people do you suppose it ever occurred that smoke had a character?" said he smiling. "You are laughing at me, Mr. Carleton." Perhaps I deserve it." "You do not think that," said he, with a look that forbade her to think it. "But I see you are of Lavater's mind, that everything has a physiognomy?" "I think he was perfectly right," said Fleda. "Don't you, Mr. Carleton?" "To some people, yes. But the expression is so subtle that only very nice sensibilities, with fine training, can hope to catch it. Therefore to the mass of the world Lavater would talk nonsense." "That is a gentle hint to me. But if I talk nonsense I wish you would set me right, Mr. Carleton. I am very apt to amuse myself with tracing out fancied analogies in almost everything, and I may carry it too far to be spoken of wisely. I think it enlarges one's field of pleasure very much. Where one eye is stopped another is but invited on." "So," said Mr. Carleton, "while that puff of smoke would lead one person's imagination only down the chimney to the kitchen fire, it would take another's where did yours go?" said he, suddenly turning round upon her. Fleda met his eye again, without speaking, but her look had perhaps more than half revealed her thought, for she was answered with a smile so intelligent and sympathetic that she was abashed. "How very much religion heightens the enjoyments of life," Mr. Carleton said after a while. Fleda's heart throbbed in answer, but she did not speak. "Both in its direct and indirect action. The mind is set free from influences that narrowed its range, and dimmed its vision, and refined to a keener sensibility, a juster perception, a higher power of appreciation by far than it had before. And then, to say nothing of religion's own peculiar sphere of enjoyment, technically religious, what a field of pleasure it opens to its possessor in the world of moral beauty, most partially known to any other. And the fine but exquisite analogies of things material with things spiritual, those harmonies of nature, to which, talk as they will, all other ears are deaf." "You know," said Fleda, with full eyes that she dared not show, "how Henry Martyn said that he found he enjoyed painting and music so much more after he became a Christian?" "I remember. It is the substituting a just medium for a false one. It is putting nature within and nature without in tune with each other, so that the chords are perfect now which were jarring before." "And yet how far people would be from believing you, Mr. Carleton." "Yes, they are possessed with the contrary notion. But in all the creation nothing has a one sided usefulness. What a reflection it would be upon the wisdom of its author if godliness alone were the exception! If it were not profitable for the life that now is, as well as for that which is to come?" "They make that work the other way, don't they?" said Fleda. "Not being able to see how thorough religion should be for anybody's happiness, they make use of your argument to conclude that it is not what the Bible requires. How I have heard that urged, that God intended his creatures to be happy, as a reason why they should disobey him. They lay hold on the wrong end of the argument and work backwards." "Precisely. God intended his creatures to be happy. Strict obedience would make them happy. Therefore he does not intend them to obey. They never put it before them quite so clearly," said Fleda. "They would startle at it a little, but so they would at right stating of the case." "And how would that be, Mr. Carleton?" "It might be somewhat after this fashion. God requires nothing that is not for the happiness of his people. He requires perfect obedience, therefore perfect obedience is their happiness." "But unbelief will not understand that. Did it ever strike you how much there is in those words, 'Come and see'? All that argument can do, after all, is but to persuade to that. Only faith will submit to terms and enter the narrow gate, and only obedience knows what the prospect is on the other side." "But isn't it true, Mr. Carleton, that the world have some cause for their opinion, judging as they do by the outside? The peculiar pleasures of religion, as you say, are out of sight, and they do not always find in religious people that enlargement and refinement of which you were speaking." "Because they make unequal comparisons. Recollect that, as God has declared, the ranks of religion are not for the most part filled from the wise and the great. In making your estimate you must measure things equal in other respects. Compare the same man with himself before he was a Christian, or with his unchristianized fellows, and you will find invariably the refining, dignifying, ennobling influence of true religion, the enlarged intelligence, and the greater power of enjoyment. "And besides those causes of pleasure giving that you mentioned," said Fleda, "there is a mind at ease, and how much that is alone! If I may judge others by myself, the mere fact of being unpoised, unresting, disables the mind from 1,000 things that are joyfully relished by one entirely at ease." "Yes," said he. "Do you remember that word, 'the stones of the field shall be at peace with thee'?" "I am afraid people would understand you as little as they would me, Mr. Carleton," said Fleda laughing. He smiled, rather a prolonged smile, the expression of which Fleda could not make out. She felt that she did not quite understand him. "I have thought," said he after a pause, "that much of the beauty we find in many things is owing to a hidden analogy, the harmony they make with some unknown string of the mind's harp which they have set a vibrating. But the music of that is so low and soft that one must listen very closely to find out what it is." "Why, that's the very theory of which I gave you a smoky illustration a little while ago," said Fleda. "I thought I was on safe ground after what you said about the characters of flowers, for that was a little" "Fanciful?" he said smiling. "What you please," said Fleda, colouring a little. "I am sure it is true. The theory, I mean. I have many a time felt it, though I never put it in words. I shall think of that." "Did you ever happen to see the very early dawn of a winter's morning?" said he. But he laughed the next instant at the comical expression of Fleda's face as it was turned to him. "Forgive me for supposing you as ignorant as myself. I have seen it once." "And appreciated it, I hope, that time?" said Fleda. "I shall never forget it." "And it never wrought in you a desire to see it again?" "I might see many a dawn," said he smiling, "without what I saw then. It was very early, and a cloudy morning, so that night had still almost undisturbed possession of earth and sky. But in the southeastern quarter between two clouds there was a space of fair white promise, hardly making any impression upon the darkness, but only set off by it. And upon this one bright spot in earth or heaven rode the planet of the morning, the sun's forerunner, bright upon the brightness. All else was dusky, except where overhead the clouds had parted again and shewed a fair old moon, glimmering down upon the night it could no longer be said to rule." "Beautiful!" said Fleda. "There is hardly any time I like so well as the dawn of a winter morning with an old moon in the sky. Summer weather has no beauty like it in some things." "Once," continued Mr. Carleton, "I should have seen no more than I have told you, the beauty that every cultivated eye must take in. But now methought I saw the day spring that has come upon a longer night, and from out of the midst of it there was the fair face of the morning star looking at me with its sweet reminder and invitation, looking over the world with its aspect of triumphant expectancy. There was its calm assurance of the coming day, its promise that the star of hope, which now there were only a few eyes watching to see, should presently be followed by the full beams of the sun of righteousness, making the kingdoms of the world his own. Your memory may bring you the words that came to mine, the promise 'to him that overcometh,' and the beauty of the lips that made it, the encouragement to patient continuance in well doing, till the day break and the shadows flee away. And there on the other hand was the substituted light of earth's wisdom and inventions, dominant yet, but waning and soon to be put out forever." Fleda was crying again, and perhaps that was the reason why Mr. Carleton was silent for some time. She was very sorry to show herself so weak, but she could not help it. Part of his words had come too close. And when she had recovered again she was absolutely silent too, for they were nearing Sloman Street, and she could not take him there with her. She did not know what to say, nor what he would think, and she said not another word till they came to the corner. There she must stop and speak. "I am very much obliged to you, Mr. Carleton," she said, drawing her hand from his arm, "for taking care of me all this disagreeable way. I will not give you any more trouble." "You are not going to dismiss me?" said he, looking at her with a countenance of serious anxiety. "I must," said Fleda ingenuously. "I have business to attend to here." "But you will not let me have the pleasure of waiting for you?" "Oh no," said Fleda, hesitating and flushing. "Thank you, Mr. Carleton, but pray do not. I don't know at all how long I may be detained." He bowed, she thought gravely, and turned away, and she entered the little wretched street with a strange feeling of pain that she could not analyze. She did not know where it came from, but she thought if there only had been a hiding place for her she would have sat down and wept a whole heartful. The feeling must be kept back now, and it was soon forgotten in the throbbing of her heart at another thought which took entire possession. The sun was not down, there was time enough, but it was with a step and eye of hurried anxiety that Fleda passed along the little street, for fear of missing her quest, or lest Dinah should have changed her domicile. Yet would her uncle have named it for their meeting if he had not been sure of it? It was very odd he should have appointed that place at all, and Fleda was inclined to think he must have seen Dinah by some chance, or it never would have come into his head. Still her eye passed unheeding over all the varieties of dinginess and misery in her way, intent only upon finding that particular dingy cellar way which used to admit her to Dinah's premises. It was found at last, and she went in. The old woman, herself most unchanged, did not know the young lady, but well remembered the little girl whom Fleda brought to her mind. And then she was overjoyed to see her, and asked a multitude of questions, and told a long story of her having met Mr. Rossiter in the street the other day, in the last place where she'd have looked to see him, and how old he had grown, and how surprised she had been to see the grey hairs in his head. Fleda at last gave her to understand that she expected him to meet her there, and would like to see him alone, and the good woman immediately took her work to another apartment, made up the fire and set up the chairs, and leaving her, assured Fleda she would lock up the doors and not let no one come through. It was sundown, and later, Fleda thought, and she felt as if every pulse was doing double duty. No matter, if she were shattered and the work done. But what work! Oh the needlessness, the cruelty, the folly of it! And how much of the ill consequences she might be unable after all to ward off. She took off her hat to relieve a nervous smothered feeling, and walked, and sat down, and then sat still, from trembling inability to do anything else. Dinah's poor little room, clean though it was, looked to her the most dismal place in the world from its association with her errand. She hid her face on her knees that she might have no disagreeableness to contend with but that which could not be shut out. It had lain there some time, till a sudden feeling of terror at the growing lateness made her raise it to look at the window. Mr. Rossiter was standing still before her. He must have come in very softly, and looking, oh Fleda had not imagined him looking so changed. All was forgotten, the wrong and the needlessness and the indignation with which she had sometimes thought of it. Fleda remembered nothing but love and pity, and threw herself upon his neck with such tears of tenderness and sympathy, such kisses of forgiveness and comfort speaking, as might have broken a stouter heart than Mr. Rossiter's. He held her in his arms for a few minutes, passively suffering her caresses, and then gently unloosening her hold, placed her on a seat, sat down a little way off, covered his face, and groaned aloud. Fleda could not recover herself at once. Then shaking off her agitation she came and knelt down by his side, and putting one arm over his shoulder laid her cheek against his forehead. Words were beyond reach, but his forehead was wet with her tears, and kisses of soft entreaty, of winning assurance, said all she could say. "What did you come here for, Fleda?" said Mr. Rossitur at length, without changing his position. "To bring you home, uncle Rolf." "Home!" said he, with an accent between bitterness and despair. "Yes, for it's all over, it's all forgotten, there is no more to be said about it at all," said Fleda, getting her words out she didn't know how. "What is forgotten?" said he harshly. "All that you would wish, sir," replied Fleda softly and gently. "There is no more to be done about it, and I came to tell you if possible before it was too late. Oh I am so glad!" and her arms and her cheek pressed closer as fresh tears stopped her voice. "How do you know, Fleda?" said Mr. Rossitur, raising his head and bringing hers to his shoulder, while his arms in turn enclosed her. Fleda whispered, "He told me so himself." "Who?" "Mr. Thorn." The words were but just spoken above her breath. Mr. Rossitur was silent for some time. "Are you sure you understood him?" "Yes, sir. It could not have been spoken plainer." "Are you quite sure he meant what he said, Fleda?" "Perfectly sure, uncle Rolf. I know he did." "What stipulation did he make beforehand?" "He did it without any stipulation, sir." "What was his inducement then? I know him, he is not a man to act without any." Fleda's cheek was dyed, but except that she gave no other answer. "Why has it been left so long?" said her uncle presently. "I don't know, sir, he said nothing about that. He promised that neither we nor the world should hear anything more of it." "The world?" said Mr. Rossitur. "No, sir, he said that only one or two persons had any notion of it, and that their secrecy he had the means of securing." "Did he tell you anything more?" "Only that he had the matter entirely under his control, and that never a whisper of it should be heard again. No promise could be given more fully and absolutely." Mr. Rossitur drew a long breath, speaking to Fleda's ear very great relief, and was silent. "And what reward is he to have for this, Fleda?" he said after some musing. "All that my hearty thanks and gratitude can give, as far as I am concerned, sir." "Is that what he expects, Fleda?" "I cannot help what he expects," said Fleda in some distress. "What have you engaged yourself to, my child?" "Nothing in the world, uncle Rolf," said Fleda earnestly, "nothing in the world. I haven't engaged myself to anything. The promise was made freely, without any sort of stipulation." Mr. Rossitur looked thoughtful and disquieted. Fleda's tears were pouring again. "I will not trust him," he said. "I will not stay in the country." "But you will come home, uncle?" said Fleda terrified. "Yes, my dear child, my dear child," he said tenderly, putting his arms round Fleda again and kissing, with an earnestness of acknowledgment that went to her heart, her lips and brow. "You shall do what you will with me, and when I go we will all go together." From Queechy! From America! But she had no time for that thought now. "You said for Hugh's sake," Mr. Rossitur observed after a pause, and with some apparent difficulty. "What of him?" "He is not well, uncle Rolf," said Fleda, "and I think the best medicine will be the sight of you again." Mr. Rossitur looked pale, and was silent for a moment. "And my wife?" he said. His face, and the thought of those faces at home, were too much for Fleda. She could not help it. "Oh uncle Rolf," she said, hiding her face, "they only want to see you again now." Mr. Rossitur leaned his head in his hands and groaned, and Fleda could but cry. She felt there was nothing to say. "It was for Marion," he said at length. "It was when I was hard pressed, and I was fearful that if it were known that might ruin her prospects. I wanted that miserable sum, only $4,000. That fellow Schweden asked to borrow it of me for a few days, and to refuse would have been to confess all. I dared not try my credit, and I just madly took that step that proved irretrievable. I counted at the moment upon funds that were coming to me only the next week, sure, as I thought, as possible. But the man cheated me, and our embarrassments thickened from that time. That thing has been a weight, oh, a weight of deadening power, round my neck ever since. I have died a living death these 6 years." "I know it, dear uncle, I know it all," said Fleda, bringing the sympathizing touch of her cheek to his again. "The good that it did has been unspeakably overbalanced by the evil. Even long ago I knew that." The good that it did! It was no time then to moralize, but he must know that Marion was at home, or he might incautiously reveal to her what happily there was no necessity for her ever knowing, and the story must give him great and fresh pain. "Dear uncle Rolf," said Fleda, pressing closer to him, "we may be happier than we have been in a long time, if you will only take it so. The cloud upon you has been a cloud upon us." "I know it," he exclaimed, "a cloud that served to show me that my jewels were diamonds." "You have an accession to your jewels, uncle Rolf." "What do you mean?" "I mean," said Fleda trembling, "that there are 2 more at home." He held her back to look at her. "Can't you guess who?" "No," said he. "What do you mean?" "I must tell you, because they know nothing, and needn't know, of all this matter." "What are you talking about?" "Marion is there." "Marion!" exclaimed Mr. Rossiter, with quick changes of expression. "Marion! At Queechy! And her husband?" "No, sir, a dear little child." "Marion! And her husband, where is he?" Fleda hesitated. "I don't know. I don't know whether she knows." "Is he dead?" "No, sir." Mr. Rossiter put her away and got up and walked, or strode, up and down the little apartment. Fleda dared not look at him even by the faint glimmer that came from the chimney. But abroad it was perfectly dark. The stars were shining, the only lamps that illumined the poor little street, and for a long time there had been no light in the room but the tiny wood fire. Dinah never could be persuaded of the superior cheapness of coal. Fleda came at last to her uncle's side, and putting her arm within his, said, "How soon will you set off for home, uncle Rolf?" "To morrow morning." "You must take the boat to Bridgeport now. You know the river is fast." "Yes, I know." "Then I will meet you at the wharf, uncle Rolf. At what o'clock?" "My dear child," said he, stopping and passing his hand tenderly over her cheek, "are you fit for it to morrow? You had better stay where you are quietly for a few days. You want rest." "No, I will go home with you," said Fleda, "and rest there. But hadn't we better let Dinah in and bid her good bye? I ought to be somewhere else to get ready." Dinah was called, and a few kind words spoken, and with a more substantial remembrance, or reward, from Fleda's hand, they left her. Fleda had the support of her uncle's arm till they came within reach of the house, and then he stood and watched her while she went the rest of the way alone. Anything more white and spirit looking, and more spirit like in its purity and peacefulness, surely did not walk that night. There was music in her ear, and abroad in the starlight, more ethereal than Ariel's, but she knew where it came from. It was the chimes of her heart that were ringing, and never a happier peal, nor never had the mental atmosphere been more clear for their sounding. Thankfulness, that was the oftenest note. Swelling thankfulness for her success, joy for herself and for the dear ones at home, generous delight at having been the instrument of their relief, the harmonies of pure affections without any grating now, the hope well grounded, she thought, of improvements in her uncle and better times for them all, a childlike peace that was at rest with itself and the world. These were mingling and interchanging their music, and again, in the midst of it all, faith rang the last chime in heaven. Chapter 42